Chapter 1, Come. The infinite universe is full of countless possibilities. In a dark space, I saw a ball-like thing flying fast. In the void on both sides, I saw the planets becoming smaller and farther away. If someone can see the inside of the ball, they will find a little life just born inside, a child with a tail. Where is this? Didn't I have died? The child with a tail looked blindly, watching the surrounding stars twinkling, one after another, from large to small, far away from both sides. It seems to be something inside, I wouldn't be in space. Although it is unbelievable, when humans have the technology to fly in space, let's imagine it. I moved uncomfortably, and I felt that everything in front of me became bigger. Hey, no, it's not that I'm bigger, but I'm smaller. Am I reborn? As a soul with an adult mind, I quickly reacted. I just don't know what the situation is now. Looking at the various high-tech buttons in front of me, although I don't know how to operate, how Diane is also a high-achieved student who graduated with a second degree. Combined with his environment, he probably knows an aircraft. Here, I just don't know where the destination is. After thinking for a long time, there is no answer. If it comes, it is wrong, it is rebirth, and it is settled. Probably because I was just born, I was a little tired after thinking about it for a while, and fell asleep after a while. Mariko continued to fly in space, and I don't know how long it will take to fly before reaching the destination. Sun Tian is a young man who has just graduated from 2 books. The first 2 books of this year are actually no different from high school graduation. He doesn't usually socialize, so he loves to nest in the dormitory to watch anime. In the 4 years of college, he basically stayed in the dormitory except for normal classes. Watch anime through. My favorite is the hot-blooded anime, Dragon Ball, but I have never caught a cold with the Monkey King in it, and I always feel a little bit distressed, or a sense of justice is too much. Although I also watch other animes, as a fan of Dragon Ball, I have watched this anime back and forth no less than 5 times. I always imagined that if Monkey King hadn't fallen off the cliff and crashed his brain when he was a child, what would happen? It's been almost 2 months since graduation, and I haven't found a job yet. Sun Tian got up early, ready to go to the recruitment market and wait and see. It's not a matter of staying at home all the time. Although my parents do a little business, they can support themselves. But as a salted fish that is not a salted fish, I still want to go to Pinbo. There were heavy traffic on the road, and cars passed fast. At a traffic light intersection, a child did not know whether his parents were missing or was not taken by an adult. He crossed the road at a red light. Suddenly, a car came at a speed. When he found it, he did not rush to the brakes. After hitting Fei didn't know where his courage came from, so he rushed out in 3 steps and pushed the child out. Wow wow wow! The crash and the cry of the child sounded one after another. Sun Tian only felt dizzy. His whole body was out of his body. He saw his body thrown forward after being hit by a car. Then a suction came out of thin air and lost to perceive. Di-di-di. With the sound in the balls, Sun Tian woke up from his deep sleep. The voice in the spaceship reminded. Yuan number, asterisk and Yuan, %. Was speechless, unable to understand what was being said. Then Sun Tian felt a pain in his head, then fainted, fell into a dream, and felt a stream of information sent to his mind in the dream. I don't know how long it has been, maybe 1 day or 1 year. Badak, Jin, Laitais, Sion, the fighting nation. Sun Tian woke up again, with a lot of new information in his mind, which also let Sun Tian know the origin of his current body, but it will still be a little difficult to understand for a while. I have been born again can be confirmed first. The 2 names Badak, Jin are not very familiar, but Laitais, Sion still knows, the creator of the 5 slags, and Sion, various signs indicate that they have come to a dangerous world. Cockroach, is this my name in this life? Cockroach, Hey, isn't this the scion name of Monkey King in Dragon Ball? I am Monkey King. Is my current destination the Earth? Yes, according to the information from the light brain, the planet Vegeta should have been destroyed now. I don't know if Badak will really be the same as the theater version, passing through time. But it should be a journey, after all my rebirth happened. By the way, in this life I am Monkey King, ha 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 ha, the son of luck in the Dragon Ball world, but I don't want to be like him, all kinds of sense of justice. Even if my son Tien occupies this body from now on, I am Kakarot son Tien. Is still too young and needs sleep to replenish mental energy. According to the information from the light brain, there should be about 2 days to reach the Earth. My grandson's journey of rebirth should be more interesting, but I don't know if I can return to Earth. A misunderstanding child, what kind of road I am walking on, so am I, why do I suddenly have brain cramps? Be a hero, and don't know what my parents will be like. I hope my brothers and sisters can help me respect my filial piety. The starry sky of the Earth, the night is always so beautiful. Monkey King, after a busy day of practice, is about to rest. Suddenly a meteor flashes across the sky, with a long tail. There was a sound in the air. I saw meteors across the sky and straight down in the depths of Bayazai Mountain. There was a loud bang, and in the depths of Bayazai Mountain, I saw animals and birds running around, as if they had been frightened, running around. Landed safely and reached the destination. Wake up, Kakarot! Sun Tien woke up from his deep sleep, the mechanical ship inside the spacecraft prompted. I finally landed safely. I thought there would be something wrong with my rebirth. If so, I am afraid I will be a joke of the rebirth, Sun Tien thought. After half an hour, open the hatch, please pay attention. Sun Tien looked at the surrounding environment, but there was nothing. All around were the walls of the deep pits that were smashed by the spacecraft when it landed. About half an hour later, the spacecraft slowly opened and the spacecraft's nutritional supplements fell off automatically. Take a deep breath, long lost breath, fresh air. Chapter 2, Monkey King. Sun Tien slowly climbed out of the spacecraft, and saw a deep pit nearly 20 meters high, feeling completely at a loss. After waking up from rebirth, I have been flying in space. Although I spent most of the time sleeping, I still felt incredible after the spacecraft landed. What we need to confirm is whether this place is the Earth, despite the various information transmitted to the mind by the optical brain. It showed that he was indeed reborn in the Dragon Ball world, but according to the original Dragon Ball plot, before the arrival of Monkey King, he had to wait until the next day. While Sun Tien thought, he felt a little fascinating. But thinking about it, he still had to stay in this deep pit for one night. It was still a bit creepy. Although he was reborn in order to fight the nation Scion, no matter how he fought the nation, he is now just a babies born about 1 year old are alone in the forest, and there are wolf howls from time to time around. I still feel more secure inside the spacecraft. I slowly climbed into the spacecraft and saw a bunch of operation buttons in front of me. Fortunately, when the optical brain transmits information, it also conveys the text of the world to my mind, otherwise Sun Tien it is impossible to operate at all. Sun Tien stood up hard and pressed on the operation interface with his little fleshy hands. The spacecraft quickly shut down again. Perhaps the body was too small and the brain was not fully developed. Sun Tien lay down on the spacecraft. Soon I fell asleep soon. The morning sun was very gentle. After Sun Wufan finished his morning exercises, he thought of the meteors that fell in the depths of the Bayazai mountain last night and decided to see what was going on. A ray of sunlight shone through the spaceship to Sun Tien's small face. Sun Tien opened his eyes and saw that the sky had already dawned, so he got up and clicked on the spaceship button. The spaceship slowly opened, and then Sun Tien turned it on again. The controller of the spacecraft was held in his hand and slowly climbed out of the spacecraft. Next to the spacecraft, Sun Tien looked at the spacecraft beside him, thinking that it would be used when leaving the Earth in the future, so he buried the spacecraft with mud before no one came. Fortunately, it is the body of a scion. Although it has not been tempered, it is comparable to an average adult. Sun Tian thought to himself, a baby sweating on his side. Probably just buried the spaceship, and was a little tired, so he lay on the side and rested for a while. Maybe it was because of the loud noise when the spacecraft landed last night. Although it was deep in the forest, there were still no other large predators passing by. Otherwise, even if Sun Tian had the power of an adult, he would have been preyed and shamed the scion. It took about an hour for the Monkey King, and according to the feeling of the warrior, he finally found the place where the meteor fell last night. A deep pit nearly 20 meters in length. At the bottom of the pit, a baby with a tail was lying on the slope. He probably felt someone coming. The baby opened his eyes and wanted to shout, but it was a baby. Crying. Sun Tian was speechless, and he could not expect to hear his baby crying after 20 years. Well, the crying child has milk to drink. What to do otherwise? Even if the 20-meter deep pit has the strength of an adult, the body is just a baby after all. I was tired and sweaty just after the spacecraft was buried. It always feels a bit troublesome to climb the nearly 20-meter deep pit. So I just cried innocently. Anyway, speaking to others is still crying. 20 meters is nothing to the Sun Wufan who is practicing martial arts. I saw Sun Wufan jump slightly and came directly to Sun Tian. How could there be a baby in this deep pit with a tail? Could it be that he caused the meteor last night? Although I felt incredible, but I didn't hold it accountable. You must know that Monkey King himself was nurtured from the stone. Later, he learned from the martial arts myth teacher Wu Tian, and he developed his skills. Nothing has happened before. But this is the first time I have seen a child with a tail. I think at the beginning, even though I was a freak, I still looked at myself as a normal human being. Hey, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, even if I meet me, I will treat you, take it with you, or you will not survive if you are here alone. Monkey King thought to himself. Little guy, follow me from now on. Say it, regardless of Sun Tiantung's disagreement, holding Sun Tian, kicking his feet hard, he jumped out of the pit. When he returned to the hut again, it was almost 9 o'clock. Although the scions were very violent even as children, they were still mature souls, and they were not reflected in the tiny body of Sun Tian. After Sun Gohan returned to the hut, he boiled hot water to wash Sun Tian, and then cooked some meat soup. After he fed Sun Tian, he put it on the bed and let him sleep. It's the first time to take care of a child. To tell the truth, it is still a bit daunting for Sun Wufan. He is a man born and raised. He lived alone in the forest since he was a child. He was not taken into the mountain until he was 7 or 8 years old. Tian found out and accepted as a disciple. After everything was done, Sun Wufan went to the forest again and caught the liger that had just given birth, and brought it back to the hut with the cubs. After all, Sun Tian is still a baby. In addition to meat, animal milk is a good one. Select. As a warrior, Monkey King still has the aura. Ligers don't feel resistance at all. Most of the animals in the Dragon Ball world have high intelligence, and there are similar orcs who can speak human language directly. Also really suffers. Sun Wufan is a big man. He used to be alone. Now he has to raise a few ligers besides Xiao Sunshin. In the days that followed, Sun Wufan was not as monotonous as it used to be. In addition to normal practice, he had to pray food for a few small children. Sun Tian couldn't do it. As an adult soul, he had to drink beasts' milk, fighting for milk with 2 little ligers. I'm afraid there is no such shameful scion. Chapter 3, 2 years later. 2 years later, in the depths of Baizai Mountain, I saw a child with a tail and 2 imposing ligers running continuously in the forest, cheering and roaring sometimes. If outsiders see it, they will be mad. Call. Tang Tang Liger, the king of the forest, actually played with a little kid. You should know that even if the liger is an adult, there is no elite hunting team of thousands of people, and it does not dare to approach at all. Then a child of only 3 years old can live with it peacefully. Ho 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 ho! Suddenly there was a roar in the distance, and the little boy said, "Little lion, little tiger, go home, the old man and tiger mother are shouting for dinner." The little boy is naturally Sun Tian. In 2 years, Sun Tian has grown a lot, with a small fleshy face. He grew up eating liger milk and grew up with a pair of liger cubs. Quite fun. Because they eat the milk of the liger, they also habitually call the liger tiger mother to show gratitude. Even though Sun Wufan was also close to Sun Tian never called him grandfather, and when he was able to speak, he was short of the old man. I was so depressed that Monkey King often said that it is not as good as a liger. Soon, one person, child, and the 2 ligers returned to the hut. They saw that the tiger mother and Sun Wufan were already fighting for food. At first, the tiger mother was afraid of Sun Sifan, but after getting along for a long time, she got used to it. In fact, it's strange to say that Sun Wufan grew up in the forest. He has been close to animals since he was a child, and he can even understand the language, calls, of some animals. Otherwise, it was impossible to let the liger beast so easily. Breastfeeding to Xiao Sunshan. Soon a child and 2 ligers joined the fight for food. In the past 2 years, Xiao Sunshan's appetite has also increased. At first, he drank animal milk and meat soup. Later, after weaning, his appetite gradually decreased. Sit up, Xiao Sunshan, who is only 3 years old now, can eat half a cow alone. Let Monkey King sigh, he must be a born warrior when he grows up. Sun Tian, who has not yet been forged, is no longer weaker than Tiger Mother in terms of speed and strength. You know, although Tiger Mother is far from enough to look at compared to Monkey King, as the king of the jungle, strength and speed are not just talking about it. One claw can easily smash a 10-meter boulder. A giant tree with a diameter of 1 meter. However, Sun Tian is not weaker than Tiger Mother in strength, and is faster. It's no wonder that Monkey King often said that he just picked up a monster. Little god, you are almost 3 years old, the old man teaches you to practice. Sun Wufan said. Xiao Tian is how Sun Wufan called Sun Tian. Originally, after Sun Tian was sensible, able to speak, Sun Wufan wanted to name Sun Tian the Sun Wukong, but Sun Tian did not say that the name Sun Wukong was not good. It is Sun Tian's self-esteem that is at work. When he watched Dragon Ball in his previous life, he felt that there is Monkey King in Dragon Ball. In Sun Tian's heart, there is only Monkey King of China, and Monkey King of no Dragon Ball. Although it may not be called the Monkey King, Dragon Ball may be rewritten, but what about it? Bian Rebirth has appeared, are you afraid of a little change? So Sun Tian still uses the name of the previous life, Sun Tian. On the one hand, don't forget my previous life, but on the other hand, I sometimes feel that there was once the Monkey King, and now as a member of the rebirth, I should have spirit and heart higher than the sky. So it is still called Sun Tian. Cultivation, old man, can you tell me about the cultivation situation in this world? Sun Tian replied. As soon as Sun Wufan heard of play, he introduced the cultivation system of this world to Sun Tian. In fact, there are basically 2 types of cultivation systems on Earth, one is pure martial artist, and the other is superpower. The martial artist is to cultivate the body itself. Forging the body, it keeps getting stronger, the strongest can even reach 1 army by 1 person, and 1 person can destroy a city. Warrior training is divided into junior warriors, that is, trained, entry level, can play 300 to 800 power. Is a further intermediate warrior, who can easily fight against the siege of 10 to 20 normal people, with a strength of about one-handed rock cracking, and a strength of 800-1500. To reach a high-level warrior, hundreds of people can be easily put under siege, and the power can reach 1500 to 3000. And among high-level martial artists, after they understand the use of qi, they can be called martial arts masters. Martial arts masters are very few, not 1 out of 100,000 people, and at this point, they are all figures who can establish sex. And the martial arts master is divided into 4 stages after junior high school peak. The Grand Master can easily reach 3,000 to 5,000 in the early stage, 5,000 to 8,000 in the middle stage, and 8,000 to 15,000 in the later stage, and the power of 15,000 on the peak of the master can be imagined. And there are very few mythical powers on the master. As far as I know, only my Master Wuxian and Master Hexian can reach, Sun Wufan said slowly. That old man, where are you now? Sun Tiandao. Although I knew that the old man was very strong when I watched anime in my previous life, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but these system things are not in the anime. Now I heard it, I suddenly became interested. Haha, old man, me, guess what? Master? Mid-term or late term? You kid, you are small, but you have a good mind. Old man, I'm at the peak now, and I'm not far from the myth. I just want the myth, but it's a bit difficult. Cultivating your character in this mountain. Later? Peak? Isn't that the power of tens of thousands of punches? Sun Tiandao. That's, in fact, after arriving at the Grand Master, all depends on a word of enlightenment. The old man was at the top of the Grand Master 10 years ago. As far as I know, in this world, I am afraid that only the king of killers, Tao Bibai, is like me. It's strange, but he's only in the late master stage. Sun Wufan is also a little proud. After all, apart from Master Wuxian and Master Hexian, he is considered the most powerful existence in the world. Seeing the smug look of the old man, Sun Tian didn't know what to say. According to Dragon Ball's combat power, it was basically 100:1, which means that the old man's combat power was at least 100 or more, but the Turtle Immortal and Crane Immortal were actually mythical martial artists. Grandmaster Pinnacle 150, then these 2 old men at least 200 or more. It seems that something in the animation is not realistic. But strength alone is nothing, unless the gap is too great. The technique should also be very important. The old man has a bad history, see what level I can reach now. In terms of strength alone, it is at least equivalent to a high-level warrior, but without systematic training, you can't exert the corresponding strength. But I have such strength at only 3 years old, talent is amazing, far surpassing the old man, and then I will practice hard with me. There are no happy days, but think about the characters who will appear in the future. Time is running out. Chapter 4, 8 Years of Practice. Because I am young, I can't be young, only 3 years old, so Sun Wufan did not arrange any extreme training such as weight-bearing in the early stage. The early stage mainly teaches some meditation techniques. The so-called meditation is to let the body and mind completely calm down and not be moved by foreign objects. At first, Sun Tian was completely stunned. He had never heard of this kind of practice in Dragon Ball, which made Sun Tian wonder if he was really reborn in Dragon Ball world. The plot is not right, is there? However, with continuous practice, I found that the effect was still full. At the beginning, Sun Tian couldn't sync his mind at all. Either he was disturbed by foreign objects, or his heart couldn't calm down at all. At this time, Sun Tian always heard the old man muttered beside him, his heart couldn't calm down, no matter how high his strength was, he couldn't control it effectively. With continuous practice, from the first 2 or 3 hours of being unable to calm down, to gradually 1 hour, to the nearest quarter of an hour, and then to the end, you can meditate at any time without being disturbed by foreign objects. 2 years passed quickly. During this period, in addition to the 2-hour meditation practice, Sun Wufan also taught Sun Tian some basic life knowledge. Only after getting along, Sun Tian will find that there is no one who can become a master. Simply, Sun Gohan's rich knowledge made Sun Tian an eye-opener. When thinking about the previous life when watching Dragon Ball, everything flashed past. Only when you really enter this world can you discover that practice is far from being a burden in anime. Milk delivery is comparable. This also allowed Sun Tian to recognize the old man from the bottom of his heart. The 5-year-old Sun Tian is obviously much taller, and he is almost 1.2 meters tall. It is not a 5-year-old kid at all. In 2 years, the 2 little ligers have grown up, and the tiger mother returned to the forest to continue. Once they became the king of the jungle, only occasionally Sun Tian would go to play with them. The current Sun Tian can't see the character of a child at all. Other children at this age may be fighting and making trouble, and 2 years of practice makes Sun Tian look like a little adult. 2 years of practice, although the main focus is on knowledge and cultivation of the mind, as a scion body, Sun Tian still has a remarkable progress in power, which is infinitely close to the beginning of the master in power. With a fist, I saw a rock with the size of a grinding plate, which broke to pieces. More than 1 ton of power is really terrifying. This is still the result of not practicing the body. Xiao Tian, you have basically completed the cultivation of the mind in the past 2 years. In addition to the daily training of the mind, you can do other cultivation. Sun Yufan looked at Sun Tian in front of him, feeling too. Probably, I really don't know what kind of evildoer it is. I thought that when I was practicing with teacher Wu Tian for 8 years, it took nearly 5 years to do this. Old man, what will I do in my practice next? Although he has already recognized Sun Yufan, the old man has become accustomed to it, so he didn't change his words. Sun Tian also looked forward to the next practice. Xiao Tian, we will mainly practice in physical strength, endurance, reaction, etc., and it won't be as easy as before. You must be mentally prepared. Sun Yufan said. Okay, old man. Sun Tian replied with a smile. Running in the mountains, sitting quietly under a waterfall, practicing boxing in the water, avoiding hornet swarms, learning common sense of life, etc. Every day, Sun Tian kept repeating these trainings, his body became stronger day by day, and he felt the strength in his body. Tian was excited to find someone to practice his hands. Sun Tian in the mountains is basically a little overlord. Large predators such as pterosaurs and dinosaurs have been abused. As long as he enters the mountains, the forests will fly everywhere. For 5 years, Sun Tian has been cultivating. Sun Tian, who is 10 years old, has a height of 1.5 meters and his muscles show perfect lines. Although he has not yet comprehended Qi, his physical strength alone has nearly 8,000, the power of the late master. Why can't I always feel Qi? Sun Tian muttered in his heart. According to the development of Dragon Ball, the power of nearly 8,000 should be able to feel Qi? Could it be that there was a problem with the method of training? It is a pity that Sun Yufan was invited by the Bull Demon King to go out a year ago. Otherwise, I can ask the old man, let alone, I haven't seen him in 1 year, and I blame the old man. Keep up the good work, try to understand the spirit before the old man comes back, and give the old man a surprise. While practicing, recalling the story of the Dragon Ball in the past life, it was another 6 months in a blink of an eye. The old man didn't know what was going on, and he hasn't come back yet. Woke up in the middle of the night, Sun Tian found out that he had been in this world for nearly 11 years. Because he was afraid of becoming a great ape, he stepped on the old man to death, so Sun Tian usually fell asleep early at night. The moonlight outside the house was bright. Sun Tian looked at Yuehua outside the house. There were also some relatives who missed the previous life. He was a stranger in a foreign land. During the festive season, Sun Tian walked out of the house in a daze, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Feel for a while. Suddenly, there was a sudden rush in my head. Have it. Sun Tian wakes up suddenly, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Full moon, how can I forget about this? It seems that Xiuxin is still not at home. If Sun Wufan knew Sun Tian's thoughts, he would definitely be able to be quiet anytime and anywhere in 2 years. What do others think? Sun Tian only felt a clear stream coming from his tail. Before Sun Tian closed his eyes, he saw Sun Tian's heart beating at a speed far exceeding normal time. Calm down, calm down. With my nearly 8 years of practice, I should be able to stay awake. I hope that the old man will not come back tonight, otherwise he will suffer if he stomped to death. Sun Tian quickly adjusted his heart and calmed himself down. I saw Sun Tian's body gradually swelled. After a while, a giant ape nearly 20 meters high appeared in the mountains. Fortunately, Sun Tian saw that something was wrong and couldn't stop it, so he quickly left the house. Otherwise, the house I lived in for nearly 11 days will be destroyed. In the mountains, I saw Sun Tian, who had turned into a great ape, constantly beating his chest with his hands, and his mouth let out a roar. This night is destined to be unstable. Various animals running in the mountains, from the instinct of animals. Make these animals want to stay away from this area. Roar. An energy ball was spit out from Sun Tian's mouth, only to see a mountain not far away disappeared directly, which was terrifying. Gaixianwu and Hexianju, the 2 old men who looked like they were about to go into the soil, woke up and looked towards Baizai Mountain for the first time. Who is this power? Is it possible that Big Devil Bic was released? Although the 2 old men are not in the same place, they thought at the same time in their hearts. No, this Chi is not Big Devil King Bic, it is far from the evil of Big Devil Bic, although it may be thicker than Big Devil, and it also carries a trace of evil intentions. Forget it, misfortune cannot be avoided. It seems that the days of happy life are coming to an end. I hope it will not bring destruction. Chapter 5, Breath. Powerful. Sun Tian's first feeling. Is this Qi? The destructive power is amazing. A mountain top just disappeared like this. Yes, in addition to the unaccustomed strength of this explosion, Sun Tian's years of practice finally manifested, and soon calmed down, feeling the power contained in the body. This power should exceed 80,000. Replaced by Dragon Ball combat power, more than 800 combat power, the earth at this time should be considered invincible, even if the heavenly person, the Piccolo, should not be an opponent. Of course, it may not be able to win in real battle. Can't effectively use this power, and the fighting skills are far from it. Some people may say that the combat power is crushed. Don't look at the Dragon Ball and the turtle, the crane, the fairy. The combat power is not high, you can hide some. I always feel that the combat power of these 2 is hidden in the anime, but their combat power should be at least 230. It is also possible to go up to 500 in the early stage of the outbreak. Of course, as the only myth-level character on the planet, his various secrets and high levels are scary. Don't look at Sun Tian's more than 800 combat power, but combat power is combat power and must have a corresponding realm to support it. I have to say here that combat power does not represent realm. It may be okay at the initial stage. Once you reach the master, you need to understand the nature of the world, otherwise why Sun Wufan doesn't stay in a good city and stay in the forest. The turtle fairy stayed on the island. Kong has power, but there is no corresponding mood cultivation base. Just like a child holding a peerless magic weapon, Kong has power, but can't show it. This is also in the late Dragon Ball stage, why Wukong and the others are far inferior to Felisa and the others, but they can stand by it. In the final analysis, Frieza and the others have a combat power of 1 or 2 billion, and they can play half of their power. Sun Tian started practicing with the old man at the age of 3. It is only at the moment, but it is only a preliminary realization that it is very good to have a Grand Master in the early stage. After all, he has not even realized the sense of aura, even though his power has reached the later stage of the Master. But it's already very good to be able to exert the power of the midterm Master. After all, you can't beat people's skills, no matter how high it is. Of course, even half of the power after transforming into a giant ape is not something that Monkey King can resist. This is why in Dragon Ball, Monkey King did not escape the fate of trampling to death for Wukong. There is not much gossip. It is said that Sun Tiangan turned into a big fishy, but he did not lose his reason. This made Sun Tian sit still in the form of a giant ape after venting his explosive strength at the beginning, with violent aura. Z gradually converged as he entered the concentration. The energy just now should be the release of Qi. Great Ape Sun Tian Zindao. Carefully feel the power in the body. At this time, I can clearly feel that there is energy in the body. If it were not for years of cultivating the mind, I am afraid it would be really difficult to calm down. As he entered concentration, Sun Tian slowly felt the changes in his body with the body of a great ape, recalling the summarization of so many years of practice, and breathing in and out. What seemed to be in Sun Tian's heart? Unknowingly, the sky and the moon have disappeared, and Sun Tian has slowly changed from the giant ape back to his normal form, but Sun Tian still sits in the mountains, feeling the changes in his body piece by piece. I have to admit that the Scion's blood is very strong. Sun Tian feels it. It's no wonder that in some Dragon Ball discussion posts in the previous life, someone always said that Dragon Ball is a blood-based world. Like the Felisa clan, they have been frozen, with a combat power of tens of millions and hundreds of millions from birth, it's against the sky. Like Sun Tian, if you practice normally, it will take several years to comprehend Qi, but this unintentional transformation allows Sun Tian to formally enter the early stage of the Grand Master, and his strength will directly break through 1W and reach the peak master. Combat strength, but if you really want to fight, I am afraid that it is not the opponent of Monkey King. Sun Tian, who changed back to his normal form, did not wake up. You read www.yuugonshu.com continues to feel the changes in experience and feel the flow of Qi in the body. Suddenly, Sun Tian stood up and saw that Sun Tian held his right hand slightly, and an energy ball appeared out of thin air. Energy release, in the early days of the Master, finally achieved after so many years of hard work. Feel the power of the energy ball in your hand. Preliminary estimate, there should be about 3000 power, and with a wave of your hand, throw the energy ball in your hand hundreds of meters away. On a giant tree. Boom boom boom. I saw the tree exploded directly and fell down. I feel pretty good, although there is no way to practice Qi, but directly using the energy ball, the attack performance is also good, and when the old man comes back, ask, learn how to use Qi. The sky hasn't been completely bright yet, maybe because he was too involved, Sun Tian hasn't noticed until now, because of his transformation last night, he is still naked. A gust of wind blew, and Sun Tian suddenly woke up, blushing. Fortunately, there was no one around now, and he was not in a hurry to practice. Sun Tian hurriedly shuttled through the mountains, and after a while, he returned to the hut. After changing his clothes, he began to pick up the prey he had hunted when he came back. After a while, he ate it. In the following days, Sun Tian returned to his usual training, meditating daily, running with weights, practicing boxing in the water, and practicing under the waterfall. At the same time, he took time every day to practice the use of Qi. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. On this day, Sun Tian returned to the hut after completing a day of practice, and found that smoke was rising in the hut. Could it be his own reason that the Dragon Ball plot started ahead of time? Sun Tian dragged a nearly 1000 jin fish, which was just caught from the river and prepared to be used for dinner. Sun Tian quickly moved, and after a while, he came to the hut. Chapter 6, Communicate with each other. The expected girl driving crash did not appear, nor did the legendary beautiful girl genius Bulma. This plot seems to be a bit wrong, but I didn't rebirth into the Dragon Ball world, but it's not right. Sun Tian thought of bringing his own spaceship with the Earth, and the old man Sun Wufan who taught him practice, and then thought of his own great ape transformation 6 months ago. Forget it, let's go with the schedule. Sun Tian touched the tail behind his ass. Suddenly, the door of the hut opened, and a long-lost face appeared inside. Although Sun Tian had made great progress after half a year of qi cultivating, he was still just getting started. Some use of qi, his perception of the surroundings haven't learned it yet. Xiao Tian, what's the matter? Look at your surprised expression, do you know there is a happy event? Sun Gohan saw Sun Tian, who had thrown a giant fish aside, feeling blank and touching his tail. Old man, I thought you weren't coming back. It's been 3 years since you left. I thought you were out here. Although I know that it is unlikely that something will happen, after all, apart from the turtle immortal and the crane immortal, I am afraid that no one can leave the old man. However, when he thought that the old man had been away for 2 or 3 years, Sun Tian was a little missed, and at the same time he felt an indescribable feeling. Ha 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 ha, brat, it's still the same, come and come, let me see if your practice has fallen since I have been away. After Sun Yufan said, with a rush, he attacked Sun Tian. Sun Tian is also trying to test the practice of the past few years, although the two have often discussed it before. I saw Sun Tian squatting, raising his hand to block Sun Yufan's offensive. The next moment, he quickly retreated, and distanced himself from Sun Yufan, and both sides were in an offensive and defensive position. Hey, the response is good, and the power is good. Sun Gohan looked at Sun Tian's reaction and felt the power from the opponent's arm. Of course, I haven't left over the years, I do practice every day. Sun Tian replied, after speaking, with a little effort in his hand, an energy ball appeared out of thin air. Throwing hard, I saw the energy ball flying towards Monkey King. Sun Yufan was also taken aback. Unexpectedly, without his own teaching, Sun Tian could already release energy, but he did not stop. He pushed forward with one hand and directly received Sun Tian's energy ball. The boom energy ball exploded directly, but for the Sun Gohan at the top of the Grand Master, there was no harm at all. Sun Tian stared straight. Although he knew the old man was great, he didn't expect to be able to catch his energy ball with just one hand without even breathing. You must know that after half a year of practice, Sun Tian's energy ball is at least 5,000 power. Even if it is the mid-term master, he dare not directly resist. Yes, I didn't expect that, Xiao Tian, you have a preliminary understanding of qi, and you can use simple moves like energy balls. Sun Yufan said. Old man, forget it, whatever it is, you can't even hurt your fur, Sun Tian said helplessly. What do you think? How long have you been practicing? The use of qi is extremely rough. If you hurt you so easily, then my Grand Master will call for nothing. Come here first. After said, they packed up with Sun Tian. Gurulu Sun Tian's stomach rang out of anger. He seemed to be a little hungry after practicing for a day. The two began to pick up the big fish that Sun Tian brought back. After a while, the older and the younger began to eat. Soon half of the fish entered Sun Tian's stomach, but the scions really don't know how the stomach grows. It's long in Baizai Mountain. Otherwise, let alone practice, feeding hungry stomachs is a problem. Soon the two of them wiped out the whole fish. As a practitioner, Sun Yufan's appetite is not as good as Sun Tian, but it is amazing. At least 1/10 of the fish has entered his stomach. After a brief tidying up, the two chatted about the things in recent years. It turns out that in recent years, Sun Yufan has basically been practicing in the world except for the first year at the Cow Demon King's place. He visited not many famous mountains and famous sects, and finally turned to the Gaixianren place. At that time, Sun Tian transformed himself. When he was a giant ape, Sun Yufan also had feelings, and afterwards he also said that the turtle fairy talked about Sun Tian. Oh, by the way, Xiao Tian, this time when the old man went to my junior brother Neo Devil, he booked a marriage for you. After chatting with each other for a long time, Sun Yufan said suddenly. Xiamai, marriage. Sun Tian felt dizzy instinctively. When it came to his previous life, Sun Tian felt that Monkey King had been mistaken by Kikai in his later life. He didn't expect to be reborn in the Dragon Ball world. Old man, what is the marriage? Sun Tian pretended to be stupid. Pretend, kid, I can tell you, this little girl is also a cultivator, and now she is a senior warrior. Although you reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a bit worse than your little monster, it's not bad. And, she is the daughter of my junior brother, so don't bully her in the future. Yes, in the eyes of Sun Wufan, Sun Tian is a little monster. The current Grandmaster, who is not an old man of 60 or 70, is like a grandson. Tian, an 11-year-old master, someone who is stronger than the average late master, what a monster. Old man, marriage is a big deal. Without the orders of my parents, it is hard for me to follow my fate. Sun Tian still doesn't want to have any feelings for a little girl. He doesn't want to be deleted by Kikai like the Monkey King in the plot, so he has to take his parents who don't know where he is. Parents, boy, you have been living with me since you were a child. By the way, I have never seen a human with a long tail. This time I went out to inquire about it, but unfortunately I didn't find anything. Don't look at Sun Wufan, an old man, sometimes to his grandson. Tian is still quite responsible, and he really paid attention to it this time when he came out of the mountain, but even if he wanted to break the sky, he would not think that Sun Tian was a visitor from the sky. But you may also be nurtured by heaven and earth. This kind of thing is not impossible. I just jumped out of a rock to be an old man. So, you have been raised by me since you were a child, and this matter is up to me. I can't object, but I said yes to my younger brother. Sun Gohan saw that this stinky boy wanted to be shameless, so he dared to play his emotional card. Not to mention, even though Sun Tian is always old and short, he still respects Monkey King. He can't help it at first sight, so he nodded and agreed. Besides, how willing is Monkey King and me in the previous plot will change slowly later. That's it, you have to know that Kikai in the early stage is not like that, but also a practitioner. As for why it became like that later, to be honest, there is a gap between the first and second parts. If you really can't say it, it is completely Kiki's fault. Chapter 7, Brother Gohan. The two talked for a while, and suddenly, Monkey King walked back to the house, and after a while he walked out with a round bead in his hand. By the way, when I went out this time, when junior brother Neo Demon King confirmed the relationship between your two parents, my junior brother specially asked me to bring it back, saying that if you are older in the future, you will take this to Flame Mountain. Talking, Sun Wufan threw the beads in his hand to Sun Tian. Sun Tian didn't care about it all day long, thinking it was just an ordinary token, but when he started it, he was very excited. All the previous things made Sun Tian wonder if he was reborn into a fake Dragon Ball world. Although many characters are right, like Monkey King, Tortoise Immortal, Bull Demon King, Scion, and Spaceship, who can say not sure if it is a coincidence, until now, Sun Tian has finally determined. 4 planets, yes, this token is actually a 4-planet. No wonder Sun Tian has not seen the characteristics of this Dragon Ball world in the house before. It turns out that the 4 planets were not in the hands of Sun Wufan at all from the beginning. Gohan got it from the Bull Demon King, and he took it as his confidant. It seems that the Dragon Ball plot of the previous life can only be used as a reference. What will happen in the future is still a question. If this is the case, you have to plan. It's good to say on the Earth that even if Piccolo is released, it's okay. In the later stage, the Scions will come to Earth and it will be troublesome. In addition, the enemies Frieza, cyborgs, and Demon Bu will appear in the future. Behind, Billis, other cosmic powerhouses, to be honest, think about it, just numb the scalp, these are the existences that can destroy the planet at hand. I didn't feel that when I watched anime in the previous life, now I have rebirth and enter the Dragon Ball world. Feeling a little scared, but also a little excited in his heart. Sun Tian felt a little melancholy when he thought of the opponent he might face in the future. In the final analysis, the previous life was just an ordinary person. Even if various characters were substituted when watching anime, it would inevitably be a little lost when I was on the scene. After taking a deep breath, Sun Tian calmed himself down. The years of practice have been perfected. If you come, you will be at ease. Now that you are destined to face it, you must first train your body and bones, but you still have to go first. Now, before you have the strength, hide yourself well. After regaining consciousness, Sun Tiandao, old man, do you know what this is? I thought that Sun Gohan might not know. I don't know. My junior said that he found 2 of these beads. One brought me back for appointment information, and the other was placed in his castle. It's just that this bead is very special. It presents 4 perfect stars, and there is no material to be seen, and the degree of hardness is very high. With the power of my pinnacle master, it can't be damaged by half. Seeing Sun Tian asked, Sun Wufan couldn't help but express some of his opinions. Well, now that it is so, I will store it first. Sun Tian replied, he didn't want to tell the story of Dragon Ball. After all, some secrets are secrets in his heart, even the old man is his own. 11-year-old Sun Tian, although he is still a child, he still has the memory of his previous life. And he can tell what to say and what not to say. However, according to previous life memories, there should be 2 or 3 years before Bulma came to find the Dragon Ball. During this time, he still had to learn more about Qi from the old man. Old man, you see that I have realized anger now, how do I train next? Thinking of this, Sun Tian asked. Xiao Tian, starting tomorrow, in addition to your daily training, I will teach you the Gaixian Liu exercises of my teacher. Sun Wufan Dao, of course, is not that Sun Wufan didn't want to teach it. Firstly, it was useless to pass the Gaixian Liu exercises to him before he realized the Qi. Secondly, he did not get the teacher Gaixianren's permission. Tian also took the time to meet with the master. During the period, he said that he had adopted a child, and his qualifications were very good, and he got the teacher's permission. In fact, at the beginning, Sun Wufan wanted to wait a few years for Sun Tian to comprehend Qi and send it to his teacher to practice, but this time he came back and found that Sun Tian had actually comprehended Qi, although it was still very rough to use. But Xiao Tian, I can be regarded as accepting apprentices on behalf of my teacher. I also told Master Wu Tian about your situation when I went out this time. I originally said that I will send you to teacher Wu Tian in a few years, but now that you have realized your anger, I will directly teach you our Gaixian Liu practice. Accepting apprentices on behalf of the teacher, isn't the old man ready to accept me as a promising disciple himself? Sun Tian felt a little strange. What is the relationship between 2 people like you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, brother, when I think that the old man who has been with him for 10 years has become his own brother? I think too, but when I went out this time, I met Uncle He's old man, but his old man passed down a few outstanding disciples personally. I have to think about the teacher, or else the teacher doesn't a few outstanding disciples. Let me take my old bones to compete with Master Uncle and his senior disciples in their 10s. The Monkey King was speechless, saying that when he went to see the Crane Immortal this time, he was really shocked by the Monkey King. He never expected that Crane Immortal was so old that he would accept disciples. When I saw the young man named Tianjin Fan, I was really shocked. The mid-master stage who was less than 13 years old was not a newcomer like Sun Tian who had the power of the later stage master and just realized his spirit, but the real mid-master stage realm. Although the other disciple only has the cultivation base of a high-level warrior, he is a superpowered person, and the ability to become too great can be sealed for a long time even if the power of the mid-term master. That's it, it looks like Tianjin rice and dumplings are supposed to be Tianjin rice and dumplings. I thought that the turtle and crane factions were at odds. There were still exchanges in private. Think about it, no matter how they both learned from the same person, although they both started their own business. Own genre, but no matter how it counts, it still feels a little like one. Sun Tianxin said. Thinking of this, Sun Tian was relieved, and said readily, Brother Gohan, then I will trouble you. Is no longer called the old man, it is rare to use honorifics. Well, your kid will have to fight with them in the future. After all, brother. I am old, and I can't bully the small with the big. I'm afraid Senior Uncle Crane will be overwhelmed by it. Son Gohan was too eager to think about it, and he agreed quickly. Looked at each other and smiled, seeing that it was not early, they went back to the house to rest. Chapter 8, 2 Years Revision. Early the next morning, Sun Tian got up early, thinking that he would formally practice the Gaixian Liu exercise today. His calm heart couldn't help getting excited. Took a deep breath, calmed down and shouted to the room, Brother Gohan, get up. After a long time, I saw Monkey Gohan walked out of the house and smiled, although you know that you get up early on weekdays, how come today is earlier than usual? Your kid still hasn't been home in these years of cultivation. It is reasonable to say that after many years of practice, Sun Tian is not like that, but when he thinks that he will be officially exposed to the practice of Gaixian Liu, he can't help but feel a little excited. In previous animations, you must know that the Turtle Fairy's method of Turtle Fairy flow can grow up with Monkey King. Although the Earth is not like other races in the universe, it is born with extremely powerful strength, but for practice, it does have its own uniqueness. Under the same combat power, it can be said that the Turtle Immortal can definitely hang and beat Frisia's existence. Because of the weakness of his own blood, it is basically a force that makes a lot of effort. But unlike other naturally powerful races in the universe, it is good to be able to use 56 points very hard. Brother, early, let's start soon. Although I have tried my best to calm my mind, seeing Monkey King come out, he still ups and downs again. Well, then we will start a new practice. Sun Wufan said. Next, Sun Wufan started from the basics of Qi, explained slowly, and explained to Sun Tian step by step. It took nearly half a year, and Sun Tian finally figured out Guixian Liu's exercises. The next step was to refine it slowly and transform it into his own combat power. Basic training such as daily meditation, weight-bearing practice, and underwater training never fails. In addition, Sun Tian will use up his qi almost every day. According to my brother, only when he is on the verge of a situation, he can get better. To control the use of qi, Sun Tian became more and more familiar with the use of qi as he practiced day by day. However, the appetite has also increased. 6 months ago, only 1 cow was enough to fill the stomach. Until now, every time after practicing, there are no 2 or 3 cows, which are totally useless. Endless food, otherwise it is really possible. The sound of fighting continued in the mountains. Monkey King and Sun Tian, only the after-images continued to go back and forth. Every collision is always accompanied by a shaking sound, but the animals in the forest are also used to it and will no longer be like usual just run around. Sun Tian's fighting skills are getting better and better. After 2 years of practice, Gaixian Liu's techniques are getting more and more leisurely. In 2 years, the 13-year-old Sun Tian has grown to 165 centimeters regardless of the childishness between his eyebrows and feathers. I am afraid that he would not think he is a child. After 2 years of practice, Sun Tian finally broke through to the middle of the clan period. Of course, if he only relied on his strength, even Sun Wufan would sigh inferiorly, and let Sun Wufan speak out of perversion. However, since the breakthrough to the midterm, Sun Tian always felt that something was missing. Turtle Qigong Wave. With the last Qigong Wave, the day's practice was basically over, and Sun Tian was lying on the ground feebly. After adjusting his breath for a while, after regaining some strength, Sun Tian slowly walked to the hut with the hunted prey. Tortoise School Qigong, Sun Tian had already learned it as early as a year ago, and now he has become proficient in it, and it can be easily retracted. Brother, I practice, I always feel that something is missing. I have been able to reach the next level for a year since I broke through to the middle level a year ago. After returning to the hut to see Monkey King, Sun Tian treated himself. The feeling is said. Sun Yufan said that he was speechless. At the age of 12, he broke through the middle of the master. If he hadn't brought up Sun Tian from a young age, he would not believe it. This guy is still complaining, as if he was killed. Sun Yufan felt 1,000 heads in his heart. The grass mud horse ran by. But as a senior, Sun Yufan answered Sun Tian's question seriously. Xiao Tian, reading thousands of books, it is better to travel thousands of miles and live in the mountains. Although there are seniors who are telling you about things outside, you still have to go out and see some things in person to get a better understanding. Monkey King replied. Behind closed doors, it's true. It seems that after I came into this world, except for the brother Gohan who adopted him since childhood, he really never went out. Counting the time, I should be quick to leave Bulma's Dragon Ball journey. Come on. Sun Tian thought. Thinking of this, Sun Tian replied, Brother, you mean I'm behind closed doors, I should go out more. You read www.yuyugonshu.com to look at the outside world, and refine my mood with red dust. Red dust refines the mind, the term junior is good. Sun Yufan replied, but he was also thinking whether he should enter the world and practice again. After all, I have stayed in Baizai Mountain for nearly 20 years. So he said, Xiao Tian, we have basically taught you all of the Gaixian Liu techniques. We just need to practice harder. Brother listened to what you said and wanted to go out. This Bayesian also lives. It's been almost 20 years, and it's time to go out and walk around. Xiao Tian, what are you going to do next? Do you want to go out with your brother, or arrange it yourself? Sun Yufan also knew that even though Sun Tian was only 13 years old, he was quite thinking. Mature, you won't be deceived by his stupid appearance. Sun Tian was depressed. Why didn't he say yes to let me go out? Why did the brother go out himself? Replied, senior brother can do it by himself, Xiao Tian will practice sometime later, and then go out by himself. Nonsense, of course I won't go out with you. Otherwise, how to find the Dragon Ball? If you count the days, Bulma should be here during this time. After all, judging by the time, there is about 1 month left before the holiday. Sun Yufan thought so he said, well, my old man has nothing to clean up, and I will prepare for that red dust to train my mind in the morning. Haha, the more you come back to the term junior, the more you feel reasonable. There was no word for a night, and when he got up the next day, Sun Tian found out that Monkey King had left, leaving only 1 letter. Sun Tian typed a letter, and he was speechless. The letter only confessed one thing: remember to go to Flame Mountain to fulfill the marriage with the daughter of the Cow Demon King. People are not old, but they are not good when they meet people. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan, an old man who only believed in seriousness, was just for this matter. After 2 years of cultivation, I thought the old man had forgotten it. Chapter 9, Meet Bauma. With the departure of Sun Yufan, Sun Tian returned to the life alone. In the following days, Sun Tian waited while practicing. According to the memory of his previous life, there is still about 1 month left. The one from Western capital, a genius girl, should be here. The days of practice passed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. One morning, after Sun Tian practiced, he was about to go out to find food. Suddenly, he found that the Dragon Ball in the house gave off a fascinating halo. Never happened. The memories of past lives have emerged. By the way, this should be the appearance of Boomer, and it usually happens only when two dragons are close together. Well, I'm going out and looking for things, or just waiting at home. Sun Tian thought, forget it, let's look for food, depending on the situation, it should not be there for a while. It's enough for one round trip. Some friends come from afar, why? You have to entertain too. I saw Sun Tian shut the door and hurried to the mountain river. He jumped into the river perfectly. After a while, I saw the waves flashing in the river, and a fish of nearly 5 meters was thrown to the shore. Then the sky also came out of the river. I saw Sun Tian breathe out for a while, and the wet clothes that had just come to dry in an instant. This gas is pretty easy to use, but it has to be controlled in place. Sun Tian thought, knowing that when Sun Tian first started training, he often burned his clothes directly with gas. After tidying up for a while, Sun Tian dragged Big Fish to the house. Baizai Mountain usually has no outsiders. One is that ordinary people do not dare to come, there are many large animals in the forest, and the other is that the environmental protection of Dragon Ball World is still good. At this moment, I saw a modern car speeding up on the mountain road. Inside the car was a young girl about 15 years old, with exquisite features and the words Bulma printed on her clothes. She was driving while looking at her hands. Round instrument. It should be nearby, about 500 meters. Bulma said to herself. Suddenly, without paying attention, Bulma never noticed that a young man in front was dragging a big fish nearly 5 meters long, and Bulma had no time to brake. Bulma's car had a direct contact with Sun Tian. In other words, with Sun Tian's current skills, it is impossible to avoid it, but Sun Tian feels that there is no need to hide. You must know that with Sun Tian's midterm cultivation base, the strength of the Grandmaster's peak, let alone a car. Even if a tank is pressed at full speed, it is impossible to cause any damage to it. It's just that, it hurts our classmate Bulma. After the impact, Sun Tian didn't move, but Bulma bounced out 5 meters away with the car, and the body rolled over. It took nearly 1 minute before Bulma emerged from the car window. At first, Bulma thought she was in trouble again, but after a long time, she didn't hear a sound from outside. Bulma took a look, and saw a handsome guy with a height of nearly 165 in front of her smiling at her. Bulma was still a little unsure of what she knew, but the nymphomaniac girl mode was turned on immediately. Hello little handsome guy, my name is Bulma, I am 15 years old this year, I met you for the first time, and I am glad to meet you. The mode did not consider the car accident problem just now, but only saw Bulma with little stars in his eyes. Sun Tian was speechless. Although I knew that Bulma had no immunity to handsome guys, I never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. Shouldn't I pay attention to the situation at the scene? Shouldn't I think about why I was not injured? But Sun Tian replied politely, Hello, Bulma, my name is Sun Tian, I am 13 years old, I am glad to meet you. Bulma only reacted at this time. She was 13 years old, isn't it? How come this handsome boy is 13 years old? Well, as long as you are handsome. Bulma thought. After finally getting out of the car, Bulma thought of the car accident just now, and then asked afterwards, Sun Tian, are you all right? Just accidentally, let me see. Do you think I look like something is going on? If something is going on, it's yourself. The girl is decisively hopeless. It's okay, I have been tempered since I was a child, and my body is much stronger than a boat. Don't worry, you will be okay with Bulma. Sun Tian answered indifferently when he looked at Bulma, whose eyes were staring. It's okay, by the way, Sun Tian, do you live in this mountain alone? Bulma asked. At this time Bulma also recovered. Although the car was a little damaged due to the impact, it was still on the body. Click it and put it in the universal capsule. Sun Tian was also shocked when he saw the car that suddenly disappeared. Although he knew that there was such a black technology in Dragon Ball, he still felt incredible when he saw it with his own eyes. Yes, I have lived here with an old man since I was young. The old man went out some time ago, and now I am alone. By the way, Bauma, what a girl came to do in the mountains, this place is for me, it's nothing, but it's dangerous for you. Although you know Bauma's purpose, it is necessary to see through but not tell. Adventure, it's a holiday, there's nothing wrong with staying at home, just walk around. The genius girl is not screaming for nothing. Although she occasionally commits a nympho, she still knows that some things can't be broken, such as Dragon Ball. Sun Tian looks handsome, but no one knows whether it is good or bad to survive in such a mountain alone. Oh, that's it. Sun Tian didn't say anything, and he was going home with the big fish. Buma looked at Sun Tian and left without saying anything. I have doubts about my beauty in my heart. You must know that there are many suitors of Bauma at school, plus her family background. But Bauma never took it to heart. On the one hand, Bauma's high IQ was destined to look down on the little kids of the same age. This is the reason why she came out on an adventure alone this holiday, otherwise, as Bauma, she waved her arms. I don't know how many suitors will follow. Hey, wait! Bauma listened to the occasional beast calls from all around. No matter how genius he was, she was still a little scared. After all, follow Sun Tian. Sun Tiandao didn't care, he knew that Bauma would follow him, not to mention that the 4-star Dragon Ball was in his hands. Even in the environment here, Bauma could not be able to stay with a little girl. After a while, the two returned to the hut. Sun Tian began to prepare to eat. They chatted with Bulet and Ma without a word, so that Sun Tian also knew a lot about the outside world. Soon the whole fish was cooked by Sun Tian, only then did Bauma realize that Sun Tian actually used the whole fish. Is also a little strange in her heart. Chapter 10, Dragon Ball Legend. Knowing that Bauma can't eat much, Sun Tian selected the best part of the fish, separated it, and sent it to Bauma. Conditions are limited, eat something as you like. Sun Tian said. Well, thank you. Boomer replied. After speaking, Bauma sat aside, Xiju ate slowly. And Sun Tian also started his eating. Although there are outsiders, Sun Tian can't afford his 5 internal organs. I saw Sun Tian constantly splitting the fish with a knife. The wind swept through the clouds, devoured, and kept eating. In a short while, a fish had gone nearly 1/5. At this time, Bauma had just eaten a few bites, looked up at the big fish that had lost nearly 1/5, and then looked at Sun Tian, who was constantly eating. The eyes almost didn't burst out. Is this still a human? It's too good to eat. At first, I didn't think that Sun Tian grilled whole fish had anything to store, but I didn't expect it to be eaten all at once. In Booma's surprised expression, Sun Tian was completely indifferent. He had practiced for many years and would be changed by others' eyes. In less than 10 minutes, a whole fish directly sacrificed Sun Tian's 5 internal organs. Seeing a whole fish bone left on the side, Bauma's 5 senses of intuition were destroyed. Sun Tian, do you usually eat like this? Bulet and Ma said. Yeah, is there any problem? Sun Tian is not embarrassed at all. What's the problem? You come to ask me what's the problem? Can ordinary people eat like you? Looking at Sun Tian's natural way, Bauma was speechless for a while. Rice bucket, big bucket. Boomer cursed. When you grow up, you can't do it. It's normal for a cultivator to eat something. Sun Tian gave a rare explanation. Let's lie. I'm not someone who has never seen a cultivator. Although I can eat very well, one can top 10 people. How can there be a meal like Sun Tian that eats hundreds of people? Bauma thought, but didn't care too much about this. After a rest, Bauma finally thought of the purpose of coming out, thinking that the Dragon Ball radar just showed that the nearest Dragon Ball was nearby. Bauma took out the radar, pressed it a few times, and found out that the positions of the 3 dragon were competing together. No way, the 3rd Dragon Ball is in this guy's hand. Boomer thought. So he took out a Dragon Ball and asked, by the way, Sun Tian, have you seen this kind of bead? I saw a bead with a star inside Baoma's hand. Sun Tian knew that it was the Dragon Ball collected by Baoma, this little girl. Sun Tian took it, and took a look. There are 5 stars inside, 5 planets. What is this? The material is very special. Sun Tian asked knowingly, and then returned to the house to take out his 4 planets. It's really in your hands. It seems that the Dragon Ball radar of this genius is really accurate. Baoma looked at the 4 planets in Sun Tian's hand, staring at the stars, grabbed it, and did not forget to boast. Can you tell me about this? My brother brought this thing back from outside 2 years ago. Although Sun Tian knew it, he still wanted to confirm it. Of course, Sun Tian would not be so stupid to say that it was a token given to him by the bull demon. Sun Tian is not as innocent as the Monkey King in the Dragon Ball of the previous life. If it is the innocent appearance of the Monkey King in the previous life, Baoma must have all kinds of tricks to trick the little Goku. Baoma and Sun Tian came into contact, and of course they also knew this. Then explained, this bead is called Dragon Ball. When I was very young, there was one in my family's collection. I didn't quite understand it at that time. It took me a long time to find out after looking through a lot of information. Sun Tiandao, what's the use? Are you going out this adventure just to find this bead? Baoma continued, according to legend, this kind of bead has magical powers. This one in my hand has 5 stars, called 5 planets, and Sun Tian, this one in your hand has 4 stars, that is, 4 planets. After that, Baoma took out another one, with 2 stars in it. Put the 3 dragon together and see that the 3 dragon resonate with each other, emitting a charming halo. And there are 7 such beads. As long as you gather 7 dragon and use a special spell, you can summon the dragon and realize a wish. It is said that the person who gathered the dragon the last time became the king, but it was a long time. It happened a long time ago. Baoma said. Can any original hope be realized? It's amazing. Sun Tian said. Yes, any wish. But after each wish, the Dragon Ball will be scattered to different corners of the earth. It has been a long time since the last time, no one has gathered again. Baoma replied. How do you find Baoma, in case the Dragon Ball falls in the deep sea, or some dangerous situation? Sun Tiandao. It's all adventure travel, but it can be accurately found by radar. From the radar, although the other 4 dragon are far away, they should not appear in the place you said. You must know that the deep sea can't be detected by my radar. Buletin Ma Deo. Indeed, if it is cut off by a special method, even if the radar cannot find it, it is all luck. However, Sun Tian did not entangle this issue. After all, it is too easy to obtain, and the results of the practice will not be achieved. Sun Tian knows that he can realize any wish, but in fact it is limited. Beyond the limit, the original hope is also it can't be achieved. By the way, Sun Tian, do you want to join and take risks together? You are so strong, I can hire you as a bodyguard. Baoma continued, thinking that although Sun Tian is 2 years younger than himself, his clothes are ordinary, but long it's so handsome, it's in full compliance with Baoma's aesthetic. Yes, it happens that I have stayed in the mountains for more than 10 years. It's time to go out and practice. Sun Tianzhang wanted to keep up with the organization and meet the legendary dragon at that time, but Baoma directly invited him. Welcome to join. Baoma didn't expect Sun Tian to agree so readily, but in a blink of an eye, she was so beautiful and relieved. By the way, do you have anything to prepare? If not, let's set off now. Buletin Ma said, and put away 2 of his own Dragon Balls, and returned the other one to Sun Tian. Udao Baoma put it away in order to confiscate it. Silly, do you really think Baoma was looking for Dragon Ball to fulfill any wish? Given her family background, there is nothing that can't be achieved. Besides, I can't leave a bad impression on Sun Tian, right? Take back the Dragon Ball. Sun Tian didn't say anything, and then took a look at Bulletin Ma Gao. Wait a minute, I will tidy up the house. After Sun Tian finished speaking, he returned to the house and cleaned the house. Then came out carrying a long stick. All right, wait a moment. Boomer said, and after speaking, he took out a box, selected a capsule from it, and threw it into the open. Boom! I saw a brand new two-wheeled motorcycle in the open space. Chapter 11, Plot Unfolding. Sun Tian, get in the car. Bulletin Ma said. Booma thought, Sun Tian has been living in the mountains, he should not be able to drive, so he took the initiative to act as a driver. Sun Tian looked at the small house in front of him, and felt a little bit reluctant when he thought of leaving. After living here for more than 10 years, he still has some feelings. Calmed down, and Sun Tian got in the car naturally, but now Sun Tian is not like the Monkey King in the previous anime, he is still a child with little development. Although Bauma is only 15 years old, she is also nearly 160 centimeters tall, and the girls develop early. Therefore, the car is a bit crowded, but Sun Tiandao is no different. After all, he is still small, although it looks like an adult. But Bauma is a little unnatural. Although he likes handsome guys, he is mature in thought, but it also has the disadvantage of being mature in thought. Drove for about 20 kilometers, and Bauma stopped the car. What's the matter, Bauma? Sun Tian asked. Excuse me, please wait a moment. Don't follow me. Bauma blushed when he thought of getting close to each other in the car. Sun Tian is speechless, he is still a child, and I don't know how Sun Tian thinks he is a child. There are almost 30 people in the past and present lives. After getting off the car, Bauma quickly walked towards the distant woods. Help! Suddenly Booma's cry came from the forest. Sun Tianyi thought, I got it. I forgot that there are many beasts in the mountains and forests. I am not afraid, I am used to it, Bauma this girl. Sun Tian turned around and quickly rushed towards the place where Bauma had just gone. He saw a monster with wings and a length of about 5 meters, a bit like a pterodactyl. One claw was holding Bauma and was about to leave. Sun Tian, save me, quickly. Bauma felt relieved when he saw Sun Tian's arrival. When the monster saw Sun Tian who suddenly appeared, he was shocked. Isn't this the bear kid nearby? You know, Sun Tian grew up in the mountains and cultivated, and monsters within a few hundred kilometers didn't know him. You, is this your friend? I saw the monster asking vaguely. When Sun Tian came out, the monster was already trembling. You must know that this lord is the lord who has everything to eat. If he didn't understand the language and communicate, he would have been arrested for a tooth-making sacrifice a few years ago. Sun Tian was taken aback. What's the situation? Yes, let her go, Sun Tian replied indifferently. Although he usually doesn't eat the surrounding animals, the most wise and capable person is to practice his hands. Are you so scared? When the monster heard it, he quickly put down Bauma and waited tremblingly beside him. He didn't dare to run. Bauma was also taken aback when he saw it. The plot was not right. Shouldn't the monster threaten others or take the Sun Tian directly? How do you feel that this monster is a little scared? Bauma returned to the back of Sun Tian with a dazed expression. That, can I go, please? The monster didn't dare to speak loudly, and asked Sun Tian carefully. Go, let me see you attack humans later, don't blame me for eating you. Sun Tian showed white teeth. The monster was taken aback. This lord was not just talking about it, he quickly thanked him, and after stepping back 10 meters, he spread his wings and flew away. Back on the road, Bauma still felt a little weird. Although she knew that Sun Tian must be strong, she didn't expect to scare the monster like that when she showed up. I really don't know who the monster is. By the way, Sun Tian, what happened to the monster just now? I seem to be afraid of you. Buma curiously asked. Oh, yes, maybe it left some shadow on him a few years ago. Sun Tian didn't pretend to, and simply replied. Shadow, what's the situation? Bauma continued to ask, always feeling that Sun Tian is very mysterious. In the past few years I went to their habitat for spiritual practice. At that time, hundreds of pterosaurs were beaten up by me. If they weren't able to speak and have some wisdom, I'm afraid I would have eaten them all these years. Sun Tian replied. Hundreds? Beating? Are you serious? Monster, really a monster? Bauma thought. The two rested for a while, but after this episode, Bauma became more and more interested in Sun Tian. Then the two continued on their way. Nothing happened in the middle. In the evening, the two reached a clearing and stopped. Seeing that it was getting dark, they were not ready to continue on their way. Sun Tian, shall we rest here tonight? Bulletin Ma said. Okay, just here. Sun Tian replied. I saw Bauma received the vehicle, then took out a capsule from the box and threw it into the open space, only to see a house appearing out of thin air. It's so convenient to have this thing, although you can spend a night in a tree. Sun Tianxin said. Entering the house, it was bright. After a day of tiredness, Bauma went directly to Zaius, while Sun Tian was bored with the TV. This thing, Sun Tian has not touched since his rebirth, and was a little curious. About half an hour later, Bauma walked out in a pajamas and prepared some quick food and coffee at random. The two ate at will, but the amount is really small. Except for early adopters, it is not enough to fill the stomach. Greeted Bauma, and went out hunting alone. Because this place is located in the forest, Sun Tiandao did not go far to avoid danger on Buma's side. After not going too far, he suddenly found a roar from the sky. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked up and saw an old-fashioned car. The plane flies. Of course, Sun Tian would not be the same as the Monkey King in the former anime. He thought it was a big bird and rushed over and ignored him. Based on his rich life experience in Kanglan, Sun Tian quickly found a valley not far away. It was just that when Sun Tian came to the valley, he only heard howling wolves, and did not know what caused the attack of the wolves. I saw Sun Tian jumping slightly, standing on a tree dozens of meters high, looking into the valley not far away. Hundreds of wolves are chasing a dog-headed half-human and a woman. The two keep running. The dog-headed guy keeps using knives to block attacks from the pack of wolves, and the woman in the windbreaker has great skill, of course. They are already smashed, and although they have some strength, they are not at the level of an intermediate, they still can't stand the attack of the wolves. At this time, Sun Tian also remembered. This should be Ash and Xiaowu from the Pilaf trio. Sun Tian laughed and almost forgot about it. It should have also come from looking for Dragon Ball, but it was bad luck and strayed into Wolf Valley. In the previous life plot, it was also Monkey King who accidentally hit and saved these two people. Forget it, save them if you run into it. The two groups in Pilaf seem to be mechanical geniuses, and they should be used later. Sun Tian thought. Immediately, Sun Tian jumped directly into the pack of wolves, blocking Ash and Xiaowu behind him. Sun Tian's sudden appearance made Ash and Xiaowu startled. He saw that he was a human teenager and just wanted to persuade him. It's run. At this moment, I saw Sun Tian punching one, and he easily killed the surrounding wolves. The wolves discovered that the enemy that had crashed into it suddenly came from the instinct of the animal, and unconsciously fled back. Only a few dead wolves and the dull Ashiu Xiaohu duo and Sun Tian standing in front of them were left. Chapter 12, First Encounter with Turtle Fairy. Looking at the dumbfounded two people, Sun Tian didn't say hello, and directly took a few wolves and prepared to leave. Thank you very much for saving us. Xiaowu and Ashiu who reacted quickly thanked Sun Tian. You guys leave quickly, without my breath threat, the pack of wolves will be able to move again. Sun Tian replied, but he didn't expect them to react so quickly. To be honest, I remember that although this trio has always wanted to do bad things, it seems that there is nothing out of the ordinary except to release Piccolo. I don't know if they will release Pic because of their arrival. Forget it, let's do that. For the time being, Sun Tian didn't want to have any intersection with them, anyway, he would meet again soon. After said, Sun Tian quickly disappeared before their eyes. When I returned to the capsule hut, I saw that Bauma was watching TV without interruption. She ate roasted wolf meat outside alone. Returned to the house again, but found embarrassingly that Bauma was asleep. This girl is so bold, she is not afraid of what she would do to her, Sun Tianxin said. But Sun Tian doesn't have any thoughts in this regard. He was an otaku in his previous life, and he has been living in the mountains since he was reborn. So Sun Tian meditated beside the bed and started practicing. Early the next morning, Sun Tian went out early and came back with some prey. When Bauma got up, it was already bright. After the two had breakfast, Bauma put away the capsule house, ready to continue searching for the next Dragon Ball. At this moment, Bauma suddenly felt something pulling his pants. Turning around, it turned out to be a turtle. "Hello, can you help me?" Turtle vomited. Sun Tian was surprised, and after thinking about it, this should be the big turtle next to Gaixianren. As for talking, Sun Tian has become accustomed to it. "Mr. Turtle, how can we help you?" Sun Tian replied politely. "I'm sorry, because I was looking for food, I lost my way with my companions, and seemed to be lost. Could you give me some salt water and add some seaweed if possible?" The turtle did not expect that Sun Tian would be so polite. Is a disciple of Gaixianren, although he has never met, he still has a good impression of this turtle. Sun Tian asked Bauma to prepare salt water and food for the turtles. He learned that the turtles did not know how to return, so he discussed with Bauma to send the turtles back to the sea first, and then continue to search for Dragon Balls. So the two of them changed their lanes temporarily because the turtles were too slow to take the car, so Bauma drove by himself, and Sun Tian ran and followed the turtles directly. I encountered a hapless bear who likes to eat sea turtles, and he was also dealt with by Sun Tian twice. If it weren't for his knowledge, I'm afraid Sun Tian's dinner would have ended. About 34 hours later, the two of them came to the beach. Putting down the turtle, Sun Tian also rarely played in the water. At this time, the turtle was swimming in the sea for a while, and then he was ready to go back. Sun Tian and Bauma waited for him to come back, saying that there was a gift for them. Sun Tian and Bulet and Ma were not in a hurry, so they chatted at the beach and played with the sea. "I don't know what gift Mr. Turtle will give us, Dragon Palace treasure box? Pearls? Gold and silver? Diamonds?" Bauma imagined. About 2 hours later, I saw a coquettish old man standing on top of the turtle on the sea, swimming towards Sun Tian and the others, and he was on the shore in a short while. Sunglasses and flower shirt with turtle shell on his back, stepping on flip-flops, holding a strange wooden stick in hand, I saw the old man jump slightly and came to the two. Soon the turtle also crawled over. Hello, I am the turtle immortal, did you help my turtle?" the old man said. "Hello, old sir, by the way, it's nothing." Sun Tian replied. "It's the little boy in front of you that saves you. If so, I will give you a gift as a thank you." The old man turned and said to the turtle. Turned around and yelled with a stick pointing towards the sky, "Come on! Phoenix!" Bauma surprisedly said, "The phoenix." Sun Tiandao did not react, because he knew that the so-called phoenix had already become a dead bird. Sure enough, after a while, the sky didn't respond. At this time, the turtle said that the phoenix had died of food poisoning a few years ago, making Bauma doubt life for a while. Tortoise Immortal was embarrassed, explained that the phoenix he called just hopes that the bird will not die, it's not really an phoenix. Now that this is the case, then use this thing instead. Then the turtle immortal said. After speaking, Immortal Turtle pointed to the sky and said, "Come on, somersault cloud." There was no accident this time. I saw a group of golden clouds in the sky dragging a long tail to the front of the turtle fairy. "This is somersault cloud, I gave it to you." At this time, the Immortal Turtle said. Sun Tian is also curious, wondering if he can sit on somersault cloud in this life without the simplicity of Monkey King. "This cloud can take you flying in the sky, let me show it to you." After all, the turtle fairy jumped up and stood firmly on the cloud. "Hey, I didn't actually fall off, is there something wrong?" Sun Tianman asked, not saying that only people with pure minds can sit on it. It seems that the anime is deceptive. The plot is not right. After a while, the turtle fairy came back after sitting on the cloud and flying around. Sun Tian asked the question in his heart. Gaixianren looked dazed. "Who said that? You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This cloud has a special operation." Then the turtle fairy called Sun Tian aside and told him how to operate it. Sun Tian is speechless. "Let me just say, Monkey King in the late Dragon Ball can't be pure-hearted, how could he still sit on somersault cloud? That's how it is." Then Sun Tian manipulated his mouth and drove it. At first he was not used to it. Although Sun Tian may be able to jump tens of meters in height, it is the first time to fly in the sky at will. Guizian Liu did not have a flying technique. Although Sun Tianping practiced according to the memory of his previous life, he still did not find a way to directly control his body to fly with qi. After flying for a while, Sun Tian directly pressed the cloud head and returned to the ground. Tortoise Immortal can also tell. Although this kid is small, he seems to be a cultivator. How can ordinary people control the magic of the somersault cloud so quickly? How can they have no fear of the sky at all? But he didn't fight with Sun Tian, so naturally he didn't know Sun Tian's way. Sun Tian thanked the old man. "This gift is quite good, but it is not good for spiritual practice. It is not good to rely too much on it." Sun Tian was transparent in his heart. "Sun Tian, this name is so familiar." Hearing Sun Tian's self-reported name, Guizianren didn't think much about it, but felt that the name was familiar. "The young man has a good mentality, keep it up." Gaixianren replied, thinking that it is rare to have this state of mind. However, Gaixianren became accustomed to being idle, and had no desire to compete for strength, and no desire to accept disciples. "If I let Immortal Turtle know that this young man in front of him is Sun Gohan and the Sun Tian he mentioned, I don't know what to think." Of course, Immortal Turtle didn't think about it. After all, Sun Wufan and the Sun Tian he mentioned was about 13 years old. It is impossible to have such a tall one. I blame Sun Tian for not looking like a 13-year-old kid anymore. Chapter 13, Different Development. Saying goodbye to the Immortal Turtle, Sun Tian and Bulletin Ma once again embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. "Sun Tian, what do you think this is?" After an unknown period of time, Buma took out a bead and asked Sun Tian. "Dragon Ball, isn't our purpose to find Dragon Ball?" Sun Tian was speechless. "Look carefully. 123 A3 planet, new Dragon Ball, when did you cheat from the Turtle Fairy?" Sun Tianjing said. As for the Turtle Fairy, there are Dragon Balls, Sun Tian knows, but he accepted other people's somersaults and went to ask for the Dragon Balls. It was a bit unreasonable. I thought I had to wait for the 6 to find the dragon and then borrow them from the Turtle Fairy. I thought that Bauma was coming directly. You know. This time it's Bauma's turn to be surprised. Of course I know. As soon as Immortal Turtle came ashore, I found it hung around his neck, but someone else gave me a gift, so I didn't mention it. I didn't expect it to be given to you later. He didn't have any special requirements for you. Right. Sun Tiandeo. Special request, no, after you go to try somersault cloud, I will talk to Immortal Turtle about our purpose and Dragon Ball. After showing him, he will give it to me directly, Bulma said strangely. Nima, this plot has no roots at all. Did I come to a fake Dragon Ball world? Isn't the turtle immortal an old man? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Sun Tian felt that 1,000 grass mud horses rushed past his heart, ruthlessly crushing his unchanging heart with the Taishan collapse in front of him. Think about it, too, how can an old man become a martial arts myth on Earth? The plot of the previous life is really just to cater to the audience. According to the radar's prompts, the two of them drove for about 2 or 3 days and came to a small town. According to the radar, the next Dragon Ball should be in the small town. After putting the car into the capsule, the two slowly walked into the town, only to make strange things. The door was closed everywhere in the town. Sun Tian and Bulletin Ma finally found someone's house. After inquiring, they found out. There is a monster called Oolong nearby, who always comes to the town to grab girls. According to the memory of the past life, it should be the pig that can only transform. Sun Tian showed his strength a little bit, and then promised to help the people in the town solve this problem. Is basically a piece of cake for the current Sun Tian, and he easily caught the pig back, so that the arrogant and extravagant women returned to the town speechlessly. Finally got the 5th Dragon Ball 6 planet as willing to pay. After bidding farewell to the villagers, several people continued on the journey of searching for Dragon Ball. However, in order to fear that the Oolong pig will stay in the town and continue to spoil him, the number of companions has also changed from 2 people to 2 people and 1 pig. Several people chatted all the way, slowly driving to the next destination. Quickly drove into a desert, and saw strange rocks in groups around him, and occasionally some plants appeared. Oolong was forced to become a full-time driver, and Sun Tian and Bulma didn't know what to talk about behind. After seeing Sun Tian's skills, Oolong never even thought of running away, but few people knew that they had been spotted by a thief not far away. Master Leaping, business is here. I saw a cute little animal talking. What? No one has been here for a long time, replied an 18-year-old boy. I saw the boy leaping on a rock and looking ahead with a telescope. 1 person, 1 pig, and 1 woman, depending on the style of the car, it should be a rich person who can't get good things. After all, he took out a bazooka and aimed at the driving car of Sun Tian and his party. Boom only heard a loud noise, and Sun Tian and their car were blown over. Fortunately, none of the 3 were injured. It should be a pig. How could Sun Tian be injured? But Sun Tian is also getting angry. You said you were talking about it, and suddenly the car was bombed. It's personally unbearable. I only saw Sun Tian Xiao strut out the car. Who, come out for me? Sun Tian yelled, and saw the surrounding rocks vibrate. It can be seen that Sun Tian was a little angry. He didn't care about it. You should know that Bauma and the others are just ordinary people, and they are fine now. After a while, Bauma and Oolong also climbed out of the car. Although they were fine, the car was damaged and completely unusable. What's the matter, what happened? The 2 said. Someone attacked us with a rocket launcher. Fortunately, the other party didn't want our life. Sun Tian replied, looking at the person and pet in front of him. Leaping is also a master. Although he hasn't comprehended his energy yet, when he was yelled at by Sun Tian, he actually gave birth to a sense of insignificance. However, although he is young, he has been accustomed to this field, and it does not seem to have lost the battle. I'm Leaping the thief, who are you, kid? Leaping replied, bringing his pet Pu Yalu to a place not far from Sun Tian. And Oolong heard that he was a robber Leaping, he immediately wanted to escape. Although he knew that Sun Tian was also very strong, Sun Tian's reputation outside was not obvious, and Leaping was a famous robber in this area. As for Bauma, read www.uuganshu. Although Leaping is also handsome, but because this guy is the original culprit of attacking them, he has not committed an info. After all, Compared to Cheng Sun Tian, Leaping's appearance is still a little worse, plus Sun Xing's successful cultivation temperament. By comparison, naturally he has no good impressions of Leaping. I don't know if it's the butterfly effect. Leaping here doesn't suffer from dizziness when facing women. Seeing this guy exploded his car and was still so arrogant, Sun Tian decided to teach him a lesson. You must know that in the memory of previous lives, this guy couldn't even beat the Monkey King who hadn't practiced much, and he dared to pretend to be in front of him. A robber is still so arrogant, I think you are looking for death. Sun Tian replied faintly, and after a rush, he came directly to Li Ping and raised his hand with a punch. So fast! As soon as Li Ping reacted, his fist hit his face straight, and he was rushed 7 or 8 meters away. Master Leaping, what's the matter with you? Pu Yalu, who was next to him, saw that his usually majestic master was punched and hurriedly said. It's okay, the kid unexpectedly attacked. The first sentence was to answer Pu Yalu, and the second sentence was to question Sun Tian. Although this punch seems mighty, but Sun Tian's strength is useless, and against Leaping, who is already a senior warrior, it is just a skin injury. Sneak attack. Although Li Ping said so, he was serious in his heart. After all, he was prepared from the beginning. The previous roar of Sun Tian had already let Li Ping know that he had a hard idea. Once Sun Tian decided to take action, he didn't have much words, and when Li Ping replied, he quickly approached. I saw Sun Tian swept across, and Li Ping, who had not had time to stand up, flew 10 meters across again. Boom directly broke a stone pillar not far away. Chapter 14, Meet the Old Man. Pu Yalu fainted directly, and Oolong, who was about to escape, stopped. Although Buma knew that Sun Tian was great, it was the first time he really saw him take action. It took about 20 seconds before Leaping crawled out of the pile of rocks. Since his debut, this is the first time he has received such a heavy blow. Not only physically, but more spiritually. The opposite Sun Tian seemed to be 145 years old. He didn't expect to fight back without even having a chance to fight back, so he was caught by 2 tricks. Sun Tian attacked twice in a row, and his anger was almost out. I'm not ready to make another move. Your name is Leaping, right? How do you deal with this matter? Sun Tiandao, no way, the car was destroyed, although he can ride a somersault cloud, but Bauma and Oolong can't, the somersault cloud is bigger. Cough cough cough. Leaping obviously suffered a serious internal injury in the battle just now, and there is still a little bloodshot at the corner of his mouth. But the weak and the strong, the other party has obviously been merciful, and it is true that he has the fault first. Little brother, I'm wrong this time. Li Ping was also helpless, who can let his fists beat him? Fortunately, Sun Tian knew that Leaping was only for money, otherwise the rocket would not just blow up the car, but would destroy it. In that case, Sun Tian might only be able to protect Bauma, who was beside him at the time. And Oolong may have to say goodbye in advance. There should be too many cars in your place. If we damage our car, pay us 1. Besides, don't be a robber here. With your skill, I can't stop even 10% of my power. Sun Tian said, the most urgent thing is to find Dragon Ball. As for killing Leaping, Sun Tian didn't have this idea at first. Leaping heard it, but there was no response. I just grabbed a new car a few days ago. I haven't used it yet, so I just threw it to Sun Tian. Can you ask how old you are this year? Li Ping thought for a while, but didn't hold it back. 13 years old. By the way, my name is Sun Tian, if you don't agree, you can come to me at any time. Sun Tian is not full. There is nothing to hide. Pu Yalu, let's go. Li Ping gave the capsule to Sun Tianho and left without knowing whether he was going to continue to be a robber or was stimulated by Sun Tian. He was ready to practice. After the Leaping incident, Sun Tian and his party were on the road again. For some reason, the closer the next Dragon Ball got, the hotter it got. Fortunately, there is no shortage of food resources in the new car, otherwise except Sun Tian, Buma and Oolong can't stand it. As for Sun Tian, with his practice, not to mention the heat and cold, at least this area of heat has no effect on him. After a few more days, a few people finally came near the next Dragon Ball, and Bauma took out the Dragon Ball radar and took a look. Sun Tian, from the radar display, the next Dragon Ball should be on the opposite mountain. Buletin Ma said. Really, let's go over, Oolong, drive fast, adults talk, pets are not allowed to listen. Poor Oolong, follow all the way, until now I don't know what Bauma and the others will do this way. Soon a group of people came to the foot of the mountain, and the foot of the mountain was full of villagers. After inquiring, I realized that this is the Flame Mountain. Flaming Mountain, senior brother New Devil. Sun Tian was startled. No wonder his heart was getting hotter and hotter, he had reached the Flaming Mountain of New Devil unconsciously. And Oolong sounded like Flame Mountain, and I remembered the legend that has been circulating for a long time, and I was so scared that I wanted to run away again. According to legend, there lived a demon monarch in Flame Mountain. The treasure that the monarch looted was placed in the castle of Flame Mountain. Anyone who approached would be killed by the demon, and the monarch was the Bull Demon King. Let's go, or we will be killed. Although Oolong wanted to escape, he told the other two about this legend. But the rumors must be rumors. Looking at the villagers around, Sun Tian knew that the rumors must be wrong. If the Bull Demon King was really cruel, the villagers at the foot of the mountain would not be so relaxed. And the next Dragon Ball showed from the radar, it was halfway up the mountain. If you want to get the Dragon Ball, you have to go up. After inquiring about the way up the mountain, the group drove up the mountain. Soon, a magnificent castle appeared in front of several people. Some guards also appeared along the way. Stop, private territory, no entry. At this time, I saw a guard patrolling Sun Tian and their car. The Oolong driving the car stopped immediately when he saw someone blocking him. Thank you to tell me that Sun Tian is visiting. Sun Tian opened the car window and said to the guard. After saying that, give the 4 planets on your body to the guards and give them to the castle owner, that's it. The guards didn't seem to have rushed in. After receiving the Dragon Ball, they asked them to wait here for a while, and hurried back to the castle to report. Sun Tian, how did you give the Dragon Ball to someone else? Buma curiously asked, knowing that their purpose is to collect the Dragon Ball, so that I can see if the legend of the Dragon Ball is true. Sun Tian is good, and he directly gave his Dragon Ball to someone else. Ah, this Dragon Ball was originally given to me by the castle owner. Sun Tian replied. Didn't you always live in the mountains? What's the matter? I have always lived in the mountains. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, but the brother who adopted me is not. This Dragon Ball was brought back by my brother a few years ago, and the original owner is the owner of this castle. Okay, that's the case. Oolong heard how Sun Tian is so good, knowing that the demon lord here is so calm. It turns out there is this relationship. But I am curious about what they said about Dragon Ball. About 78 minutes later, I saw a big man nearly 3 meters high and a 112-year-old little loli came quickly, surrounded by a dozen people. Where is Brother Gohan's grandson? Let me see. Long far away, Sun Tian and his entourage heard a full of breath coming from the big man. Sun Tian is speechless, the feeling that the old man Sun Wufan introduced himself outside. See what the bull demon said, Gohan's grandson? Actually, this is no wonder Sun Gohan. Although Sun Tian has always been called before and after the old man, he has grown up with Gohan since he was a child, and he has always regarded Sun Tian as a grandson in his heart. Until the last time I went back, my grandson's status was officially promoted to the status of junior brother, but these Bull Demon Kings didn't know it. Soon a group of people came to Sun Tian and the others. The bull demon naturally skipped Oolong and Buma and looked at Sun Tian. Why are you? This pig is obviously impossible to be Gohan's grandson. Although the girl is beautiful, it is even more unlikely that it is. Your kid is Sun Tian, right? Brother Gohan said that you are good, and that's right. The bull demon king looked at his son-in-law's eyes, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. It is necessary to make Bauma feel handsome. People, can you be dissatisfied? Hello, Brother Niu, I'm sorry to meet you for the first time. Sun Tian was a bit numb when he was seen, but he still had to face it. This time he went down the mountain and came to see the Bull Demon King as one of his goals. Chapter 15 Kikai joins. Brother Niu. When the Bull Demon King heard, how did this kid call him Senior Brother Niu? Did Senior Brother Gofan let this boy worship Master Wushan? It's not impossible. Last time Senior Brother Gohan said that this kid is very talented. She had almost reached the threshold of the Grand Master. Furthermore, I heard Gohan mention that Uncle Crane seemed to have accepted a few good closed disciples. By the way, it should be like this, otherwise the next time the world's #1 martial arts club, I can't let myself let's compare with Brother Gohan and Master Crane's closed disciple. Boy, have you come to Teacher Wu Tian? Thinking of this, the Bull Demon asked. No, it was Brother Gohan who accepted his apprentices on behalf of his teacher. I saw Teacher Wu Tian a few days ago. Sun Tian replied. Oh, Teacher Wu Tian is okay, I haven't been to his old man's house for a long time. Fortunately, by coincidence, I happened to save a turtle of Teacher Wu Tian, and sent Mr. Turtle back to the beach by the way, and met him, but his old man didn't know that I was Sun Tian. I gave it to me as a gift. Sun Tian also found it funny when he said that, I don't know what will happen to Teacher Wu Tian next time. Oh, somersault cloud, that's a good thing. At the beginning, Brother Gohan and I wanted to borrow to play, but the teacher refused. It seems that the teacher has a good impression of you. Don't stand stupid, come with me and show you around. Take a look at my castle. By the way, this is my daughter, Kiki, the kid hasn't introduced your friends yet. Hello, I am Oolong. Hello, this is Bauma, I am glad to meet you. Hello everyone, I'm Kikai, Sun Tian's fiancé. This is when Xiao Lori blushed and looked at Sun Tian. What, fiancé? Oolong and Bauma directly stared. But the bull devil quietly compared the thumb to Kiki. Good job, you asked me what you just called, Brother Niu, The group of people quickly entered the castle, and the Bull Demon King ordered his servants to make a banquet. After the banquet, the Bull Devil took a few people to visit the castle. Come and come, Sun Tian, accompany me with a few tricks, let me see how much you and Senior Brother Gohan have learned. Kikai took Bauma and Oolong to visit elsewhere, while the Bull Demon took Sun Tian. The other side of the mountain. The brother must let me. Please advise. After saying that, Sun Tian suddenly turned into an afterimage, and went straight to the face of the Bull Demon King. And the Bull Demon King retreated slightly, and just got away from Sun Tian's straight fist. At the same time, he squatted straight to Sun Tian and attacked his belly. But Sun Tian turned his fist into a palm, quickly returned to defense, squatted down, and caught the bull's fists head-on. The two sides directly changed from a move to a wrestling. Suddenly, Sun Tian turned sideways, and saw that the bull demon was unstable, and went straight into the open space. But Sun Tian turned around and kicked the bull demon directly 10 meters away. Awesome, it seems that I have to work harder, good kid. The Bull Demon King stood up and quickly bullied himself up. You come and I go between the two sides, only to see the afterimages continue, and the sound of crashing in the mountains constantly. However, both sides only used the power of the physical body, and did not use the venting bullet to attack. Apart from the last fight against Gohan, the Bull Demon King hasn't felt this kind of blood for a long time in the past few years. The same is true for Sun Tian. In the memory of his previous life, the bull demon didn't seem to be so strong. Judging from the fight just now, I'm afraid the bull demon is no worse than Tianjin during the Second World Budokai. But it's no wonder that the previous life was based on Monkey King, and there are not many descriptions of the bull demon king, but he can be accepted as a disciple by Immortal Turtle, and he doesn't have any ability. The battle continued, Sun Tian's temptation from the beginning, 30%, 50%, 80%, but the bull demon king can easily take it. It made Sun Tian feel that the animations in the previous life were all deceiving, and it seems that it is also the story of the castle being burned in the past for the plot needs, and the turtle fairy showing muscles. In reality, it seems that there is no such thing. Boy Sun Tian, yes, I can still have fish with ease until now. Use your best, why are you afraid of hurting me? Cow Demon King said, after so many years, few people can fight with him. This level. Okay, brother, be careful. After that, Sun Tian was finally ready to use his full strength, and saw Sun Tianmeng stepping back, and distanced himself from the bull demon king, slowly making a gesture of turtle-style qigong with both hands. The qi of the whole body continuously gathers into the hands, forming a compressed energy body. Oh, tortoise-style qigong, yes, it seems that I have to be more careful. I saw the same thing as the bull demon king, with his hands slightly closed, making a gesture of tortoise-style qigong. Turtle qigong, ha! Turtle qigong, ha! The two uttered almost at the same time, only a harsh sound was heard in the air. Two qigong waves collided in the air and held each other. Both of them kept outputting qi, so as to bully the other side. Sun Tian has exhausted his best. But the bull demon king was much better. Seeing that he couldn't help but stubbornly, the bull demon roared and saw the harmonious qigong slowly pushed to the sky. Rumble, a loud noise came from the sky. Sun Tian fell directly to the ground tired. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and the bull devil barely stood. The two looked at each other and smiled. Not bad, so young you have the power of the pinnacle of Grand Master. Old senior brother joked, I lost this time. Sun Tian smiled bitterly. He knew his family affairs from his family. If he hadn't had the blood of science, he would be able to reach the top of the master's late-stage combat power at best. But this bull demon king is really not so strong. Although he is not as good as Brother Gohan, he is still a good master on earth. The two rested for a while, and looked at the broken trees and the chaos around them. It seemed that it might take a while to recover. When I returned to the castle again, it was already very late. Took a rest for one night, and early the next morning, Sun Tian and his party prepared to bid farewell to the Bull Demon King and continue their Dragon Ball adventure. Of course also took away the 7 planets in the hands of the Bull Demon. Along the way, there is another little Lolita. No way. According to the Cow Devil, Kikai is no longer on it. It's time to go out and meet the world. Actually, this is a little bit of careful thinking of the Cow Devil. Let Kikai and Sun Tianxian cultivate feelings. Sun Tian is not good at rejecting it. Kiki, this little loli, is not like the previous story. She is a little weird, and occasionally teases Oolong, and she can talk to Bauma. However, he always regards himself as Sun Tian's fiancé, which makes Sun Tian a little bit dumbfounded. After chatting, they also knew the purpose of the trip, but the Oolong guy actually dreamed of using the girl's underwear to make a wish with the dragon, and was almost thrown out of the car by Kiki and Bauma. But because of the existence of Sun Tian, after being warned by Sun Tian not to make a wish indiscriminately, he also settled down. So far, their party has collected 6 Dragon Balls. As long as they find the last planet, they can verify whether the legend is true. Chapter 16, Pilaf's Wish. Looking at the radar in his hand, it is nearly 1,000 kilometers away from the location of the last Dragon Ball, and I don't know what will happen along the way. In a desert, I saw weird boulders everywhere, and in the depths of the desert, there stood a weird fortress. Inside the fortress are all old electronic devices. In one hall, only a child who is less than 1 meter in length is eating. He looks a little weird, but has a mature noodle. The dress is also peculiar. The 2 words fried rice are written on the front of the clothes. And in front of him, a kobold and a woman are reporting something. If Sun Tian is here, he will know that these are the Ashiu and Xiaowu who have a relationship with him. Lord Pilaf, according to our radar, the other 6 dragon have been collected, and they are coming towards us. Oh, then, besides us, there are others who are collecting Dragon Balls, but how do they know that the last Dragon Ball is in our hands? Do they also have geniuses in this area that can create a radar that detects Dragon Ball's unique fluctuations? Pilaf replied. Yes, the last Planet 1 is in the hands of Pilaf. At that time, the trio was in a grotto and accidentally discovered Planet 1, and there was also a very old manuscript. After deciphering, they found out that there is such a magical baby in the world. According to the manuscript, someone collected 7 dragon a long time ago and became a king by making a wish. However, after making the wish, the dragon scattered all around, leaving only 1 planet turned into stone, but this person obviously didn't want to let it. Others knew about this, and they kept everyone they knew at the time secretly, but because the grotto master knew about it, before the king had discovered it, he took the dragon ball that turned into stone and escaped. However, after being chased by the king several times, he finally fell into a grotto and barely escaped his life, but he soon died due to his serious injuries. Before he died, he recorded the legend of Dragon Ball. After getting 1 planet, the Pilaf trio has been searching for the whereabouts of other Dragon Balls, but due to insufficient strength, they have never got a second one. However, these 3 people are also very good. With some broken copper and iron, they just built a radar that can chase and catch the movement of the Dragon Ball. They are convinced that the legend is true. However, due to limited conditions and limited technology, they can only roughly know a range of Dragon Ball. Unlike Bauma, can make a small and accurate Dragon Ball radar that can be carried around. Although they captured the location of the Dragon Ball several times, they were all preempted by Sun Tian and his party. When they returned to the castle, they found that the Dragon Ball fluctuation had disappeared. Axiu Xiaohu, you guys set out now, be sure to take the Dragon Ball for me. Pilaf ordered. Yes, King. The 2 immediately turned around to execute the order. If it weren't for the good equipment, how could this genius's idea have not been completed yet? Pilaf exclaimed. Pilavji thought, what wishes, money, power, food should be made after the magical dragon is called? It seems neither. After a few days of driving, a group of 4 finally arrived at the desert where the Pilaf fortress is located. Tick, tick. Bauma kept using the Dragon Ball radar to zoom in and find the location of the last Dragon Ball. It should be in this desert, 25 kilometers away from us. Buletin Ma Deo. Long live Kikai and Oolong cheered. After these days, they were also a little tired. When they heard that they were about to find the last Dragon Ball, they all cried in excitement. Seeing the night fall, a few people took the car capsule, and then took out the house capsule, ready to rest for the night, and rush over tomorrow. The night is charming in the desert, but it is also full of crisis. After Sun Tian had dinner, they rested early. However, what they didn't know was that a few kilometers away, Ash and Xiaowu were watching their every move with a long distance. When they saw Sun Tian, the 2 of them were really startled. The memory of not long ago emerged. At the critical moment of their lives, why the little boy who appeared suddenly was here. You know, the little boy directly attacked the wolf with his momentum. The group of characters fleeing in fright, and judging from his shots at the time, his strength was obviously terrifying. But thinking of King Pilaf's order, the 2 of them slowly approached Bauma's cabin, rubbing against the moonlight. However, just as they were about to open the door of the cottage, they found that someone had slapped something on the back of the shoulder. When I turned around, I was shocked and sweaty. 2. Meet again. Sun Tian said with a smile. Hello, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Respected strong man. Resist the fear, Xiao Wu replied. Sun Tian turned around and walked outside, followed by Ash and Xiao Wu. Let's talk about it, what are you doing here? Sun Tianzai smiled. This, that. The two squeak, don't know how to answer. At this time, Sun Tian took out 4 planets and threw them in his hands. Come and steal this. I'm sorry, my lord, we didn't know that Dragon Ball was in your hand, otherwise I would not dare to lend me 100 courage, please let us go. When they were found out, these 2 people were bachelor. Mainly, the recent experience really shocked them. Well, the last Dragon Ball is in your hands. Go back and rely on Piraf. We will get it tomorrow. We will tell him that he does not need dragon for his wish. Then I will help him complete it. Don't be free. After that, Sun Tian turned around and went to rest, leaving behind the dull duo, at a loss. The 2 were not in a hurry to come back. They knew that they couldn't explain clearly to Pilaf if they went back like this. Had to wait outside the house all night. On the second day, when I got up early in the morning, Bauma found that there were 2 more people outside the house, and was shocked. Who are you and why are you staying outside our house? Boomer said. We are the subordinate of King Pilaf, I am Xiao Wu, my partner Ash. Excuse me. Xiao Wu just wanted to ask Sun Tian if he had awakened, but suddenly realized that he still doesn't know Sun Tian's name. Why haven't you returned yet? Didn't you let you go back and wait first? This is Sun Tian coming out. My lord, we don't know how to talk to King Pilaf when we go back. After thinking about it, we should wait for you and go back with you. Xiao Wu embarrassed. Let's go. After Sun Tian said, the group drove to Pilaf's fortress. Chapter 17, Summon Shen Long. The group soon arrived at Pilaf's fortress, and Ash and Xiao Wu hurried in to report. Lord Pilaf, we brought back the guy who owns Dragon Ball, just outside the castle. The 2 reported back. Brought it back, I didn't disappoint this time, where, hurry up. Pilaf thought he brought the Dragon Ball back directly, although the Dragon Ball did come together. Yes, but we are not their opponents, and they say there is a way to realize the king's wish, and hope that the king can exchange the dragon on his hand for them. Feeling that the king did not understand what they meant, Xiao Wu explained. What, I didn't get the Dragon Ball back, and I still want the Dragon Ball in my hand. Pilaf felt a bit angry when he heard it, but considering that the 2 generals were not opponents, even adding him was useless. By the way, you said they are outside and they can help fulfill my wish. Pilaf suddenly thought. Yes, my lord, that's what the lord said. Well, let's go out and have a look. The 3 quickly got out of the defense, and they saw Sun Tian and the 4. Pilaf is dizzy, and the strong ones in the feelings of these 2 people are these children. Axio, Xiao Wu, the strong ones you are talking about are these little ghosts in front of you. Pilaf angered. The king calms down his anger, the big king calms down his anger, they are really strong, they are him. The 2 hurriedly persuaded him, they both knew that Sun Tian was great. Sun Tian may also know that at his own age, it is difficult to convince Pilaf, and also thinks that these 3 people may be needed in the future, and feel that it is necessary to shock the 3, so that they can work for themselves in the future. I saw Sun Tian holding one hand slightly, and an energy bomb appeared directly in his hand, and in the eyes of a few people, he threw it at a stone mountain next to him. Boom rumble! There was a loud noise, and huge smoke and dust rose directly from the stone mountain, and the fortress behind it was also constantly shaking. A few minutes later, I saw that the stone mountain that was attacked had completely disappeared, leaving a deep hole tens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long in place. My lord, this is the Dragon Ball you want, please accept it. Pilaf's face was reddened. It was terrible. Is this still a human? And Buma and the others were also dumbfounded. Although they had always known that Sun Tian was very strong before, this magical power was beyond their understanding. Sun Tian, what did you do just now? Bauma asked. No loss is my future husband, really amazing. Kikai looked at Sun Tian's strength as if it were her own strength. She worshipped, and she was surprised to see if she was the daughter of the Bull Demon King. This scene is not unseen. I just didn't expect that Sun Tian is already so strong so young. It seems that after this experience, I have to let my father train himself well. Although the three of Ashiu and Xiao Oolong knew that Sun Tian was very strong, they did not expect to refresh their knowledge time and time again. Took the Dragon Ball from Pilaf, handed it over to Bauma, and then asked, by the way, Pilaf, what is your purpose of looking for the Dragon Ball? Tell me what you wish. No, this Dragon Ball is a small gift for an adult, so I don't dare to ask for it. Pilaf was a bachelor. After seeing Sun Tian's greatness, how could he dare to have any opinions? Well, this is the daughter of the Wanange Capsule Group. I want to recommend you to go to them for research work. Are you not willing? Sun Tiandao. What? Let's go to the Magnum Capsule to do research work, is it really okay? Pilaf was surprised, knowing that even if Pilaf gathers the Dragon Balls, they don't know what they want, but there is one thing. A genius in mechanics, if he can go to the Universal Capsule to do things, he will definitely be able to display many of his genius ideas. A word from Sun Tian completely made Pilaf put down his unwillingness. By the way, Bauma, it's okay, these three can be highly accomplished in mechanical research are happy, you should be able to talk. Sun Tian turned to Bauma. Ah, mechanical genius. Bauma was still surprised by Sun Tian's strength, and suddenly heard that there was a genius in his own field, and immediately became interested. After some simple conversations, the Pilaf trio completely abandoned the fight for Dragon Ball, and chatted with Bauma about academic-related issues. After nearly a month's journey, Sun Tian and his party finally collected the Dragon Balls. The next step is to summon the dragon and verify the legend. By the way, Bauma, do you have any wishes that need to be fulfilled? Sun Tian asked suddenly. As for Kikai and Oolong directly bypass, is there no human rights? Ah, wish, what wish do I want? Countless wealth, as if my family is already rich in the country. Unfinished cakes, no good, too low level. A handsome boyfriend? Like a kid like Sun Tian not bad, but unfortunately there is already a fiancé. Forget it, what am I thinking? I don't like this cold guy. Bauma thought. I don't seem to have any special wishes. Sun Tian should give you the opportunity to make a wish. The search for Dragon Ball is actually to take risks and verify the legend. You read www.yuyugonshu.com to see if it is true. Replied. Well, when I think about what I have special needs, I will call Shenlong later and let me think about it again. Sun Tiandao. Buma handed all the Dragon Balls to Sun Tian, and then went to discuss their academic issues with the three of Pilaf. It seems that there are common topics that are different. If I can really summon the dragon, what hope should I promise? Super techniques? The general techniques seem to be useless for me. Teleportation? I only have the opportunity to go to the Sub-Adeltra in the future. Immortal? But what's the use of being sealed for immortality? Cell regeneration? The lack of strength is just a matter of dying sooner or later. Tangled. Sun Tian considered many wishes, but for a while, he really didn't know which one to choose. Hey, by the way, ask Shenlong to see if you can return to the original world. If not, then promise the ability to survive in the universe. In the future, when you encounter powerful enemies, you will inevitably use it. Early get ready. Sun Tian thought. So let Bauma and the others come out together, walk to the clearing, and put the 7 dragon together. I saw the dragon resonate with each other, emitting a charming halo, very beautiful. Come out, Shen Long. Come out and help me realize my wish. Sun Tian said a spell. I saw 7 dragons suddenly emitting a dazzling light, circling and interweaving. A mini dragon rose slowly from a young age, and then became bigger and bigger. The original clear sky suddenly dimmed, and after a while, one appeared in the sky. 1,000 meters behemoth, horns like deer, head like ox, eyes like shrimp, mouth like donkey, belly like snake, scales like fish, feet like phoenix, whiskers like humans, ears like elephants. It is exactly the Chinese people in the past. Everyone knows the image, the dragon, the Chinese dragon. Chapter 18, Different Kind of Dragon. Failed to download Chapter Body. Sheet 19, The Primordial Ape Demon. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 20, Return to Baizai Mountain. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 21, Hotel Without Money. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 22, No Difficulty. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 23, Top 32 List. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 24, Advance to the Semi-Finals. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 25, Compete. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 26, Clin loses. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 27, Showdown with Turtle Fairy. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 28, Drop the Curtain. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 29, Into the Demon World. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 30, Devil Azura. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 31, Devildom. So fast. Come on, boy from humans, don't let me down. I saw Ashura sitting cross-legged, half floating in the air, looking at Sun Tian. Okay, I'm ready. After speaking, Sun Tian disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already less than 1 meter away from Ashura. The same punch was thrown out. Ashura shouted loudly, raised his right hand, just to block Sun Tian's offensive. The two split with one blow. When they reappear, they have reached another corner of the ring. The afterimages of the two people continue to appear in the air, and after dozens of rounds, there is still no difference. It's Ashura without losing it. It seems that if you don't use your full strength, you can't beat you. Sun Tianxin said, stepping up the offensive, and only watching Ashura continue to regress and try his best to defend. It's so strong, it's a talent I like. I have such a talent at such a young age. I'm going to make it. Ashura didn't use all his strength at the beginning. Seeing that Sun Tian's offensive became more and more fierce, he finally showed his strength. Blocked Sun Tian's offensive, Ashura swept his legs and knocked him 10 meters away. Then quickly counterattacked, the two went back and forth, and after a while it was hundreds of rounds. Awesome, I didn't expect that fighting with me before was completely warming up, said the big guy. How about, this Sun Tian is good, I just felt a powerful force hidden in him when I was at the gate of the demon world. Myra said. The battle continued on stage, and suddenly Ashura stopped and said, awesome, the physical strength is so strong, I don't know if you can break it with this trick. Shu Luochang hit wave. I saw Ashura suddenly gathered his chi into his hands and shouted. Shockwave, watch me break you. Turtle Pai Chi Gongbo. Sun Tian also resorted to his jerk. I saw a white light flashing, closing the eyes of the demons below level involuntarily. The demon world is not without daylight, but most of the demon world is in darkness. I didn't adapt for a while. 2 Qigong waves collided, and there was a loud noise, and both of them stopped at the same time. Let's tie, this ring limits our performance, and it won't make any sense to fight further. Ashura said. Okay, does what you said just now counts? Sun Tian asked. Naturally, Ashura, keeps saying everything, and I never turn my back on my ears. Take it away, Princess Maisha. Azura said. By the way, the sword of sealing outside, I will pull it out in a while. The devil world and the human world cannot always communicate, otherwise the ordinary people outside are not your opponents. Up to you. Gora, Mela, now you two are happy. After helping me send Sun Tian out, let's come back and continue the banquet. Under the leadership of the big guy, Sun Tian quickly sent Princess Maisha out of the demon world. After talking to the Lord, he pulled out the sword of Azura, and saw the door of the demon world slowly closed. Sun Tian stepped in and returned to the devil. The two returned to the banquet soon, but a good wedding banquet became Sun Tian's reception banquet. At the banquet, Sun Tian conquered the demons again, not with combat power, but with appetite. After fighting with several great demon generals, coupled with the duel with Ashura, Sun Tian became the king of the big stomach, and asked Ashura to whining this guy deliberately to eat him. With the improvement of his strength, Sun Tian's personality has gradually changed. If he used to be called a go, now he dare to pick a dragon. The Sun Tian of the previous life has been slowly replaced by the Sun Tian of this life. Although the soul is still that soul, after more than 10 years of tempering his character, he is no longer the 21st century standard young man at Tianation's house in the previous life and relying on takeaway for food. With the arrival of Sun Tian, Azura was quite happy. A master with almost the same strength as his own joined, Wuning increased Azura's power a lot. You should know that before now, if you count the two of the Lamela, their camp is only 3 strong masters, and they are much weaker than other forces. www.readaloud.com. Demon Realm, there are 4 major camps, and the Azura camp had only 3 demon commanders before. If it weren't for the great master of the late Azura demon commander, I am afraid it would have been swallowed by other powers long ago. 4 major forces. The first is the Temple of Heaven built by Kalak II. It is said that Kalak II's father had competed with others for the position of God in the human world, but he was sealed and his son inherited his father's will. The 4 masters of the demon commander level themselves are also the later cultivation bases of the demon commander. The second is the Demon Temple, a group of forces from the human world, but it is said that the demon gods they worship are sealed by the warriors in the human world and act low-key. But there are 4 masters in the middle of the demon commander, but they are proficient in combined attacks, and they are enemies with the gods, and the 4 of them can force Kalak on one side. The third is the Beast Palace, which is rumored to be composed of all demon beasts, with the dark demon. Dragon is the leader. In the later stage of the demon commander, he has 3 demon commander level monsters, but as long as he does not provoke them, he will generally not interfere in disputes with other forces. The fourth is the Azura Palace of Azura, the local power of the demon realm, the real local power of the demon realm, just like the Beast God Palace. However, there has never been a king-level master in the devil world. It is said that the general demon king level has entered the upper demon world to practice. Once left, it is difficult to return to the earth demon world. There may be pinnacle masters, but most of them are hidden and practice alone, waiting to break through the king level to enter the top. The demon world and the human world are connected by the gate of the demon world, but the general demons rarely come to the human world. On the one hand, the sun of the human world is not suitable for the low-level demons. And often the heavens also restrict the demon world. You must know that the gods of the heavens are stronger than the immortals of turtles and cranes, and they have a proper king-level strength. With the addition of Sun Tian, Ashura can truly unify the demon realm and drive out the strength of Kalak II and the Demon Temple. Chapter 32, A Powerful Enemy. At the same time, the news of a human teenager joining the Shura Palace spread like wildfire. My lord, his subordinates have important information. Kalak's subordinate Jiaj was in the Celestial Palace, facing a child-sized person, running on one knee. Let's talk about it. What can make you Jiaj take so seriously? The child replied. Yes, this child is Kalak II. The child Kalak stayed in the world at the time, since Kalak was killed by Piccolo, he escaped into the devil world. It's like this, sir, the spies placed in the Shura Palace are here to report that Azura, the lord of the Shura Palace, has recruited a strong human. Jiaj said. It's just a human being, no need to make a fuss, but the Azuras, who are also the four major forces, are going back more and more. Karak too said. My lord, if you are an ordinary strong man, your subordinates will not dare to scratch you, but it is said that this human strong man broke into Azura's wedding and fought with Azura for nearly 1,000 rounds without falling to the peak. Jiaj said. The wedding is the princess that Ashura this kid went to the world to grab the other day, the more you live, the more you go back. Karak too said. Yes, my lord, but now that princess in the world has been sent back to the world, according to his subordinates, Ashura's move has another purpose. Pauses. After all, it's too coincidental. This Sun Tian appeared at the wedding. After arresting it for so long, it will not be held early or late. Subordinates thought that Azura might want to unify the demon world. After all, before we came in, Azura was the demon world. Lord. Jiaj continued. Oh, it makes sense, Jiaj, let the other three come to my palace together to discuss countermeasures. After a while, Jiaj walked into the hall with 3 people. My lord, everyone is here. Jiaj said. Liki, Shinsu, Jiasu, I believe you already know. Ashura has recruited a human power. Kalak too saw the 4 human beings. My lord, the matter has already been known. Now that Ashura wants to break the balance, his subordinates are willing to personally petition to bring the human head to the king. I saw Jiasu replied. Jia is known as the head of the 4 evils of Kalak too, and he is actually much stronger than the other 3. It is already the strength of the middle demon commander. Your strength, I know, that human being can compete with Azura for nearly 1,000 rounds. Although there is a reason for Azura to release water, but there are some skills. For the sake of safety, Liki, you go with Jiasu, don't go to provoke Azura, he is not something you can handle. Kalak ordered. After speaking, he closed his eyes. The 4 people left the hall, and Liki and Jiasu quickly disappeared in front of the other 2. Jiaj, what do you think about this? Seeing the 2 leave. Shansu, Azura, this kid is looking for death, the adults should be about to break through. When the king breaks through to the peak of the demon commander, I am afraid that he will be ready to unify the demon world. We also have to step up our practice, otherwise the king will leave the demon world to find the gods for revenge, we can't help much at all. Shansudeo. Sun Tian has been in the demon realm for nearly a month. After understanding the situation in the demon realm, he understands that this kid Azura was clearly going to the world to grab money and grabbing the princess, but in fact, he was to attract the masters of the world to come and help them unify. Devildom. Gora and Mela are probably at the entrance of the Devil's Gate to test the strength of the incoming person. If they are not as good as their strength, they will be driven out. If they can pass the barrier between them, they will be brought to the wedding banquet. Who said that people in the devil world have no brains and only know how to speak with muscles? Sun Tianxin said, but it doesn't matter, I don't know what the kid Azura is doing. In addition to discussing with the Gora every day, Sun Tian spends the rest of the time practicing. Every day food is delivered. If he wants the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, he goes directly to the treasure house of Azura. In just 1 month, Sun Tian uses the treasure house of Azura directly. After finishing the refining of the internal organs, the first chapter of the Great Ancient Ape Demon Ju has entered the final blood refining chapter. When the body is tempered, it is a real entry. On this day, Sun Tian practiced as usual and suddenly felt a danger. Who, come out! Sun Tian shouted. Boom boom boom! I saw the house where Sun Tian practiced collapsed. Humans, they are quite alert, but it's useless. There was a sound at this moment. Suddenly 2 figures rushed over and were with Sun Tianzhan. Boom! Sun Tian was hit by the two in a row and hit a place not far away, causing a cloud of smoke. Atsu, that kid should be dead. The two of us are a unique move. Even if Ashura is not defended, I am afraid we will be seriously injured. Licky said. Wait a moment, I always feel that it won't be that simple, and we can fight back even when we join hands. This human being is very strong. Jiasudeo. Sun Tian was injured. Although it was not as serious as expected, if it had not been for Sun Tian's sudden alertness, he would have avoided the fatal blow in time. For the first time since his rebirth, he experienced life threats, making Sun Tian realize that he is no longer a legal society in his previous life, and his mentality is changing unconsciously. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and Sun Tian knew that the next game would no longer be the previous game, but a real life and death duel. The stones that pressed against Sun Tian were flying around. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Humans, I don't think you have such a strong vitality, you can survive under the hands of the two of us. Licky said. Under the seat of Lord Kalak in the Temple of Heaven, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Jiasu, this is Licky, you are very powerful as a human, and you are qualified to know our name. Jiasudeo. Since this is the case, are you ready? As soon as the voice fell, Sun Tian suddenly flashed away, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the two of them and punched out. Licky only felt that a big mountain was coming, and he was hit and flew hundreds of meters. Jiasu reacted quickly and jumped out of the attack circle in time. Now that it's a battle, Sun Tian doesn't want to waste any more words. As soon as he shoots, he will do his best. Ricky, how is it? Jiasu was surprised at this moment. Still worry about yourself. When the figure flashed, Sun Tian launched a fierce offensive against Jiasu. The reaction of Jiasu did not expect that Sun Tian became so desperate, and the two immediately fought for dozens of rounds. After all, Jiasu is the strength of the demon commander in the middle stage, a realm higher than Sun Tian. Sun Tian has just entered the mythical level, the beginning of the demon commander's stage. There is also a surprisingly difficult reason to defeat Licky with one move. Although the combat power is strong, it only lasts for a while, can be evenly matched with Jiasu. Gora, who heard the sound at this time, finally rushed to the scene. As soon as Sun Tian and Jiasu fought, they also joined the battlefield. With the addition of Gora, Jiasu was instantly suppressed. Sun Tian himself is a leapfrog genius. You must know that he had fought with the turtle fairy before entering the myth level. It is now a myth, and the strength has naturally exploded. If it hadn't had time to adapt to this combat power, I am afraid that Jiasu would be even more unbearable. Jiasu, do you want to provoke a war? Humph. Seeing that the momentum does not retreat, he retreats and retreats. At this time, Licky rushed out with serious injuries. The two looked at each other and felt overwhelmed. Quickly used the forbidden technique to escape. However, there is no natural treasure, Licky may lose his combat power in a short time. Chapter 33, After the War. Kalak II in retreat was awakened again. My lord, it's not good. Nicholas and Jiasu are back. Nicholas was hit hard and Jiasu was also seriously injured. Jiaj said. Jag also thought that Kalak Pai, Jiasu and Nicholas had made some fuss together before, but this is the ending I didn't expect. What? It's impossible. With the midterm strength of the Jiasu demon commander, plus Rich, was actually blocked. Kalak too was surprised. Did they face Ashura? Xin asked. At this time, Licky and Jiasu came to the Temple of Heaven, supported by Shinsu. My lord, the subordinates are negligent and failed to complete the task. Jiasudeo, negligence is dereliction of duty. Jiasu knows Kalak's character well. Let's talk about it. What's the situation? Ashura shot. Kalak saw Licky's injury and Jiasu's condition. No, sir. Licky and I sneaked into the human residence through the dark line. At first, we attacked, but the other party was too alert and was not able to severely damage each other. Later, under the human sneak attack, Licky was hit hard, and when caught in a fight, the elder suddenly joined. One of the attributes is difficult to fight against the two, so he has to retreat. Jiasu said. Oh, it seems that the other party is not weak, and you can even sneak attack on Nicholas with your hands together. Calyx said. The subordinates also discovered one thing, that human beings should have just broken into the realm of the demon commander, and they are not very familiar with the power, but their strength is terribly strong. I suggest that the adults make early decisions. Jiasudeo. Okay, I see. Bring Licky to my treasure house. Let Licky recover as soon as possible. In less than 2 years, I will be able to break through to the peak and make plans at that time. You also pay attention to the movement of the demon temple recently. I always feel that the other party is plotting something unspeakable. Calyx 2 Deo. Yes, my lord, I wish my lord a breakthrough soon. 4 people said. On the other side, Sun Tian simply dealt with an injury. The timely arrival of Gora forced Jiasu to retreat. Otherwise, although it could be repelled, it would take some time. After hearing the news, Mela and Azura gave a simple greeting to Sun Tian. Gora, who is it? Azura said. It is the 4 magic stars Jiasu and Licky of the Tian Shen Temple, but Licky was severely injured by the Sun Tian brothers. When I arrived, Sun Tian was fighting with Jiasu. Golar said. During this period of time, he and Sun Tian discussed together. People are directly called brothers. Well, why did they come to attack Sun Tian? Did we have a gangster inside us? Azura said. For hundreds of years, several forces have restricted each other, and there are internal ghosts between each other. This is normal. With Sun Tian's participation, Wu Ning will break this balance, and it is normal to send someone to assassinate. But Ashura also knows that anyone who can pose a threat to Sun Tian will only take action by the Dark Demon Dragon himself, or the 4 guardian demon gods of the Demon Temple come together. Sun Tian, I will ask you to send you some healing medicines. This matter can't be forgotten. Mela, contact the hidden thread placed in the Temple of Heaven and give them a gift in return. Azura said. No, you just need to tell me where the guy who attacked me is. I have never encountered such a threat. What if I don't fight it back personally? Sun Tian was also angry, and someone dared to assassinate him. Okay, but definitely don't fight against Calyx too. Although you don't want to admit it, that guy is very strong. Azura saw that Sun Tian wanted to solve it by himself. He was also happy. At the same time, the Demon Temple and the 4 guardian demon gods also received the message and gathered together. If Sun Tian were here, he would find that these 4 people have some of the characteristics of the Namekians in the previous life. They have green skin and a pair of demon wings. Barths, have you heard that the guy Calyx sent someone to attack and kill a human, and he almost lost a fierce star? Harusa said. Hey, what a shame. His father failed to compete for the gods with the other half of our father god, but now he can't even deal with human beings. Kongmandi said, this is another guardian devil. Leave them alone, let the Celestial Temple and the Shura Palace fight. But this human being has to pay attention. At the beginning, the father god was the way of human beings and was sealed. Until now, we don't know where. Our top priority is find a way to find God the Father's sealed object www.readaloud.com and release God the Father as soon as possible, said a green-skinned monster who was clearly different from the other 3. He is the first child of God Father, and the strongest one, named Danton. My eldest brother said, it's just that after the Father God was sealed, Father Tian drove us all to the demon realm. This year, the gate of the demon realm has been sealed and is guarded by Ashura, so we can't go out. So we have to find a way to make the devil world chaotic. Even if humans can come in, we believe that we can also think of ways to get out. Only when the Shura Palace and the Heavenly Temple go to war, we have the opportunity to release the Father God at that time, who is still staying. In this dark world of demon, our goal is to rule the human world. Danton said. Yes, yes, although we call ourselves the demon race, we are not the same as the demon race of the demon world. We are not afraid to live in the sun, and unless the other half of the Father God suppresses us, we will not hide in the demon world, the other three said. Forbidden words, things about the God of the Father are not something we can criticize. Danton said. Let the order go on and monitor the movement of the Tian Shen Temple and Shura Palace. Yes, sir. 1 month later, Sun Tian finally received the detailed information. Since the last war, Kalak and his subordinates have been closed, and they don't know what happened. But Sun Tian did not intend to give up his revenge. 15 days later, on the territory of Kalak II, a human teenager walked slowly. Yes, this human teenager is our Sun Tian classmate, but after a few months in the demon world, Sun Tian has adapted to this life in the demon world, and wears the style of the demon world. In the demon realm, there are all kinds of species, and there are no demons that look like humans, not surprisingly. Let's start here. Sun Tianzai smiled. Chapter 34, The Transformation of Sun Tian. Kalak II's territory is very large, and Sun Tian's purpose is very simple. Even if he can't find the righteous master, he will choose one city by city, just to enlighten the way and consolidate his mythical realm. But even in the demon realm, there are only a handful of people who can reach the mythical level. The lord of a city is usually only the late demon general. In a large city, there may be a demon general's pinnacle master. In the devil realm, if you want to break through from the demon commander to the demon commander, it is good to have 1 out of 100 million people. Therefore, the general city is guarded by a demon-level character. With Sun Tian's mythological level of strength, it is completely abusive, and this will not serve the purpose of cultivation. It seems that there are many secrets in the demon realm. Sun Tian learned a secret technique from Azura that can seal his own power seal magic. Sun Tian sealed his power to the early stage of the Grand Master. You must know that even in the early stage of the Grand Master in the realm of Sun Tian, the general masters of the later stage are not necessarily his opponents. Although only the power of the Grand Master's initial stage can be used, his own defense will not change, but the power cannot be used. Now in the city of Pal City where Sun Tian is located, the city owner is the demon Pashkaf in the late period of a demon general. Pashkaf is leisurely tasting the wine. Suddenly, there is a loud noise from the gate of the city lord's mansion. Who are you, dare to come to the city lord's mansion to provoke and seek death? A guard shouted while backing away. I heard that the most powerful person in the entire city of Pal is the city lord. I'm here to challenge. Sun Tiandeo. Little devil, I admit that you are very strong, but our lord of the city has a lot of opportunities, not everyone can challenge, get out of here. Suddenly a demon who looked like a bear came out, the demon bear Keston, and the entire city of Pal, the strongest warrior outside the city lord, the same magic commander's later strength. It seems I still have to fist to speak. Are you ready? Sun Tian finished speaking. It was like Keston launched an attack, and Keston saw that this kid dared to take action. Sun Tian took a blow. However, Sun Tian didn't use any moves, and only with the power of the Grand Master's early stage, it could not cause damage to Keston. With this little power, I want to challenge the lord of the city, so let's lie down. Keston boosted his strength and wanted to capture Sun Tian in one fell swoop. But Sun Tian suddenly retreated, avoiding the attack, and the two fought together instantly. After 100 rounds, Sun Tian gradually got acquainted with the current power. At the beginning, he sealed the power to the beginning of the Grand Master, but he still couldn't adapt to the sudden fall of power. Sun Tian began to counterattack gradually. From the beginning he was suppressed, and now he is evenly matched. Although Sun Tian's power is only in the early stage of the master, he can use his own power several times. Boom! Keston was knocked out. Impossible. Obviously there is only the power of the demon general in the early stage. Why would I be defeated? Keston couldn't believe that Sun Tian, who had just been suppressed by himself, now suppressed himself in turn. Obviously, his strength has not improved. But he can't beat it. The two played against each other for dozens of rounds. Sun Tian seized the flaw and hit Keston hard with one move. It depends on how long. If you don't make a move, your general will be lost. Sun Tian said to the house. Pashkaf, save me. Keston, who had been hit hard, looked at the city lord who was slowly walking out. Trash, I can't even beat a child, what use is it for you? With a cold snort, I saw Pashkaf, an energy ball that blasted Keston, who had lost his ability to resist, to ashes. Boy, how about it? Follow me, let you be under 1 person and above 10,000. Turning around, he smiled and said to Sun Tian. The change came so fast that Sun Tian didn't know what to say. It really is the demon realm. If you lose your power, you have to face death. Sun Tian shot directly at Pashkaf. Although Pashkaf is stronger than Keston, Sun Tian, who has slowly adapted to the situation, adjusted to him, except for some discomfort at the beginning. You come and I go between the two sides. After 100 rounds, Sun Tian deliberately leaked a flaw and killed Pashkaf. The entire city was in chaos because of the death of the Lord. But our Sun Tian is walking to the next city. In this way, Sun Tian challenged each city one by one. Every time he went to a city, he would inevitably kill the city lord and his men. After half a year, Sun Tian is already close to the core area of Kalik territory. In half a year, 253 demon generals died in the hands of Sun Tian, of which 89 were in the later period, 141 were peak demon generals, and 23 were half-step demon commanders who were strong at UU. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. With the power of the Grand Master's early days, killing so many powerful people, it can be seen how terrifying Sun Tian's growth is for a long time. Half a year of fighting has made Sun Tian's mastery of power more leisurely, and he has already mastered 7 or 8 points of battle. With the death of most of the city owners, Kalik's territory has become chaotic. And Kalik and his 4 evil stars do not know where they are in retreat, no one can contact. Under the impetus of the caring people, the situation is getting worse and worse. As the protagonist, Sun Tian has already returned to the Shura Palace. Brother Sun Tian, you did it. It took half a year to mess up the territory of Kalik. Golar said. Now that you dare to provoke me, you have to bear the price, but strange things, such a thing happened, that Guy Kalik did not come forward. Sun Tianzai smiled. After half a year of fighting, Sun Tian's personality became more and more wicked. When he came back this time, he felt a bit of chill, and he was no longer the terribly homely Sun Tian in his previous life. By the way, those guys in the demon temple sent someone to want to cooperate with us and killed Kalik in one fell swoop. What do you think? Golar said. Don't worry, I retreat for a period of time, and the half-year fighting has some feelings. I feel that Kalik is hiding a conspiracy. Sun Tiandeo. Okay, what's the need, even though Lord Ashura is also in retreat, preparing to hit the peak of the demon commander. By then, I will be more confident about Kalik, and maybe even the guys in the demon temple will be destroyed. Gora said. Okay, help me prepare something. I'm in retreat for 1 to 2 years, it's in trouble. Sun Tian finished speaking and reported hundreds of materials related to spiritual practice. After a while, a servant will bring it. Sun Tian started his first long retreat since entering the demon world. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. 2 years later, in a hidden place of Kalik II, suddenly there was a big laugh. Ha 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 ha, I finally broke through, Ashura, the demon temple. When the king is in order, he will unify the demon realm, and then the soldiers will leave the demon realm, and one will unify the two realms of human and demon." Kalak laughed. At the same time, he retreats with Kalak too, and the guarded 4 evil stars also wake up one by one. "Congratulations, my lord, dominate the devil world, just around the corner." Gyasudeo. "I haven't been out in the past 3 years, and I don't know how our territory is going. By the way, how is your injury recovery from Nicholas?" Carrick 2. "Thanks to the Lord, I have completely recovered. Last time my subordinates were ashamed of my lord. I saw Licky. Okay, go back to the palace, stay for half a month, send troops to Shura. It's just that Kalak doesn't know, his territory has been messed up by Sun Tian." With the departure of Kalak too, his territory also ushered in panic. Because of various rumors and Sun Tian, most of the main cities under Kalak's jurisdiction were slaughtered, and they are now competition stage. "My lord, it is reported that the strong man who did not know where came from, killed the main force in our cities 2 years ago, and I do not know who spread the rumors that the adults have left the demon world. Now, except for a few cities, it is messy. With a group, only a few cities have settled down in the past 2 years." Gyasudeo. "What? Hey, it must be that human kid. The rumors must also be the ghost of the Shura palace. But now that the king has successfully broken through to the peak of the demon commander, I don't believe that Ashura can get out of the sky. You keep moving at a constant speed * chaos, I will destroy the Shura palace myself in 3 months." Kalak too said angrily. "Yes, sir, your subordinates will do it right away." With the appearance of several demon commanders, Kalak too regained control of the territory in less than 2 months. "Let the magician level or above arrive in the capital within 15 days, 15 days later, set off." "Yes, my lord." Demon Temple, the 4 guardian demon gods gather together again. "Brother, Kalak has left the customs. According to reports, soldiers will be sent to the Shura palace soon." Harusa said. Okay, let people follow." When they confronted Ashura, the 4 of us rushed out of the devil world and rescued the father. Danton said. "It's just Big Brother. Once we appear in the world, we may be discovered by the priest. Although the priest can't go to the realm, his servants are not something we can deal with. If it were not for the father, it would be impossible to do it." Bart said. "It doesn't matter. The priest said that we should not enter the world for 400 years. Now it has been 420 years. If it weren't for Ashura's guard at the gate of the demon world, and Kalak too on the sidelines." "Get ready," Danton said. "Yes, brother," the 3 said. Shura Palace, Maylaw is hearing the reply from the line. "Master Maylaw, it is reported that Kalak too has assembled a large army, and it looks like he is ready to fight us for life and death," said the bull demon general. "I know, and I don't know when Ashura will leave the customs. You can pay attention to the news at any time, I will check it out." "Yes, my lord." In the depths of the Shura palace, in the cave where Ashura had been closed for 2 years. Suddenly there was a big laugh. "Finally broke through, I don't know what's going on outside." Ashura Palace Hall, Ashura recruits his subordinates, listening to their reports. "Master Ashura, did you break through?" Maylaw said. "Yes, I finally broke through. By the way, what about Sun Tian, why didn't I see him?" Ashura said. Shortly after the adult retreat, Sun Tian stirred up the Kalak territory by himself, and later came back to retreat. It stands to reason that he should be out. Golar said. "Oh, brother Sun Tian is also closed. My lord, Kalak too reappeared 2 months ago and is now gathering strength, I am afraid we have to prepare early. In this way, Kalak should have broken through too, otherwise he should know that he is half a catty with me at most." Ashura said. "Pay close attention to their movements, let the masters above the magic command level be prepared, ready to fight at any time," continued. Yes, my lord. In a flash of 15 days, Kalak II, bringing 4 evil stars and a group of demons, came straight to the Shura palace. Master Azura, according to our secret line, Kalak II came out in full force, and it looks like he is ready to fight us. Golar said. Oh, does this day really come? Azura said unexpectedly. I think that when Kalak II arrived in the demon realm, he wanted to dominate the demon realm aggressively. If the family had not sent Gora and Mela down, I am afraid that Ashura would have to leave and return to the family. The two forces fought each other, and not long after, a new force stepped in. It is reasonable to say that the demon temple also belongs to the human world. It should not have a dispute with Kalak II, but I don't know why, when the 4 demon gods came in, they attacked Kalak II's forces, and soon they were 3-legged. It's just that Ashura couldn't think of it. The demon temple was actually a subordinate of Mopik. Naturally, I knew that Kalak and Piccolo, who had not scored 2 points, competed for the position of the gods. Even if Piccolo, who became a god, was forced into the demon world, may cooperate with Kalak II. Gora, Mela, I have to trouble you two this time. The demons will follow the orders and go with me to drive Kalak out of the demon world. Azura said. Swear to fight for Azura-sama. 2 days later, at the junction of the Celestial Temple and the Shura Palace, I saw Kalak II and Ashura facing each other. Ashura, you actually instructed people to mess with my heavenly temple, do you want to go to war? Kalak II took the lead. Kalak, you brought the crowd here, is that just for this? Humph, if you didn't instruct your subordinates to attack and kill Sun Tian, how could Sun Tian take revenge on you? Azura said. Hand over that human being, let's do this. Otherwise, today your Shura palace will disappear from the devil world. Kalak said. Hey, people who want to move me, I'm afraid you Kalak doesn't have this ability. Azura said. Both of them have now reached the pinnacle of the devil world, masters of the peak period of the devil commander. Naturally no one would let anyone. In that case, let me see if you have made any progress over the years. After that, Kalak II came to the center of the 2 armies. Azura, dare to fight. The king is mighty, the king is invincible. The voices of the subordinates came from behind. Chapter 36, Sinister Sun Tian. As the leader of the Shura palace, Ashura is naturally not afraid, otherwise, how to convince the people in the future? Besides, Ashura has also broken through to the peak of the demon commander, and naturally wants to stand up. War is just one word, which shows the attitude of Ashura. In fact, even if there is no inheritance from Sun Tian, after Kalak II breaks through, he will not give Ashura a chance again. Sun Tian's appearance is just an introduction. Gora, Mela, watch the 4 evil stars. After that, Ashura's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Kalak II. Kalak II released his whole body breath, and the entire battlefield of the 2 worlds was shaken. An amazing sense of oppression is oncoming. I told you why you are like this, so you broke through. Ashura remained unmoved, and at the same time released a hidden breath. Unexpectedly, your Ashura also broke through. Let's see who has the last laugh. Kalak II said. The 2 quickly fought together. Kalak II looked like a child, but his strength was substantial, while Ashura was equally capable. He was a master who could leapfrog the challenge, otherwise it was impossible to use his own power. At the same time, fight against the joint attack of Kalak II and his subordinates to relieve the pressure on Gora and Myra. The 2 fought for dozens of rounds, and suddenly Ashura said, transform yourself, otherwise you can't be my opponent. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so difficult, and you will be so soon. When Kalak II saw that the 2 sides could not hold back, he retreated dozens of meters away. I saw Kalak II roar, a breath far beyond just before burst out, and Kalak II's body continued to grow, in a short while, from a child to a monster nearly 10 meters high. Ashura, are you ready? the next round begins. A dull voice came from the monster's mouth. The transformation of Kalek II is not just a change in body shape. If he was just at the peak of the demon commander, then he is now infinitely close to the king-level strength. When Azura saw Kalek transforming, he also began to be cautious. He only heard a roar from Azura, and his figure also changed. A pair of Azura wings slowly grew out of his back and his ribs. Not weaker than the transformed Kalek II. The two fought together again. Kalek II punched out and brought the storm. Ashura folded his hands to block Kalek II's attack. After spreading his wings, he quickly pulled out, and then his body moved and appeared on the back of Kalek II. One leg from top to bottom, one foot knocked Kalek II to the ground. Kalek II turned over and spat out an energy ball from his mouth at the same time. Azura couldn't react and was hit head-on. Fortunately, it was sent in a hurry, and Ashura was not hurt even when he arrived. The two sides once again opened up the distance the two fought from the ground to the sky, and suddenly Azura sold a flaw. One punch forced Kalek II to 100 meters away. This strength is only after the breakthrough. Should Kalek call your subordinate, let's go together. Azura said. Hey, you are nothing more than that. Even if you ask so, then do what you want. Kalek II was not afraid of jokes, and directly asked Shansu and Licky to come and help. Myra, shall we help? Gora asked. No, I am optimistic about the opposite Jiaj, Ashura can handle it. Mela said, but the chi has been locked in Jiasu. Once Jiasu makes a move, he will definitely make the first shot. 3-1, Ashura's pressure greatly increased. Even if Azura can remain undefeated against the same level of Kalek II, but with the initial restraint of the two demon leaders, Shansu and Licky, they were crushed. For a time, Ashura was forced to step back. With a sneer, Ashura retreated 100 meters, and at the same time, his right hand kept gathering a lot of energy. Kalek II and the three attacked Ashura from three directions. Suddenly, Shansu screamed and was knocked out. At the same time, Ashura attacked Licky with his right hand. Shulo Chong Blobo. Die! Only heard a scream. Licky was too late to dodge, and he resisted. His body gradually turned into nothingness. Kalek II suddenly stopped the offensive and looked to the other side vigilantly. Oh, 3 besiege 1, shameless, a voice thought. I saw Sun Tian holding Shansu with one hand and walking slowly towards Azura. It turned out that Sun Tian had already left the customs a few days ago, but he had not had time to stabilize his own cultivation base, so he did not come with Azura and the others. After he stabilized his cultivation base, he found that the Shura Palace had only a few servants and a few demons. Bingwai www.readaloud.com. The magic commander is gone. Upon asking, I realized that Kalek II had reappeared and brought his subordinates to destroy the Shura Palace in one fell swoop. Azura brought Gora and Mila and a group of master-level masters to intercept it. Just now, Sun Tian concealed his cultivation base, and did not attract the attention of Kalek, secretly transmitting the sound of Azura, preparing to cut off the two subordinates of Kalili in one fell swoop. Who are you? You are the human being, and I didn't even feel your anger. No, why is your anger at the level of a demon commander, but it can hurt you so badly? Kalek was startled to sweat. Kalek, you and I have no grudges, you actually sent someone to attack me, we have to settle your account. Sun Tian said, suddenly inserted Shansu's body with one hand, crushing his heart. You. Shansu didn't expect that Sun Tian was so ruthless. He had no fighting capacity and would not let him go. He died before he finished speaking. Even if it is a demon, its heart is broken and it will not survive. At this time, Kalek II reacted, and Jiasu and Jiaj quickly moved to Kalili's side with a vigilant look. Open reversal, and in an instant, I lost 2 masters of the demon commander. My lord, it won't happen in seconds. Shansudeo. Lead the subordinates, kill. How has Kalak II ever been so angry? The war is about to start, and the hatred of Kalak II for Sun Tian is now far more than that of Ashura. The direct match showed that only the demon general level repaired as Sun Tian. At the same time, Shansu is facing Myra, Jag is facing the elder brother, and Ashura faces Kalak II with Sun Tian. The two demon generals also quickly fought together. For a time, the group of demons danced and killed continuously. Of course, the decisive factor lies in the three high-end battlefields. Chapter 37, Hell Vortex. Shansu and Myra are both in the middle of the demon commander. They fight together and are evenly matched. No one can beat each other for a while. And Jiaj and Gora are also at odds with each other. Brother is known as the number one strongman in the demon realm, but he is even worse than Jiaj in speed. Kalak II hated Sun Tian. Because of Sun Tian's surprise attack, Kalak turned from good to bad, and damaged two masters of martial level. At this time, I wished to skin and tear Sun Tian. Next to Sun Tian, there was an Ashura staring at him, and an Ashura, Kalak II could barely resist, plus a Sun Tian, and he was forced to retreat step by step. No, if you continue like this, let's not say that if you find the gods to kill your father, I am afraid that you will be planted in the devil world, and it will be difficult to return to the world. Kalak II thought. Now that's the case, why not put it together? Sansu, Jiaj, come back and help me. Suddenly Kalak said to the two who were at odds with the two of Golamela. I saw Kalak's whole body aura suddenly skyrocketing, and behind him a huge whirlpool slowly formed. For a while, the grey sky in the sky became darker, the ground kept on rocks, and the corpse was caught in the whirlpool. Go to hell, I will put you in and never see the sun. Kalak laughed wildly. Behind him, Shansu and Jiaj continued to inject their own energy into Kalak. Help! My lord, let go of your subordinates. Suddenly, the entire battlefield sounded one after another of panic. Whether it was the demons brought by Kalak or the demons on Ashura's side, objects within a radius of 1 kilometer were continuously sucked in by the vortex, and only the masters of the later period can barely resist, but can only barely persist. Hell's vortex. Sun Tian, Ashura, Gora, and Myra were also trying their best to persevere. Screaming people kept screaming in the whirlpool. In just a few minutes, hundreds of masters of the magic commander level fell into it and never came out. What should I do? Gora and Mela said. Find a way to break the vortex, otherwise we will all be sucked in. Ashura finished speaking, using his whole body energy, he attacked the vortex. It's useless, your attacks will also be sucked in by my vortex. Ha 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 ha, Kalak laughed wildly. I saw Ashura's energy ball, which was sucked into the whirlpool with a slam. How could this happen? Sun Tian, Gora, Myra, let's shoot together. Ashura was shocked, unexpectedly this vortex was so weird. Okay, let's shoot together, the three said. Shu Luo Chong hit wave. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. Big power new magic bounce. Sky female punch strike wave. 4 people shot together, the momentum is amazing. I saw the vortex has amazing suction power, but it was faintly unstable. What, it can actually shake my vortex? Kalak II shuddered and was almost sucked in. Shan Sujiaj first lost a lot of power in the battle with Golamela, and then helped Kalak II. She used his own energy too much, and one was unstable, and was directly sucked in. Shansu, Jiaj, no, I played with you. Seeing that his 2 subordinates were sucked into hell, Kalak II directly burned his own blood, bursting out unprecedented energy, the vortex swiftly rotated, and the suction power directly exploded more than doubled. Go in. Ashura, I want you to be sealed into forever. Kalak II provokes the demon god. And the energy bursts out. As far as the whirlpool is concerned, except for the 4 who are still insisting, there is nothing left, and all the demons that have been affected have been sucked into hell. Master Ashura, what should I do? I can't hold on anymore, said the weaker Gora. Now let alone shot, it's good to be able to stabilize your figure. Myra's situation is not optimistic either. Only Azura can keep it, and Sun Tian is only slightly better than Mila. Looking at the crazy Kalik too, Sun Tianxin said that it is impossible to plant here, thinking that he has finally revived his life, and finally has the possibility of returning to the previous life of the earth. Sun Tian's heart is unclear. Anger. An unprecedented force suddenly emerged. With the emergence of this force, Sun Tian's blood flowed inexplicably throughout his body, and there was a thunderous sound from his heart. Sun Tian suddenly shouted, an unprecedented momentum burst out. Roar! Kalik too, who was outputting energy frantically, making the vortex run at high speed, suddenly felt a wave of pangbos via. This kind of feeling is like a rabbit meeting a wolf pack, a feeling of being preyed, so Kalik too is very excited. Suddenly, Kalik too looked at Sun Tian. I saw Sun Tian burst out with a powerful aura. Facing this force, Kalik too felt like facing a prehistoric beast, and his whole body shivered unnaturally. How. Behind Sun Tian, a huge phantom appeared. As the phantom became fuller, Kalik too can no longer maintain the whirlpool of hell. A phantom of a great ape nearly 100 feet high, made Kalik suddenly lost his mind. The vortex has no power to maintain, and is slowly becoming smaller, but the attraction is getting bigger and bigger. Kalik too, who has lost his power, is sucked into it without any resistance because of the impact of his mind. No, how could this happen? What kind of monster you are, definitely not a human, not a human. Kalik too roared in grief, but he was in no hurry and couldn't resist the surge of suction. The sky slowly returned to calm, but the ground was empty. When Sun Tian showed off his power, Gora and Mela were just blocked behind him and survived. Azura himself was strong enough to barely maintain the suction power that was soaring. The scene was quiet, and after a long time, several people slowly calmed down. Chapter 38, Demon in the World. During the fierce battle between the Celestial Temple and the Shura Palace, the human world welcomed a group of strange guests. Barths, Harusa, Konmandi, you will each bring a team of men and horses to lurch in the world, to find out where the Father God is sealed, and be careful not to attract the attention of the strong in the world. At the same time pay attention to the situation in the world and the distribution of power. Danton ordered. Yes, brother, we will pay attention, the three said. For the sake of Father God, I have worked hard for you. I have to attract the attention of the heavens, and you all act in secret. After hearing the news of Father God, remember, meet with the Arctic glacier, don't act rashly. Go. Brother, be careful, let's go first. After saying that, the three of them led a team of people, and they scattered in three directions. The demon temple came with any injuries this time. The people it brought were all peak-level demon of the Grand Master. There were 20 people in total, all of whom were carefully selected masters. For this operation, all personnel learned the technique of restraining breath to avoid being caught. Discovery in the heavens. After seeing the three of them leave, Danton smiled bitterly. He didn't know if he could escape the Heavenly Father. Hey, if the gods and the gods have a good heart, it will be easy for our family to unify the earth. Danton said, but he also knew that it was impossible. The two gods and fathers were originally one, but they were normal before they were separated. The martial artist. In order to become a god, I had to divide it into two parts. As a result, one is a god, and the other is a devil, but it is a disaster for the world. And after they were divided into two, God the Father spent his own vitality and magic to create them, in order to help God the Father turn the world into a kingdom of demons, in order to one day hit the heaven. The five of you condensed your breath and follow me. Danton said. Yes, my lord. After finishing speaking, Danton quickly disappeared with a few people, and went in another direction. At the same time, shortly after Bolton and the others dispersed, the of heaven who was sitting still suddenly opened his eyes. I seem to feel the breath of my blood. It's strange, why suddenly disappeared again? The said to himself. Bobo. The called. My lord, may I ask what's the matter, replied a person who was completely dark and had only a pair of piercing eyes. Bobo, let Karan pay attention to the world. I always have a bad feeling. It seems that the demon creature created by my other half has returned to the world. Maybe I have thought about it too much. The said slightly confused. Yes, Lord Tenjin. Bobo replied. Kalan Immortal had always lived in the heaven, but since the of heaven was divided into two, the demon clone became the world of disaster, so he left the heaven alone and lived alone on the Kalan Tat. Kalan Immortal is actually dissatisfied with the current deity. Although this deity later created the Dragon Ball and gave hope to the world, it is undeniable that the suffering he brought to the world is irreparable. Of course, Mopik is a disaster for the world, and it was also with the help of Karan Immortal that Wu Taito created the Mofengbo and finally sealed it. After Mopik was sealed, God Piccolo came forward and drove all his demon subordinates into the devil world, and sealed the door of the demon world. Also indirectly promoted the formation of the three-legged situation of Kalak II, the demon temple, and the Shura palace. Karan immortals live in Kalan Tat. On the one hand, they are dissatisfied with the methods of the gods, and on the other hand, they are also to guide those human martial artists, so that humans can one day have the strength to fight against Mopik. For example, the tortoise fairy and the crane fairy behind, the reason why they can break through to the myth level is not without the help of the Karan fairy. At this time, Karan fairy is watching the world's #1 martial arts convention in the human world through the water mirror. 3 years later, the 22nd World #1 Martial Arts Convention is being held. Suddenly Bobo drives the magic flying carpet to Karan Tat. Kalan, it's been a long time since I saw you, I'm still angry with the gods. Bobo said. Hey, it's gone, what happened to Bobo this time? Karan meowed and asked. The gods of the gods have noticed that the demons of Mobike seem to have come to the human world. After all, Mobike is one with him. With the creation of Mobike, he can also have a certain degree of telepathy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But in an instant, when Lord Tian Shen wanted to track down, the induction disappeared. Bobo said. So Lord Tenjin would like to ask you to check it out. After all, you are more professional in this respect. The boys of Mobike, remember that they wanted to destroy them all, but in the end, the gods drove them all to the devil world. Karan was also a little angry when he thought of this. Yes, those demons are also children of the gods in a way, hey. Bobo was also a little helpless. Please pay attention to this matter. Although the overall strength of the human world has increased greatly now, if the subordinates of Mobike really come out, I am afraid they will not be very easy to deal with. Okay, let me check it out. Karan is still very responsible in this matter. Let's talk, walked to a water tank and lifted the lid, saying something. After a while, the surface of the water showed a picture of the gate of the demon world, but it was no different. I didn't find out. 3 years ago, the gate of the demon world was opened, but then a human martial artist closed the gate. Karan explained. I hope the gods are worrying too much, but Karan still trouble you to pay more attention to it. After finishing Bobo, he returned to the heaven. In the following time, Danton and the others were distributed all over the world and checked various materials, but they did it in secret, and they did not attract human attention. And the world's #1 martial arts conference, because Sun Tian is in the demon world, this martial arts conference has become a stage for the two factions of Tortoise and Crane. The two immortals of Turtle and Crane did not play for the demons this time. In the end, Tianjin Fan, Leaping, Dumpling, and Kellen entered the semifinals. Is going to be a semi-deterministic cold of 4-2, Kellen vs Dumpling, Tianjin Fan vs Leaping. I don't know who the champion of this martial arts tournament will eventually go to. Chapter 39, Back to Earth. The words are divided into two parts. The demon world, Kalek too was locked into by his own vortex. If there is no chance, I am afraid that he will come out in this life. It's very risky. Melito, who finally recovered. Thanks to the Sun Tian brothers breaking out at this critical moment, otherwise it is not Kalek too being imprisoned in hell, but us. How about Sun Tian brothers? Golar said. You go to gather the outside forces, I am here to protect the law for brother Sun Tian. This is Ashura Deo. Sun Tian has been sitting on the ground since he awakened a trace of the ancient Scion Great Ape bloodline and forced Kalek II and others into the space in one fell swoop, and is now absorbing the insights he just learned. It turns out that the resurrection of the ancient Scion bloodline during the life and death crisis not only restored the whole body strength in one fell swoop, but also used the bloodline via to make Kalek II a heart of fear, and was locked into space by his own trick. Sun Tian thought of it as he sorted out the harvest just now. But this trace of blood was recovered in time, and it helped me refine my blood in one fell swoop. Feeling the blood of lead and mercury in the body, the powerful force in the body, Sun Tian believes that even if he encounters a king-level master now, don't persuade. Open. Sun Tian opened his eyes and a flash of light flashed by. Brother Sun Tian, are you awake? Ashura said. From this moment, Ashura knew that Sun Tian was already equal to him. If it weren't for knowing that Sun Tianzi was not in the demon realm, I'm afraid Ashura would have another strong enemy. Thank you, what's the situation now? Sun Tian arched his hands. Naturally, I thanked Ashura for helping him protect the law just now, but what he asked was about the battle. Gora and Mela have gone to deal with it. Now that Kalek II and the 4 fierce stars are gone, they should soon be able to eat their territory. Ashura said. At this time, Gora and Mela are back with the demons who have not been affected by the outside world. Master Ashura, these are the only people left. Looking at the sparse dozens of people, Ashura was also suffering from a headache. I didn't think Kalek II's trick was so fierce. It looks like the demon realm will be recuperating for a long time to regain its vitality. Ashura said. There are nearly 1,000 magic generals on both sides, and there are only less than 100 people left in the first battle. Back to the Shura Palace, Ashura arranged for the unification of the demon world, and at the same time, he also started to guard against the demon temple's attack. For some reason, the demon temple did nothing this time. Ashura Palace Hall, Ashura and his party gathered together. My lord, according to the wire report, the demon temple has not been moving recently. I don't know why. But the gate of the demon world was opened when we were fighting Kalek II. All the guarding demons disappeared. They should be dead. Radeo. Oh, it seems that they are going back to the world after all, to save their demon god. I know, take my sword and seal the gate of the demon world. Without my warrant, no one can leave the demon world. The demon world has 100 years of rest. Ashura said. By the way, is brother Sun Tian going to stay in the demon realm or return to the world? Ashura asked Sun Tiandeo. Remembering that he had bet with Sun Tian and said that he would help him for 5 years, but he did not expect that Sun Tian would arrive for 3 years. Helped him defeat Kalek, and all the high-level demon temples went to the world. It's time to go back, Ashura, brothers, Miss Mila, it's just this difference, I don't know if there is any chance of meeting. Sun Tiandeo. After 100 years, reopen the demon realm, if brother Sun Tian still remembers us, and we have not been there, we still have a chance. Ashura said. Above? You keep talking about the upside, where is it? Sun Tian was always curious. The demon realm seemed to have an unwritten rule. It seemed as if he had to leave to break through to the king. It feels like an ascension in a novel of cultivation. Haha, the above is of course the above. How to explain this? That is, if one day we break through to the king level, we will feel the call from another interface, go back again. Mila explained. Ascension? No way. Sun Tian said. Yes, www.readaloud.com. Brother Sun Tian, this explanation is in place, that is, soaring. Image. Azura said. Then why is there no similar situation in the world? Sun Tianing said in confusion. This seems to be related to the form of existence. The human world is in the form of a planet. If you look at the demon realm, it is not like that, but a whole continent. And the demon god realm, where the queen goes, is also a larger continent. Azura also knows how to explain. Forget it, existence is Tao. Sun Tian didn't see it at all. Seeing the gate of the devil world slowly closing and sniffing the long-lost air, Sun Tian also sighed. 3 years of travel to the devil world has made Sun Tian more mature. Sun Tian, who is 18 years old, is 185 centimeters tall, and is matched with evil. Evil smile, handsome face, I don't know how many girls will be attracted to. Dancing from the sky. After 3 years of practice, Sun Tian finally learned the art of flying, and he felt the mountains and rivers that are constantly far away. The original feeling of flying is really cool. Although I have flown in the demon world, the gloomy sky of the demon world is really tasteless. Forget it, let's go back to Baizai Mountain. I don't know how Brother Gohan is doing now. After that, Sun Tian flew towards Baizai Mountain. Soon, Sun Tian saw the hut in Baizai Mountain. He hadn't seen it for a long time, and it was still like that. Boom! There was a loud noise. Well, so strong, there seems to be a fight. Who is making trouble in my Baizai Mountain? Sun Tian hurriedly flew in the direction of the battle, and saw an old man fighting a monster with 2 wings on equal terms. Hey, Sheik Gohan, I didn't expect Brother Gohan to have broken through to the mythical level. It's just who this monster is, it can actually be equal to Brother Gohan. Sun Tian grabbed his breath and watched from the side. Chapter 40, Domineering Gohan. The Monkey King went out many years ago and traveled all over the world. After reading the Karin Holy Land, I thought that teacher Wu Tian had mentioned that he had been taught by the Karin Fairy above the Holy Land Karin Tower, breaking through to the mythical level. So I climbed Kalin Ta with his hands and saw Kalin immortal. This practice lasted 3 years. Just a year ago, Monkey King finally broke the rank. Accumulate a lot, and enter the middle of myth in one fell swoop. Even if the current Monkey Gohan compares with the Turtle Immortal, I am afraid it will not be much worse. Sun Tian watched from the sidelines, but I was afraid of accidents. What kind of monster are you guys? Why come to my Baizai Mountain and kill me? Sun Wufan shouted. A few days ago, my subordinates suddenly lost their tracks here. Were they killed by you? The monster said. You mean they, disturbed my practice? I have been merciful several times, but they even gave me murderous intentions. There is more than a guilty death to me. Sun Wufan got angry when he thought of this. It turned out that a few days ago, a few monsters suddenly appeared on Baizai Mountain and asked Sun Wufan for information. It was fine at first, but in the mountains and old mountains, several monsters saw that Sun Wufan had this ability, and thought that unifying the world would bring trouble to this person in the future, so they had the intent to kill and intended to cut off Sun Wufan. If it is before the breakthrough, Sun Wufan may still have some trouble. You must know that these monsters are all the peak level strength of the Grand Master, but Sun Wufan has broken through the myth level as early as a year ago, and has accumulated a lot of mythology. Midterm. In this way, these monsters are not enough. It didn't take long to fight, and they were all killed by Monkey King. At the time, I didn't expect that the leaders of these monsters were actually mythical mid-level masters. Unexpectedly, my demons will one day die in the hands of a human being like you. Take your life. I saw the monster said. This monster is no one else, it is Harusa from the devil world. Mozu. You said you are the Mozu. Monkey King was shocked, but he did not expect that the Mozu appeared again hundreds of years ago. Well, you know the demons? Say, in the first battle, where did you humans seal my father god? Harusa did not expect that Son Gohan would know their demons. I don't know, I just heard that you demons were destroyed back then. I didn't expect that there will be remnants. If you meet, you can't keep it. Sun Wufan said. Arrogant, I can't think that humans now speak big words. Harusa angrily said. The two were fighting together. Sun Tian could hear clearly from the sidelines. He didn't expect to find the Mozu as soon as he returned to Bayezishan. Sun Wufan was originally talented and born out of a stone womb, it can be said to be born from heaven and earth. Now he has broken through mythology, and his combat power is even more amazing. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and with a full force of Monkey King, Harusa had nothing but the power to parry. Seeing the momentum, Harusa finally used her life-saving talent and forced Son Gohan back. Wait, my eldest brother will come to you to settle the account. After saying that, he flew to the sky, ready to escape. Now that I am a demon's, I still want to run. Monkey King screamed. Turtle Pai Chi Gongbo. I saw Monkey Gohan gather his whole body energy, a huge energy ball, and went straight into the sky. What? Harusa opened her mouth wide, feeling the threat of life, and had to fight with the Qigong wave, but she had already lost her measure in the panic. How could she resist it, and if she persisted for a while, she would be broken into pieces of meat. Hey! Mozu! Monkey King shook it casually. Was about to go back, suddenly felt inwardly. Who is it? Come out! Brother Gohan, so majestic! I didn't expect to see him in a few years. Senior brother is already in mythology. Sun Tian was also shocked just now. Although he can easily kill Harusa now, he still accidentally revealed a trace. Breath. It's just that Gohan discovered this breath. You are Sun Tian, I didn't expect you to be this old. At first sight, Sun Wufan turned out to be Sun Tian, but he had not seen him for 6 years. Long time no see. Haha, go home. Sun Tian and Monkey King talked about their experiences in recent years. Unexpectedly, the seniors have been practicing with the Karin immortals in the Karin Holy Land in recent years. It is good fortune. Sun Tiandeo. Haha, junior brother's experience is the same. I didn't expect junior brother to go deep into the demon realm, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle next. Hearing what you say, it should be the subordinates of Demon King Piccolo who returned to the world hundreds of years ago. Sun Gohando. Yes, you read www.yuyuganshu.com, right? How much does my brother know about Bic, the Demon King who was a disaster on the world hundreds of years ago? Although Sun Tian knew it, it was still not very clear. You don't know it and it's a fate. I also heard Master Wu Tian mention this incident by accident. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, the world of martial arts was the most prosperous. Sun Wufan said. It turned out that more than 400 years ago, the martial arts in the world were much more prosperous than it is now. At that time, there were more than 20 mythical masters, and there were more than 1,000 masters. But everything changed. A demon suddenly appeared in the world and led a group. Mythical master level demon, slaughter the world for joy. At that time, the human martial artists collectively resisted. Although they killed many demons, as soon as the demon leader Bic emerged, the powerful strength above the myth made the martial artists fear. Humans spent more than 10 years in terror in this way. In the end, it was the master who did not know where to learn a kind of sealing technique, and at the cost of his own life, sealed the devil Bic. But after this battle, most of the human martial arts inheritance was lost, so much so that now the martial arts is withered, and the master can be regarded as a master, and the myth is rare. So that's the case, so I'm unconsciously causing trouble. By the way, in this world's #1 martial arts conference, brother did not go to the world's #1 dang dang. Sun Tian suddenly laughed. Haha, I won't fight with their young people. By the way, what are you going to do next? Don't let the demons leave it alone. Of course, just how to find it, and I don't know where the other demons are. Sun Tiandao. Just listen to what the demon race said, this time not only their group, but also other companions. We will wait for a while. If there is no demon race to come to the door, we will go to teacher Wu Tian to see the teacher. Is there any good way? Sun Yufan said. I have to do this too. Chapter 41, Yama Strait. The Arctic glacier is white all year round, and the wind is freezing cold. Except for some adventurers, few humans come here on weekdays. But at this time, on the top of the glacier, an ice palace was standing. After a while, a few monsters walked out of the ice palace. I saw that the monster had wings and green skin on its back. The one in front was from the Devildom not long ago. Danton. Soon, the sound of a cold wind roared in the sky, and the two teams of monsters slowly fell. Big brother, we are back. Barth's Commandi came forward. Only you two are back? Where is Harusa? Danton had a bad feeling. I haven't met, what happened to Big Brother, right? Bart said. Don't talk about this first, have you asked about the land of Godfather Deo? Although it always feels that Harusa should have something wrong, it is a top priority to save God. I have no news here. Kong Mandi said. Brother, I searched for classics here and found nothing, but on the way back to the meeting, passing through a strait, it seemed to sense the aura of the Father God. It's just that the strait is too deep, and I can't dive to the end. I just wanted to come back and meet my brother first. Make more plans. Barth said. Really, at what position? Let's set off immediately and save God the Father. Danton heard the message and said immediately. The three of them are about to take someone to find out what happened, when suddenly another demon flies in the sky. What's the matter, you are the only one to come back. Danton saw that it was the demon of Harusa, and the first reaction in his heart was that something went wrong. My lord, something bad happened. We inquired about information and encountered a strong human. The man was horrified and said. It turns out that this demon was one of the things that happened when he met Son Gohan, but when he followed Harusa to find Son Gohan, he did not show up, but was left in the dark by Harusa. That's how it was avoided. The fate of death, escaped back. According to what you said, Harusa was wiped out by the human without a chance to escape. Danton said. You must know that the four of them are all mid-myth level strengths. Although Danton is a lot stronger, even if it is him, if Holsa wants to jump, he can't stay. Barths and Konmandi were also taken aback. You must know that they are equivalent to Harusa. If they were replaced by them, I'm afraid it would end in the same way. Brother, how to deal with this matter, the two said. Father's matter is important, go, first think about saving the father, then listen to what the father has arranged. Barton said. Big brother said, as long as the Father God comes out, who can stop my demons, the two said. It's just that they never thought that after they left the demon world, the gate of the demon world was already sealed by Azura, even if their father came out, it would be impossible to open the demon world. Sun Yufan and Sun Tian waited at Baizai Mountain for several days, but no demons came, and after discussing them, they decided to go to the Turtle Fairy house to discuss countermeasures with the Turtle Fairy. The two of them flew to the Turtle house in front of one another. With Sun Tian's help, Sun Yufan also learned aerial dance in the past 2 days. Actually, as long as you master the essentials of aerial dancing, it's not difficult. With a master's cultivation, you can also fly. It's just speed. It won't be fast, it won't help air combat. With the cultivation base in the middle stage of the Monkey King mythology, he naturally learned to use it soon. In less than half a day, the two came to the sea near Gaixian Island. To be honest, Sun Tian came here for the first time. Last time he only met with Gaixianren at the beach. Later, after meeting in the martial arts conference, they dived and practiced alone. Up! Gui Xianren was lying on a chair to rest. Suddenly, Gui Xianren stood up. Who is it? A familiar breath, and a breath but a little evil. How come together? Gaixian said in his heart. After a while, two figures appeared in the sky. Coming! Teacher Wu Tian, it's been a long time since I saw you, how are you doing? Old man, do you miss me? The first one is Sun Wufan, the second one is Sun Tian. It's you, I thought there was a strong enemy. You little devil, why didn't you see you in this world's #1 martial arts conference, and finally let the disciple of Crane Old Ghost win the championship? Gaixian said. The best martial arts club in the world, old man, didn't you play under an alias this time? Sun Tiandao. You can't always compete with juniors. Besides, in this martial arts club, talk to the old ghost Crane and see whose disciple is stronger. I just didn't expect that you kid would not come. Gaixianren replied. By the way, what's the matter with you here, and the kid www.readaloud.com? What's the matter with your breath? I feel evil and awe-inspiring. Teacher Wu Tian, there is indeed an important thing this time, the demons are born. Sun Wufan said. What? The demons were born, tell me in detail. When the turtle fairy heard this, a bad memory emerged. Sun Gohan will talk about the encounters of the demons and the destruction of the mythical demons. Tortoise Immortal said after hearing this, it looks like it's just some devil's remnants of the year. It's not good, Gohan, Sun Tian, let's go quickly to the Yama Strait to prevent the demon clan from releasing the demon king. After saying that, Sun Tian took the Gaixianren, and under the guidance of the Gaixian, rushed towards the Yama Strait. Monkey King followed closely. Old man, I said you should also learn flying, so I have to take flying with me. Sun Tian took the turtle fairy, speechless. You said that you are a mythical powerhouse, so why don't you take it seriously and learn this flying technique? You think I don't want it? This is old Crane's stunt. I don't want the old ghost to say that I stole his teacher. I haven't asked you where you have been in the past few years. You have even learned flying skills. Old Crane Ghost, right? Gaixian asked. How can I go to the demon world to toss and lie down? Said that the birth of the demon clan has something to do with me. I will talk to you when I have time. Sun Tiandao. Soon, Sun Tian and his party arrived near the Yama Strait. It's not good, there seems to be someone in front of me, so I am calm. Gaixiandao. Will it be released already? Sun Tiandao. It shouldn't have been. Back then, I added several seals to the magic bottle and sealed it directly into the deepest part of the strait. Without the strength of the late mythology, it would be impossible to go down, and water pressure could crush them to death. Xian explained. Clean up these first, it will be troublesome for a while. Brother Gohan, are you coming or me? Sun Tiandao. Chapter 42, Grandmaster Pinnacle equals, /A. A total of 16 breaths, junior brother, how about we try, who kills more? Sun Gohan's voice came. It seems that the past 2 days have not been waiting, and Monkey King is also angry. Speaking of these martial arts, no one is a soft-hearted generation, who is too small for the big and small duel. You must know that Sun Gohan has been like the cow demon king Tao Bibai and others in the past, the world's famous master selected a film, or else not he will be hailed as a man who is proficient in all martial arts in the world and is known as the next generation of myths. Although Tao Bibai and the Bull Demon King were also famous in those days, they were really not enough compared to Monkey King. Is a well-known fighting maniac, that is, decades ago, in order to break through to the myth level, Sun Wufan lived in Baizai Mountain in seclusion, and the heart of training martial arts gradually faded out of the martial arts circle. Of course it is precisely because of this that it is possible to adopt Sun Tian. Otherwise, after Sun Tian's arrival, a little kid, I am afraid that he has not yet succeeded. The monster in the depths of Bayazai Mountain is not a game with an initial combat power of only a few dozen. Demi can be destroyed. Senior brother is so intent to kill, okay, then junior brother will compare with you. Sun Tiandao. The demon realm and his party have strengthened not Sun Tian's cultivation, but also tempered Sun Tian's character. If Sun Tian was a gentleman in the past, then Sun Tian today is an evil monarch, and his aura has also been tempered with his body. The resurrection of Sion Great Ape's bloodline has become evil. Soon the three of them came to the small island where the demons were located, and they fell down. Tortoise Fairy also wanted to join, but he also wanted to see how strong the two are now, so he stayed aside for the two. Who? I saw a demon come forward and ask. Although a few people constricted their breath, they descended from the sky. They were obviously not ordinary people. Looking at the evil smile on Sun Tian's face, they felt a slight threat even though they were called the demon race. Sura Palace, Sun Tian, and other demons are so bold, they dare to enter the world privately. Sun Tian asked righteously when he came up. It was also a moment of evil interest. You must know that although the four major forces coexist, before, in the demon realm, the Shura Palace is the orthodox demon realm. What is the Shura Palace? Are you not at war with Kalik too? At first it was a person from the Shura Palace, the demons replied. You must know that they were fighting against the two forces before, and the gate of the demon world had no master guard, so they took the opportunity to sneak into the world. Stop talking nonsense, get caught up, and I will return to the demon world to accept punishment. Sun Tian continued to say solemnly. It's him. It's him who killed me, Hirusha-sama. At this moment, a demon man pointed at Monkey King and said in fear. You know, when Sun Gohan used a Kigong wave to kill Hirusa a few days ago, he was not far away, and he was so scared that he didn't even dare to come forward. What? You human being, should be the one who entered the demon realm a few years ago. I advise you not to make mistakes and leave quickly. The demon clan is not something you can afford to provoke. Although he was afraid, he still said. Plus there are 16 people on their side, and Sun Tian and the others have only 3 people. If it weren't for 3 adults to dive into the bottom of the sea to explore, there would be so much nonsense with them. Where is there so much nonsense? When did the Mozu be so careful? Isn't it all that the demons don't say much, don't accept it? Who are you waiting for? Sun Tiandao, a picture has long seen through your heart and soul. The expression of lungs and kidneys. Do it, hold them. The Mozu who had spoken before was surprised. The 16 demons no longer constrain their auras, and the strength of the Grand Master's pinnacle is completely released. For a time, the birds on the island were frightened and scattered. The animals felt dangerous instinctively and jumped into the sea regardless of their life or death. The small island is not very big, with a radius of several kilometers, but it is enough as a battlefield. Sun Tian and Sun Gohan no longer constrained their auras, their mythical strength burst out, but the aura of one person was bright and upright, but the aura of one was awe-inspiring, and the two stood together full of sense of disharmony. Suffer to death! With a loud shout, Sun Tian rushed directly into the group of demons, and smashed a head of demons into pieces. William, shit! When the other demons reacted, they were already in no hurry. Soon afterwards, as a dragon, William was invited to have tea by the king as soon as he became famous. Sun Mufan saw that Sun Tian had been preempted, and quickly joined the battlefield. In front of the 2 great masters of myth level, the masters of the pinnacle level are not enough to see, not to mention that even if they are both myths, the 2 are the kind of geniuses who leapfrogged. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and the 16 demons were sent to the palace of Yama by 2. The crushing of the realm and the crushing of the strength doomed the fate of the 16 demons. The Turtle Immortal was stunned at the site www.readaloud.com. Although we knew that the 2 had reached the mythical level on the way together, the real battle is to let the Turtle Fairy was taken aback. Don't worry about Sun Wufan. I knew that this was a fighting maniac before. Although it was much better to live in Baizai Mountain in seclusion, Sun Tian, what a ghost, it is hard to imagine an 18-year-old boy. Not only is his strength mythical, but the evil spirit makes the turtle immortal. I want to ward off evil spirits. Brother, you are shameless, you actually zoomed in and used mobs. Sun Tian said silently. At first, Sun Tian killed more than Monkey King, but in the end, Monkey King took away 4 Qigong with a move. 7:9 makes Sun Tian feel dumbfounded. Haha, junior brother, itchy hands for a while. Gohan also felt that he was not kind. If the 16 demons were to know that the strength of their Grandmaster's pinnacle was just a mob in Sun Tian's eyes, I wonder if they would get up from the ground and shout. But it's weird. I remember that there were 4 major mythological levels in the demon god temple at the time. Now they are just a few of them. Even if Brother Gohan killed 1 before, there should be 3 more, no? Sun Tian suddenly said. Teacher Wu Tian, did you make sure that you put the magic bottle here in the past? Turned around and said to the immortal turtle. Go to the sea. Otherwise it won't be a second if they are released. The turtle fairy also discovered the problem. The 16 demons were obviously not opponents just now, so they didn't escape. The 3 quickly dived into the sea. 1,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. At this moment, a sudden force of overwhelming power came from deeper, making Sun Tian and the 3 people only feel that they are in the small boat in the sea, and they may be overturned at any time. Not good, it has been released, go up. Gaixian said humanely. Chapter 43, Who said the devil is ruthless? It turned out that as early as when Sun Tian and the 16 demons met, the 3 Dantons had just dived into the deep sea. Through the transmission of the heartbeat, they already knew that some human experts had discovered their purpose. But after going deep into the sea, they found that the long-lost intimacy was getting closer and closer. They knew that the father must be deeper, and they had to let the 16 demons drag Sun Tian and his party. Just as Sun Tian and the others reacted, the 3 Dantons also after the buffer of time, finally found the location of the sealed magic bottle, but they have reached the endurance limit of the 3 demons. It is here that the 3 feel that they are staying on it. People have been wiped out. Big brother, what should I do? It is too deep, with our current physical strength, we can't go down. Barths and Kong Mandi said through voice. I can feel that the breath of Father God is there, less than 100 meters away from us now. Danton said helplessly. Barths and Konmandi are 50 meters away from Danton. Even if Danton is stronger, it is only 50 meters deeper than the 2 demons. I can't go on like this. Someone can solve 16 magic generals in just 5 minutes. I am afraid that the 3 of us may not be opponents if we join together. Kong Mandi said in his heart. Kong Mandi, with a resolute expression on his face, suddenly said, Brother, rely on you, you must save God the Father. Danton felt bad for a while, and suddenly a force came to him. Not far away, Kong Mandi passed his whole body chi to Danton, and without the protection of chi, Kong Mandi was instantly crushed by water to shred his body. Danton felt angry in his heart, but was too late to grieve, and quickly approached the sealed bottle. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Danton's body surface has cracks. Here it is. Danton exhaled and maintained his gas mask. Rise quickly. Go facing Barth's Road. 12,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters. This depth can be easily endured, and the 2 demons feel that 3 humans have dived into the bottom of the sea. Barths, make a gas mask, and I will rescue Godfather right away, hurry up. Danton said. It is good. Bart quickly mobilized the chi in his body, creating a gas mask about 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, and Danton quickly put the magic bottle in it. Bang! The seal was lifted, and a figure slowly appeared in the gas mask, with green skin, pointed ears, and a pair of tentacles on the forehead. Thanks for your hard work, children. Ha 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 ha, I finally came out, the Demon King finally came out again, human. Was probably locked up for too long, and he kept roaring and venting when he came out. Welcome to God the Father. Danton and Barth sneered and smiled. Who said that demons are ruthless? From a certain perspective, demons may not be more humane than gods. In Dragon Ball, everyone only said that the gods created the Dragon Ball to bring hope, but they never thought that the existence of Dragon Ball would also make those ambitious guys want to start a war without hesitation. If you are familiar with it, who can tell it? Demon King Piccolo calmed down and felt the message from the two children. His feelings were complicated. This seal was more than 400 years old. The demon race, who once feared people, was actually driven into the demon world. But fortunately, the other half did not rush to kill. I am afraid that he still has the heart to make him come back again, otherwise it will be sealed for thousands of years, even the devil Bic will be directly sealed to death. It's really a pity, good calculation. Demon King Piccolo said. First, deal with the 3 bugs above. I can't imagine that there are still mythical figures among humans. Through a brief sound transmission, Piccolo already knows the existence of Sun Tian. A breath of mythology suddenly burst out, and the monster fish in the deep sea suddenly scattered. You must know that even the myth level in the deep sea is very dangerous. Fish like whales, octopuses, sharks, etc. can easily kill the master. The existence of some ancient existences even avoids even the myth level. If it weren't for the inability to go ashore, I am afraid that even Piccolo could not easily dominate the mainland. Pic quickly floated to the surface of the sea with the 2 demons, following Sun Tian and the 3. Almost at the same time, the 2 men and horses were out of the sea at the same time. Humans, dare to kill my demons. Are you ready? Big Demon King Piccolo said angrily. Something that can be destroyed easily, dare to touch the majesty of the devil. But Piccolo also knows that even though his realm is above mythology after being sealed for 400 years, my strength is not 10 but 1. Now he can display the peak combat power of mythology, it is already the best. Demon King Piccolo, you actually escaped the seal. Immortal Turtle said tremblingly. Unexpectedly, there are people who can remember me, Big Demon King Piccolo. If so, then you dare to come and die. Big Demon King Piccolo shouted. Tortoise Fairy has experienced that period of dark age, and the fear of the big devil has deepened into his bones. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Although he has reached the myth level for more than 400 years, the things in his bones make the turtle immortal still have no confidence. But Sun Wufan and Sun Tian are different. The 2 have not experienced that dark age. In addition, both are the protagonists of the same era. Naturally, there is not much burden on the big devil. Teacher Wu Tian, is this the legendary big devil Bic? Sun Wufan said. Old ghost, how about the momentum of your martial arts mythology? Come out with the momentum of the world's #1 martial arts club and me. Sun Tian shouted angrily. Both felt that Gaixianren seemed a little scared, so Sun Tian had to stimulate with words. Inner demon, yes, although Dragon Ball World does not have such a saying, Turtle Immortal does have an inner demon. Not only him, but also the Crane Immortal. I usually can't see it, but when I really face the Big Demon King Piccolo, something unnatural appears. Yes, why am I afraid? I was so crushed that I didn't even have the courage to do it. Shouldn't I be afraid? Faced with the Demon King Piccolo, who cannot be afraid? Immortal Turtle is constantly struggling. Suddenly Sun Tian's anger came in his ears, and a window in his heart seemed to be pushed open by something. Who am I? I am the of martial arts who created the Gaixian Liu. Even the teacher was only a late stage of mythology, but of course, the teacher was willing to pay the price of life for all living beings, and sealed the existence of the impossible myth. Why not? My heart suddenly brightened. I saw Gaixianren's momentum suddenly changed, as if he had realized something. "Pick, can you dare to fight?" His eyes flashed, and the turtle fairy felt back to his youth. "Oh, I broke through under my oppression." The big devil Piccolo didn't expect that under Sun Tian's anger, under his own pressure, some human beings would advance to the pinnacle of myth. Chapter 44, The Devil Retreats. "Father God, you have no strength at present, there is no need to die with them," Danton said. The two obviously felt that on the one hand, the three big human powers on the opposite side were the top-notch existence even if they were placed 400 years ago. On the other hand, the Father God had been sealed for more than 400 years, and his strength was less than 1 or 2 of the previous 10 years. Back then, how could the Father God talk more to this kind of ant, and he was the one who refused to accept it. This time God the Father came out and said so much for the first time. Obviously, God the Father also felt the strength of the other party. In addition, a bald old man of the other party actually broke through before the battle. If the duel goes on, it may not be a good thing for them. The plan now is to return to the demon realm and wait for the Father God to regain his strength before returning to the world. Don't worry, even if I don't save one in strength, it won't be something they can deal with. Big Demon King Piccolo said. Now that you are going to fight, then come and let the Demon King see, after more than 400 years, is the world's martial arts masters as vulnerable as they were in the past year. War has only one word, which shows the determination of the Turtle Fairy. Sun Tian and Sun Gohan withdrew thousands of meters each, and at the same time the Chi machine locked on Barths and Danton. This was a battle of the Turtle Immortal. The two did not want any interference. The two demons wanted to be with the Great Demon King, but they felt that Sun Tian and Monkey King's energy were locked, so they didn't dare to make any move. You two step back, and stare at the other two humans. This Demon King is back in the first battle. Don't move. The Great Demon King also knows that his two children can't help, and Sun Tian and Sun Wufan are the other two. Classes are not easy to deal with. The power of the Sun Gohan in the middle of mythology, and Sun Tian, to be honest, the big devil can't understand it, always feels very evil, and even feels more like a demon than him. Piccolo is very keen in this regard. Since Sun Tian has tempered his body has already produced his unique Ape Demon True Chi, and Ape Demon True Chi is already domineering, full of aggressiveness and aggressiveness. The four of them withdrew from the battle circle and locked each other. In the battlefield, the immortal turtle had already used the battle form. His thin body had grown from 1.5 meters to nearly 2 meters, and his whole body was no longer the weak and windy appearance before. But a lively muscular man, his whole body swelled, staring at the opposite big demon. Feeling the lock of chi from immortal turtle, the Great Demon King just looked sick, but at this moment, his whole body exploded with an astonishing aura, his eyes also staring at immortal turtle. Ha! Immortal turtle gave a burst of shout, preemptively, flashed his figure, came behind Piccolo, punched out. It's too slow. The big devil easily dodges a heavy punch from the immortal turtle, and the place where the big devil was originally has been blasted out of a big hole with a punch. Turned around, the big devil made a preemptive move, and the ghost appeared on the side of the turtle immortal, pushing with both hands. It's not good, I can't avoid it, that's it. Seeing that the turtle fairy couldn't avoid it, he had to cross his hands and take the big devil's blow. So strong, is this the once big demon king? It has been sealed for more than 400 years, and it is still terribly strong. Immortal turtle was hit hundreds of meters away, and a deep ditch appeared on the ground. Took advantage of the situation, as the great devil, naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. In an instant, the great devil appeared above the turtle immortal. So fast! The immortal turtle got up quickly, and a turtle-style Qigong wave shot out, hitting the real body of the great devil. The Great Demon King did not expect that the turtle immortal reacted so quickly, he took a note abruptly, and was hit into the sky. Finally stopped, only to find that the turtle fairy had jumped up at some point. Bang! The big devil was hit to the ground, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. Although the turtle immortal can temporarily pause in the air, he cannot stay in the air for a long time. After reluctantly using another Qigong wave, he returned to the ground. Ho ho! The big devil lost one after another, and he knew that he despised the immortal turtle. He thought it was just an ant that squeezed to death, but he accidentally got bitten. Human, you make this king feel pain, and then this king will no longer release water, the big devil said angrily. At the moment when the turtle immortal landed on the ground, the great demon attacked continuously. For a time, the turtle immortal was beaten back, and he barely parried. Brother, if this continues, I am afraid that teacher Wu Tian will not last long. Although Sun Tian locked the two demons opposite, his eyes were always on the battlefield. Brother, what do you say? Gohan said. Both of them are masters. Naturally, it can be seen that immortal turtle can only defend, but it is difficult to have a chance to counterattack. It's okay for a short time, but after a long time, I'm afraid I will be seized of the opportunity, and KO is on the ground. Senior brother is confident to fight the opposing two? Sun Tian asked. Although Sun Gohan is strong, it is still not enough to intervene in the Great Demon King's war www.readaloud.com, but if it is just two opposite demons in the same realm, that would be fine. Okay, leave it to me, junior brother will help teacher Wu Tian, his old man. Gohan replied. After talking, the breath of the whole body followed, and flew directly to the two demons. Human, so daring, do you want to challenge the two of us alone? Danton took a look and immediately joined forces with Barths and shouted. On the other side, Sun Tian is awe-inspiring. Big Demon King, let me come and see you for a while. After all, regardless of whether the turtle immortal agrees, directly join the war. Sun Tian doesn't care so much, fairness or unfairness doesn't matter, if he really makes old turtle die, then Sun Gohan can't worry about him. When you come to this world, it doesn't matter to other people, but Sun Tian is still grateful for Sun Wufan's adoption. Seeing Sun Tian full of evil spirits, Big Demon King Piccolo is also waiting seriously. And when the Gaixian saw Sun Tian joining in, he also launched a counterattack. For a time, the silhouettes of the people on the island flickered, and the big devil was one enemy too, and gradually fell to the wind. You must know that this is not the world's #1 martial arts club. There are not so many rules at all. And it is impossible for the two sides to give each other a chance to gather any big moves. Really punch inside, and the Qigong bombs only interfere with them. Only physical matchmaking of moves, and the use of skills. On the other side, Monkey King crushes two demons alone, and the two demons can only join hands and barely remain undefeated. The two battlefields hold together, and no one can do nothing. When saw this, the great demon had to sell a flaw, instantly escaped from the battle, and then forced the Sun Gohan back. Slower, I'm afraid the two children will be lost again. Go, wait for me to regain my strength and fight again. After speaking, Piccolo quickly disappeared into the sky with the two demons. Chapter 45, Tortoise and Crane Exchange. With the departure of the Great Demon King, Sun Tian and his party did not chase them, and knew that even if they catch up, there is no way to leave a figure above the myth, even if the myth is only 1 or 2 in strength. The three of them looked at each other for a while. They felt that things were a little difficult, and they couldn't wait for the devil to regain his strength. If by then, there would be really no way to fight the devil. Gohan, go to Hexianju, explain the matter to your uncle, let him come to Gaixianyu, discuss countermeasures, and call the Bull Demon King by the way. Sun Tian, you go back to Gaixianyu and wait, I'll go. The two boys, Lin and Leaping, get it back. Immortal Turtle said, it's the older generation that doesn't break, so he reacted so quickly. Old man, tell me where Kellen and Leaping are, I'll go. You don't know how to fly. Sun Tian never forgets the pain points of the immortal turtle. The turtle fairy is speechless, can you not mention flying? He also felt hot on his face, just because he couldn't fly, otherwise he wouldn't be suppressed by the great demon with his strength just breaking through the peak of myth. Gaixian swears, I must learn flying skills when I go back this time. Farewell to the three of them, and act separately. After half a day, Kamasi Yunya, the highest combat power of human beings on the earth gathers, and a meeting against the big devil begins. The pinnacle of the myth of the Turtle Fairy. The late stage of the myth of Crane Immortal. Sun Gohan myth middle stage. The early days of Tianjin Fan myth. Tao Bai Bai Grand Master Peak. The pinnacle of the great master of the Bull Demon King. Grand Master Klin Peak. The late Master Leaping. The late Dumpling Master. The midterm of Master Kiki. Sun Tian looked at this group of top combat power on Earth. Unknowingly, it has been 18 years since he was reborn. Bald Turtle, did you break through? Although Crane Immortal had said it from Monkey King, he was shocked when he saw it. He doesn't want to break through, but for more than 400 years, there has been no opportunity. Hey, stupid Crane, we are the one who took the picture. If we didn't face the Demon King Piccolo this time, plus Sun Tian's stunner, I'm afraid I will still be unbreakable. The Turtle Fairy seemed to explain, but in fact he smiled. Bloomed. Look, look. I was so proud of you the other day. Isn't it just that the disciple won the world's #1 martial arts championship? If Sun Tian didn't participate in the competition, it would be your disciple's share. Now I am the first to break through to the pinnacle of mythology. The more I think about it, the more amiable my face is. Where does the Crane Immortal know what the Turtle Immortal thinks? Looking at that face, I can't wait for a shoe sole to pat the old face. It turned out that in this world's #1 martial arts tournament, although Leaping and Klin achieved the second and third results in the end, the championship was won by Tianjin Fan. In the finals, Klin competed with Tianjin Fan. At first, they were evenly matched. However, I didn't expect Tianjin Fan to break through to the mythical level in one fell swoop. Although he was new to the myth, it was not Klin who could fight against and finally won the championship. And Kikai pestered Sun Tian as soon as she came to the Gaixian house, her husband's ex-husband yelled shortly, making Sun Tian laughed at by everyone. Tortoise Immortal briefly talked about the birth of the big demon king Piccolo. It's about this matter, and everyone can't help it. Old Tortoise, according to what you said, although the great demon king is out of trouble, but the strength is not as good as before, and he barely fought with you. Hexian asked. Yes, even though I broke through to the pinnacle of the myth, I still couldn't make 100 rounds in his hands, but after Sun Tian joined, I barely managed to remain undefeated. If I didn't see the two subordinates being forced by Gohan, I'm afraid I won't retreat so easily. Gaixianren replied. But it's useless for us to get together now. There is no way to find the big devil. And now there is no one who can face the big devil alone. Hexian was powerless to think of this matter, and the dark history in his heart recollected in his heart. I thought it was over, but when I heard it again, I still felt lost. Sun Tian, I want to try it with you. Tianjin Fan has been staring at Sun Tian, exuding a strong fighting spirit. No interest. Didn't you see that I was talking about life with Kikai? Sun Tian ignored. If it were the Monkey King in the Dragon Ball of the previous life, I'm afraid he would have gone up to fight a long time ago. You are not worthy to be a martial artist. Sun Tian's ignorance made Tianjin Fan anxious. When Kikai heard it, she became angry. Three-eyed baby, what do you want to do? Why should my husband guide you? In Kikai's eyes, feelings are already regarded as Mrs. Sun Tian. In Kikai's view, Tianjin Fan is wont to take the opportunity to teach Kung Fu to Sun Tianji. As soon as I heard Tianjin, I immediately castrated. I can't reason with a woman. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and turned around to look for Kellen and Leaping. Come on, I want to fight 3, and the dumplings are also forced to join the battle. making the Commissariat house a mess. Where are the two turtles and cranes? The Bull Demon King and Monkey King ask how to break through the myth level. Sun Tian and Kikai young couple are talking about love. And the fighting madman Tianjin Fan, you have to fight 3 of them one by one, pulling the bewildered Kling leaping dumplings. Tao Bibai looked at the immortal turtle and crane silently. Feelings except for the 2 turtles and cranes, no one is concerned about the return of the big devil. The 2 discussed for a long time, and they didn't discuss a plan. They opened their eyes and watched everyone around them seem to be irrelevant. Sun Tian, aren't you afraid? The turtle fairy looked at Sun Tian, who was holding Kikai to the side to chat. The soldiers will come to block, the water will cover the earth. The martial arts school should not be afraid of challenges, and don't break the Dao heart because of a big devil. Instead of thinking about how to eliminate the big devil, it is better to think about improving ourselves, as long as we also rise above the myth. What is the fear of the devil? Sun Tian Dao. The mystery was broken in one word, and the crane immortal heard the enlightenment, and suddenly felt that life was too shameful these years, and always worried that one day the great devil would return, so that it would stop at the end of the myth for hundreds of years, and it would be difficult to make progress. Suddenly a great aura radiated from the crane immortal's body. Everyone around was shocked. And found that crane immortal did not know when he was sitting in paint. About half an hour later, the aura of crane immortal's body slowly gathered, and a bright light shot out of crane immortal's eyes. Congratulations, junior brother, for reaching the pinnacle of myth. Congratulations, master. Congratulations to master. At this point, another mythical pinnacle powerhouse is born. Chapter 46, Tragedy Caused by One Dragon Ball. It is said that after the great demon king Piccolo left with his 2 subordinates, he returned to the demon realm for training. How did he think it was discovered that the gate of the demon realm was already sealed? Even if it was the realm above the great devil's mythology, the seal could not be shaken, so he had no choice but to go to the Arctic glacier, the palace of the land back then. However, when passing through a deserted village, I suddenly heard that a demon army was looking for something, and when the 3 demon flew over, they were attacked by this army. Although it had no effect on the 3 demons, as the great demon king, he was originally worried about Sun Tian and others chasing after him. He never caused chaos in the world, and he did not expect to be fooled by a bunch of ants. It was pretty good, and the 3 demons immediately slaughtered the entire legion. However, the matter did not end there. When the 3 demons were slaughtering the legion, they found a dragon ball. Long-lasting memories emerged in the mind of the great demon king. Back then, Piccolo had 2 points, and the Piccolo settled in the heavens. Piccolo, the devil god, brought trouble to the world, but when the Piccolo was about to dominate the world, suddenly the gods appeared in the sky. Wu Taitu, who was killed, instantly lost his trace. Are the same as Piccolo, of course, knowing that the Piccolo must have made the Dragon Ball, which interfered with his great cause, and the following year, Wu Taitu turned out to seal the great devil in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this demon king to be sealed by humans one day, and I didn't expect that this demon king will need to use Dragon Ball one day, the big devil laughed. At the same time, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion learned that a legion was destroyed by 3 demons, and took them away. They finally collected the dragon that they were about to bring back to the headquarters. As a gang of evil and notorious, when have they suffered this kind of shame? But knowing that they can easily destroy a monster of their army, most people will definitely not be able to deal with it. Had to activate the semi-mature biochemical man, and then used the radar to locate and hunt down all the way. Although the biochemical man is only as strong as the early days of the myth, he does not know the pain, and the energy is close to infinite. Plus there are a lot of them, 16 in total. Suddenly the great devil discovered that it had been sealed for more than 400 years, and some were out of touch with society. Any cat or dog would dare to provoke him. In a fit of anger, he tore 16 biohazards to pieces, and hit the Red Ribbon Army headquarters along the way. This time, the great Demon King didn't show any mercy. He shot with all his strength. This time, the Red Ribbon Legion had been doing evil for many years, and finally knew what people were doing. In just 1 hour, the entire headquarters was slaughtered, even the people in the mountains. The laboratory was also completely destroyed, but his operation of turning the show, I am afraid that there will be no chance to be born on the 18th and 17th, and I don't know what Chiru in the future world will think when he comes to this world. If it is only so, then forget it. The 6 dragon collected by the head-in-chief Ritter are only the last one, but because he angered Piccolo, he made wedding clothes for others. It's really time and fate. The 3 big demon kings who finished venting did not leave, but this matter has attracted the attention of the society. Many countries paid close attention to the satellites of the demon army, but they discovered the matter and organized many reporters to interview. When a group of reporters arrived, they looked at the great demon king and the others with admiring eyes. It was like the stars holding the moon. The great devil had always acted as he pleased before. How did you ever feel this kind of vision? The dignified great devil became a hero, watching the enthusiastic look of the reporters. The big devil felt very useful. You are the big devil, how can you be whitewashed by a group of people like this? Are you sent by the gods to punish this group of demons? A reporter asked staringly. Hello sir, I am a reporter from XXX, may I ask XXX? Another reporter asked. Facing the questions from the reporters, the big devil was dumbfounded, and he felt more fulfilled than ruling the world by killing. And a group of humans with no strength, the great demon king would not make a move, or let others know that they would not laugh at death. In the end, I really couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the reporters, and flew directly with his subordinates. Danton www.readaloud.com. Do you think we used the wrong method of ruling the world 400 years ago? Said the great demon king. Father, this subordinate is not easy to say, but for the past 400 years, we have been one of the 4 forces in the demon world. At the beginning, we also lay down the territory by force, and we did not make rules. Soon after, the forces violated the encirclement. The chaos became a mess, until we suppressed it again by force, and then we began to formulate rules, and then slowly managed the forces in an orderly manner. Although Danton did not know why the father asked this, he still used some of the things that have been done for more than 400 years. Come answer. Really? Go back to God the Father, no matter what the Father God makes, we will act in accordance with the will of God the Father. Danton said. In fact, for hundreds of years of being sealed, the great demon king also thought a lot. He obviously had the best strength of the day, but he lost to humans. Instead, it ended up being sealed. At the same time, Sun Tian and his entourage saw an incredible scene on TV. Damn, this is Big Demon King Piccolo. Sun Tian looked at him and was speechless. Tortoise and Crane were also speechless for a while, as were the others, as if this great devil looked a bit innocent. At this moment, the white sky suddenly darkened. It's not good. Someone summoned the dragon. It should be the Demon King Piccolo. Sun Tiandao. Sun Tian thought that although he didn't fight the Red Ribbon because of his own rebirth, he didn't expect to be picked up by Piccolo due to the difference in the sun. What kind of dragon? People who didn't know asked. Sun Tian briefly explained. What does the great Demon King want to do when summoning the dragon? Gaixian said humanely. I don't know. There should be nothing for the time being, I'll go out for a while. Sun Tian said, and flew in the direction of induction. Chapter 47, The Scared Big Devil Piccolo. Is thousands of miles away, Piccolo is in a remote and inhospitable place, surrounded by desert, no one inhabited. As the demon body of the god, the great devil naturally knows the use of dragon and avoids others to make wishes in advance. At this time, the world is already dark, and the dragon looks down on the common people. Let's talk, say your wish, I can help you realize any wish, but there can only be one. It's still the dragon, but it's not the same as when facing Sun Tian, it's an official business. Shenlong, please help me regain my youth and return to the energetic age. How can it be achieved? Said the big devil. Simple, achievable. Shenlong said, and his eyes flashed red. The rules of heaven and earth have changed, and the body of the original shriveled blue flower changes rapidly, swells rapidly, and is full of vitality, and the damage caused by more than 400 being sealed has disappeared. Look, the body of God the Father is changing. God the Father is getting younger. Danton said. Ha 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 ha, this is it, I'm getting younger, my youth, my strength, that's how it feels, it's great. Big felt the changes in his body and the strength, and laughed crazy. Your wish has been fulfilled, then, goodbye. Shenlong said. It's a pity, it's not that simple. Naturally, Piccolo didn't want to leave any hidden dangers, so he wanted to kill Shenlong. If it is the original drama, I am afraid that Shenlong does not matter, it is just a summoning device, but there is Sun Tian on the earth, this person from the same place. Shenlong still thinks about seeing Sun Tian again through Dragon Ball. Little devil, do you want to die? Shenlong suddenly burst out with a powerful force, making Big Demon King Piccolo feel that his body is completely sealed, and the surrounding space is directly oppressed. How is it possible? Why is it like this? The Shenlong in my memory is not like this. For the first time, the big devil Piccolo felt that the of death was so close to him, even though Piccolo didn't know he was the Namek race. But as a genius of the dragon race of Namek, it is clear from the memory of the inheritance that this kind of situation is impossible for the dragon summoned by the Dragon Ball. Hey, this small punishment and big punishment, next time I feel not alert to me, just kill. A killing character made Piccolo tremble, and he didn't even contemplate the dragon's ability to kill himself. The fearless Demon King Piccolo, for the first time knows what is called divine power. Compared with Piccolo, he feels that Piccolo is an ant. After that, I saw the Shenlong glowing from the whole body, and soon turned into a Dragon Ball and scattered. It took a long time before Piccolo recovered. Faced with the Dragon Via, Piccolo felt that the days of sealing the bottle were better than before. Father, what happened to you just now? Danton asked. Don't you feel it? Big Demon Bick asked back. No, we saw that God the Father regained his youth, and then suddenly stopped moving, and yelled for a long time without returning to us. Hi! Piccolo felt that things might be far more terrifying than he thought. The shock of the soul is only for oneself, but the two subordinates are not aware of it at all. At this time, Piccolo didn't regain his youth at all, and his strength regained his excitement. On the contrary, he felt relieved. The great Demon King did not intend to tell the second demon about this matter, but buried it deeply in his heart, fearing that misfortune would come out of his mouth and attract the killing thought that existed. At this moment, a powerful breath came from a distance, and after a while, Sun Tian appeared in the sky, slowly falling to the ground. Oh, I'm regaining my youth, why don't you look unhappy? Sun Tian fell not far from the big devil. It's you, are you that human? Piccolo hasn't recovered from what happened just now. My name is Sun Tian, how did the great Demon King fulfill his wish with Dragon Ball and still look like he is dying? Sun Tian asked again. Piccolo just wanted to answer, but when he thought of the existence of that person, he shut up immediately. Sun Tian knew that most of them were trained by the ancestors' religion, and his heart was bright and bright. Pic, are you still going to rule the world? Sun Tian continued to ask. When I heard Sun Tian's question, how did the great devil Big sound a bit harsh? If it were placed before, the great devil would definitely have the purpose of ruling the earth, but now suddenly he found out what would happen even if he ruled the earth? What does it matter to you? Humans, do you want to stop this demon? Piccolo no longer has the ambitions he had before, and he doesn't speak so madly. Pic, are you still the Demon King? You won't be scared by the dragon. Sun Tian looked at Piccolo as if he had lost his soul. It seemed that he couldn't put down some strong medicine. I'm afraid he will recover in a while. You, how do you know? Piccolo panicked, and it seems that this happened not by himself. Ha 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 ha, Piccolo, let's go and talk for a while. Sun Tian laughed first and then invited Piccolo. Bic didn't persuade him. You reading www.yunsha.com and the two people have a common language, plus Sun Tian's evil spirit, no matter how you look at it, they are all in the magic way. Danton, you two are waiting for me here. Piccolo ordered. Father God, but... Don't worry, do you think this human being can pose a threat to me? After all, Sun Tian and Piccolo flew not far away one after another. After all, how much do you know about Shenlong? Bic said. It should be a bit more than you, but I can't tell you, I believe you can understand. Sun Tian replied. I understand, I can understand too much, Piccolo said, but he seemed to think of the powerless feeling just now. Are you afraid that you have restored your strength above the myth? Sun Tian asked again. Yes, I recovered, but what can I do? In the face of such existence, even if it is 10 times or 100 times stronger, I am afraid it is not enough. You will know yourself by then, haha. Sun Tiandao. But this time, I will clarify your attitude on the one hand, and discuss your future plans on the other. Presumably you have also discovered that you are different from the human beings on the earth. Sun Tian finished, and measured a long time. Come with the tail tied around the waist. It seems that you should not be a human being on earth. Yes, I always knew that I should not be an earth race. Before I separated from that guy, I had traveled around the earth and saw all kinds of people, but never I've seen someone similar to me. Bic said. Yes, I am not a human being on the earth, but I grew up on the earth, and the earth is home to me. I don't want the earth to be threatened by aliens in the future. Sun Tian is like chatting with an old friend for a day. On earth, I am afraid that Piccolo and Sun Tian are the only people of the same kind. Chapter 48, Devil Memory. When I was very young, my hometown suddenly changed and my parents sent to the earth to avoid disaster. When he was a baby, he was sent to the earth for safety because of a terrifying enemy. The big devil couldn't help but recalled the past. It was little Bic, who was less than 3 years old, flying in space on a spacecraft without knowing his purpose until one day he landed on this planet and waited. Looking forward, I hope that the people of the tribe can think of themselves in a foreign country. However, the first time is 8 years. During the 8 years, he has thought about taking the spacecraft to find a way back. However, the spacecraft is not able to fly again due to insufficient fuel. Can only be used as his residence. A period of childhood memories emerged in the mind of the great demon king. The 11-year-old Piccolo could not wait for the coming of the tribe, and finally there was one person, alone, leaving the spaceship of his long companion and entering the human society. I still remember what I was when I first entered society. I was deceived and friends. As I grew up, Piccolo's strength continued to grow stronger. He constantly challenged the masters of the Holy Land in the world, and he was also very famous at that time. Until one day, Piccolo discovered that he was invincible in the world. Even the strongest human being at that time was no more than a myth. However, as an intelligent creature, one must live for a purpose, otherwise it is different from a salted fish. Piccolo, who has grown up, was already above mythology at that time. However, he was lonely on the earth. There were no clansmen and opponents. Until one day, Piccolo knew that there were gods in this world, so he found a new one. The goal. If he can become a god, will he be able to return to his hometown? In this way, Bic has finally found a temple tens of thousands of meters high in the sky after many difficulties. Bic has seen the gods and fought against them. However, the power of the gods makes at that time, Piccolo finally discovered that he was not the most powerful existence on the planet, so Piccolo stayed in the temple to practice until one day, they told him that he was not qualified to inherit the position of the god, because there was darkness in his heart. Because of an assessment, in addition to Piccolo, there was another competitor, Kalik. The two competed. Piccolo, who did not distinguish Mopik, was so powerful, the strength of the king-level pinnacle, the realm above the myth, and the ratio sum of the habits of the world will kill Kalik directly. The gods at that time sensed the darkness in Piccolo's heart, and bluntly said that to become a god, there can be no darkness in his heart. However, to become a and find the way home has become Pic's obsession at that time. To become a god, Pico had to separate the darkness in his heart with the secret method of innate talent, which is now the great demon king, and finally 1 point. The strength of the second-ranked Piccolo has declined. It should be based on the divine nature. The strength of the Piccolo in the late king level stage, while the Mo Pico only has the strength of the middle king level. In this way, the Piccolo inherits the position of the god, but I didn't find the way back. I only knew that a few hundred years later, there might be chance. But Mobike is because they are divided into 2 points. And still can't find the way back, in a rage, it is a disaster for the world. If Piccolo, who has become a god, no longer considers returning to his hometown because he abandons the darkness in his heart, then the obsession of Magic Piccolo is to return to his hometown, and he will slaughter the world to seek answers. Although the two of them are one body and 2 parts, they have the same roots. As a human being, the Big cannot commit suicide. Although he was stronger at the time, he could not easily fall into the realm after becoming a god. It was so dark on Earth for more than 10 years, until mankind found a way to kill the evil Piccolo was sealed, and Piccolo's travels on the Earth before becoming a directly became a crisis of the martial arts Holy Land at that time. The Demon King Piccolo almost killed the martial arts masters at that time. If he is not a Piccolo, he will make a Dragon Ball at a critical moment. He rescued Wutedu, and was led by the Karin Immortal who left the temple in a rage to create a magic seal wave stunt. I am afraid that the world is still under the rule of the devil. However, due to the devil's reason www.readaloud.com the inheritance of human martial arts was lost, and only 2 or 3 cats were left. After a long period of time, under the guidance of the Karin Immortal, the talented turtle Crane 2 broke through. The myth has not fully recovered until now. More than 400 years have passed. From the fact that there were so many grandmasters like dogs and myths, now the realm of grandmasters can dominate one place. You can imagine how terrifying the impact of the Demon King's rebellion back then. It's really a bad memory. The big devil made a general, finally knowing that the Earth is no longer an alien by himself. Yes, and I can tell you that in the near future, more evil and powerful aliens will come to the Earth, because even if the Earth's Dragon Ball is placed in the universe, it is also a great treasure. Sun Tian also had some sigh. You don't need to talk about this. This is something deep in our soul. It is called the Pearl of Hope in our hometown. But anyone who wants to come to this Demon King's territory to stray into the wild must first ask me if I agree. There are other aliens with unkind intentions coming to the Earth, looking like protecting a calf. In the heart of the great devil, the Earth has already become his hometown. As for returning to the original hometown, it is just a kind of obsession. I want to go back. It's just a year. You are obviously the devil, how can you behave like a good person, not like you? Sun Tian was speechless. In the memory of his previous life, this Piccolo was a protector of the calf. He always regarded the Earth as his own. Later, he even regarded the son of Monkey King as his own. In short, this Demon King is a bit innocent. I want you to control. What are you trying to do today when you came to me? You must know that I have recovered my strength now, and I am not afraid that this devil will get rid of you directly. It seems like a cat with a small tail trampled on it. Piccolo immediately blows its hair. Chapter 49, Plan Ahead. What do I want to do? Do you still ask me what I want to do? The cause you planted yourself, Don't you return it yourself." Sun Tian felt that the devil had changed, unlike when he was just released. 2. Who has been sealed for more than 400 years and hasn't changed a bit. Even if it is a monkey, wouldn't it be like a monkey after being under the Wuzi mountain for 500 years? What cause can I plant? The devil asked rhetorically. Come on, let me analyze it for you. First of all, because of your events more than 400 years ago, the whole world of martial arts was almost wiped out. Up to now, the world of martial arts has not been restored, right? Seems. Then, you have been released now, but what should we do about the crisis we are about to face? If we don't have the strength, we will be beaten. You can understand this best. You can only beat others before, but now others beat us. Say yes or no. The weak eat the strong, you don't need to teach me. Then the question is, once the aliens invade on a large scale, what will our Earth use to resist? Do we rely on the weapons of the current Earth government? It's okay to kill masters in the realm of masters. I really meant myth level or even your current level. Master, think about it for yourself, can you resist it? It cannot be resisted. Although human beings are very smart, these broken coppers and iron are not taking the right route. It will be useless even if we use nuclear bombs to meet our strength. The great demon king undeniably said. So, when a bunch of myth-level people come to the earth, what should we do? We can't let you, the devil king, guard the world. That would be too shameful. Sun Tian continued to explain. They dare, as long as there is my big devil, don't want to get involved with my earth. The calf protecting big devil is here again. How many can you fight against alone? Is it just your 2 subordinates? Or are you going to build a bunch of that kind of subordinates? In the face of absolute strength, that's a group of cannon fodder. What do you think you should do? It's impossible not to resist, right? You humans, it's not me who underestimate them. 2 or 3 cats, big and small, are not enough for the devil to kill with a single finger. The big devil was anxious, to be honest, it used to be true. Never thought about these problems. You can't talk about killing and killing at every turn. I have an idea here, do you think it will work or not? Sun Tian is about to show down. We are united to recreate the Earth martial arts civilization. You must know that most of the Earth martial arts inheritance has disappeared because of your reasons. Now human beings are not afraid to tell you that there are 45 mythical masters, and they all cherish themselves. Once the alien civilization, we can't count on them when we come. Instead of doing this, we create a holy place on our own, preach the world, and let the talented people of the whole earth invest in our sect. Cultivate our strength to deal with unknown enemies by then. Sun Tian said. What? The great demon said in surprise. The dignified great demon is going to accept disciples? Think about it, you are now a celebrity, you want to accept disciples, create a holy land, the world will find ways to come to apprentice. Sun Tian continued. How come I am a celebrity? I haven't done anything. The big devil doesn't understand. When did I become a celebrity? Don't you watch TV? I go, you are a bit out of touch with society. Did you know that the force you killed before was the notorious demon army in the world? Now the global government is compulsory TV broadcast, you have it's on fire, the fans have exceeded 100 million. Sun Tian said exaggeratedly. After a long time of explanation, Piccolo clarified his clues. I am the big devil. How come I became a hero? This role has changed a bit quickly, making Comrade the Big Devil a little uncomfortable. How are you thinking about establishing a holy place that belongs to us, centering on the earth? Martial arts and technology go hand in hand, and then spreading into the universe. I feel that Sun Tian's boasting is getting bigger and bigger, but the Big Devil is a little excited, fighting against the powerful in the universe, and feeling more like his own rule over the earth before. Sun Tian's words opened up a world in the heart of the great devil. The great devil felt that his structure was too small and he was still limited to ruling the earth. Look at others, he was ready to connect with alien civilization. Yes, but how do we build a holy place? There is no startup capital, no personnel management, and not enough people to teach. And doing so will also put the devil's own practice. As long as you agree, none of this is a problem. In other words, how are you going to practice? You are working behind closed doors? There is no rival of comparable strength to fight you, your practice has come to an end, and there is no ambitious goal, your practice has come to an end. Sun Tian continued. Indeed, the strength of the great demon king has basically not changed a few hundred years ago. www.readaloud.com. There is no opponent, no goal. Now I heard Sun Tianyi say that the original reason is here. Since this is the case, the demon king agreed. What are we going to do next? Now that we decide to do it, the demon king will naturally not drag himself. Now that the big devil agrees, let's go to the turtle fairy house first. This is not a matter for one or two of us, humans should also contribute. Sun Tian said. Not long after, Sun Tian, the great demon king and their two subordinates went straight to the Gaixian house. Gaixian Wu, Sun Tian's sudden departure left everyone at a loss, but at this moment, the two of Gaihe and Crane suddenly felt a powerful and incomparable air approaching quickly. No, there are strong enemies. Get ready. Everyone was also stunned by this terrifying aura, it was too terrifying, not in the same class at all. A feeling of doomsday. The tortoise crane immortal is better, and Monkey King can hold on, everyone else is overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, even the legendary Tianjin fan. Pick, restrain your breath, don't frighten them. Sun Tian was speechless. Hey, for our plan, we must first stun these humans, otherwise we won't be able to mobilize them. Bic is obviously more experienced in this aspect than Sun Tian. Is the same as Sun Tian's statement, one is because the two have a common language, and the other is because Sun Tian has enough strength. Even though Piccolo had regained his youth and his strength had returned to his strongest state, he still didn't see any fear in Sun Tian's eyes. Even Piccolo knew that if the two of them worked straightforwardly, the power hidden in Sun Tian's body would not necessarily be weaker than his own. This is an intuition. Inexplicable. Don't look at Sun Tian only showing a mythical breath. Chapter 50, Mohu Holy Land. It's big, no, it's much stronger than before. It's not in the same order at all. Gaixian Ren said first. Old Crane, I'll be entangled, you take the disciples and go first. When the Gaixian saw it, he immediately decided to sacrifice himself for justice. Gohan, take them away, I and the old turtle will entangle them. The crane immortal saw the reaction of the turtle immortal, and I don't know the situation, but they can die, and the disciples hope that they cannot die with them. Both of them released the breath of the whole body at the same time, in order to attract Piccolo's attention. Bic naturally felt the performance of the two of them, and at the same time had to admire human beings. Regardless of human beings' weakness, sometimes they were so obliged to take responsibility. Some humans would stand up and come forward. I'm afraid this is also the end of my demons being so powerful in those days, but finally being sealed. The big demon said in his heart. Oh, two old men, what are you doing? Sun Tian flew forward from behind and smiled. Little devil, what are you doing? Do you want to betray the humans with the big devil? When the turtle fairy saw Sun Tian came with the big devil, at first he thought he had been killed by Piccolo, who made Sun Tian a breath of evil spirits, so Gaixian had to think about it. Don't, the old man knows how to fight and kill all day long. I have already talked to Piccolo, don't worry. Sun Tian smiled. Party fell to the ground, but the turtle and crane obviously did not relax their vigilance. Sun Tian couldn't explain what had just happened again from the beginning to the end. You mean that neither you nor Bic are actually human beings on the earth, but your hometown was destroyed and fled to the earth? Gaixian asked. In fact, as an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years, you can tell the truth when you hear it. There have been no aliens on the earth, but they are not very strong. They can be easily solved with the strength of the earth. Therefore, they could understand the situation of Sun Tian and Piccolo, but they did not expect that after Piccolo recovered his youth this time, Shenlong predicted that in the next 5 to 6 years, the earth will usher in a crisis, although it will eventually be resolved. But in the next interstellar age, if the earth wants to occupy a place in the universe and not be slaved by others, it must improve its overall strength. Of course, the Shenlong prophecy was not made up by Sun Tian, otherwise it is difficult to explain why they would know the future. The Shenlong represents the sky, and the prophecy of the sky, so everyone does not believe it. Therefore, I discussed with the great Demon King to establish a martial arts holy land and cultivate talents to deal with future crises. Sun Tiandao. Everyone is a master of martial arts. After a natural person's strength is strong enough, guns, nuclear bombs and so on are useless. It's strange to think that the big devil who once did harm to the world actually agrees. Of course, on the other hand, it also shows the seriousness of the matter. Even Piccolo, as the big devil, has to unite with humans that he once looked down on. Sun Tian, what you think, we understand, it's not that we cherish ourselves, but that people with good talents are too difficult to meet, said Gui Xianren. It's not that there are very talented seedlings, but you can't find it every day. I understand this. Therefore, we have to find a way to promote us and let the world know that we are a martial arts holy land, so that we have enough time to screen. Sun Tian said. But we are not good at making money, where is the capital? Gaixian said. How can there be such a trouble? This Demon King makes a move, who dares not pay attention, this Demon King will destroy him. The big Demon King still did not wash white, as soon as he exported it, he would destroy this and that. The funding problem is easy to solve. I wonder if teacher Wu Tian still remembers the girl who took the risk with me a few years ago. Sun Tian couldn't help but finally remembered the rich second generation who came to the world. Can she help us? Gaixian asked in confusion. Haha, of course. The world's richest Magnum Capsule Group, should you know, she is the daughter of the founder of Magnum Capsule. What, that little girl? The daughter of the Universal Capsule Group? Gaixianren was surprised. Naturally. But now we have to promote ourselves. Although we are strong, it is useless if no one knows it and no one is convinced. Sun Tian said. How to promote yourself? With our battles, ordinary humans can't see clearly, and there is no way to convince humans. Haha, you are wrong, do you remember what happened in the morning? He pointed to Piccolo. Piccolo is lying on the gun, what is my business? Are you saying that big Demon King Piccolo killed the Red Ribbon? All the talented people thought of what was just shown on TV, it was dark under the lights. You reading www. Isn't Yunsha.com a real propaganda article? I believe that the satellites of all countries in the world have been photographed in the big battle. When the time comes, if you ask governments to help, you are afraid that the propaganda will not be effective. Then the most urgent tasks: first, funding; second, location; third, equipment; fourth, teachers; fifth, publicity. How to divide labor? Gaixianren. As for the funds, I will go to Zidu in person at that time. I haven't seen Bauma for a long time, and I don't know if I still remember my old friend. Sun Tiandao. I'm afraid it will be troublesome for the two teachers to choose the site. It's best to choose a place with a forest back and sparsely populated on all sides. Equipment or something, I will talk about it after I find Bauma. As for the teachers, naturally everyone, of course, can also recommend the martial artist who knows. To promote this piece, you have to trouble the big devil to meet the reporters. Everyone else thinks it's okay. When the big devil thinks of being interviewed before, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys hurt. Now that it's decided, what should we call this holy place? How about calling it the Demon God Palace? The great Demon King said. He is really a big devil, so his name is so domineering. No way, it sounds like a concentration camp for bad guys. Klin's bald head rarely spoke once. Do you have an opinion? Piccolo glared at him, and Klin drew back in shock. Let's call the demon martial Holy Land. The demon naturally represents the great Demon King, and Wu, I remember the great Demon King, you were sealed by Wu Taidu? Wu represents a kind of martial arts spirit. Sun Tian said. The big devil's face turned green when he heard it, even though it was originally green. Can you not mention it? If we mention it again, we will break up. The shame of a lifetime. But this person can also be able to keep guarding himself. Everyone naturally has no opinion, so the world-famous Mohu Holy Land was established. Chapter 51, Bauma joins. After everyone discussed and determined, Sun Tian went to Zidu alone. Zidu, as an international metropolis, is extremely prosperous, and the world-class Universal Capsule Group is located here. The Universal Capsule is actually a means of using space. Today, the Universal Capsule has been popularized in all walks of life. In less than 2 hours at Sun Tian's speed, he had already arrived in the sky above Zidu, and I felt it for a while, but after years of absence, Buma, unlike the martial arts school, could have a strong chi. Sun Tian had to fall to the ground. Ask passers-by. Uncle Police, do you know how to get to the Bauma's house in the Magnum capsule? Sun Tinpo asked politely when he stopped a policeman on duty. Are you talking about the Bauma of the Universal Capsule? You are not local, are you going there? What do you want to do there? When someone heard that there were still people who didn't know the location of the Universal Capsule, the police interrogated him, if you know in Zidu, who doesn't know? I am a friend of Bauma. I came to Zidu this time because I wanted to ask Bauma for help. Do you know where it is? Sun Tian continued to ask. Get in the car, I just got off work, and I will take you there. Although Sun Tian said he was a friend, as a policeman, he was still a little worried. He just got off work and just took a ride. Thank you, Uncle Police. Sun Tian got on the speed car, and after about half an hour, he came to an independent villa area. The policeman stepped forward and rang the intercom microphone, and soon a voice came from inside. Who are you looking for? Hello, is Buma at home? I am a policeman, and a person who calls himself Sun Tian said that it is Buma's friend, the policeman asked. Please wait a moment, I'll go to help you ask. After a while, the door opened, but who is Bauma? Sun Tian, you finally came to the west to find me. I thought you would always practice on the broken mountain. Looking at Sun Tian from a distance. You are Bauma, right? Now that you are sure that Sun Tian is your friend, then I will leave first, the police said at this time. Yes, Mr. Policeman, thank you very much. Bauma pulls Sun Tian and bid farewell to the police. Knowing that Bauma's family is very rich, but the first time I entered Bauma's family, I was still shocked. 1 sentence, big, 2 sentences, too big. The entire villa is simply a small ecosystem. After a while, Boomer took Sun Tian into the living room. Ah, our Boomer finally took the boys home. Let me see how our boyfriend looks like. An exaggerated female voice came. Stared at Sun Tian for a long time. Handsome, so handsome, Bauma will lend me your boyfriend for an appointment. Mom, here again, I can't stand it, we have something to talk about. I'm jealous, it's not like our Bauma. The woman smiled and left. This is my mother, there is no one in one day. Bauma turned to Sun Tiandao. By the way, what are you looking for me this time? With your temperament, you wouldn't take the initiative to come to me if there is nothing wrong. Haha, Sun Tian made a haha, indeed, if nothing happened, I'm afraid Sun Tian would have forgotten that there is a friend of Bulletin Ma. Sun Tian briefly talked about the matter, and finally said, Buma, after thinking about this matter, I am afraid that only you can help me. This will not trouble you. What, you said you are an alien? Or a fighting nation? Boomer opened her mouth wide. Yes, don't believe me. After that, Sun Tian lowered the tail tied around his waist and moved a few times. No wonder, it's no wonder that you behaved differently and you are so strong. But you said that your hometown has mostly been destroyed. Please don't be too sad, at least you are still alive, right? Balma was surprised at first, then comforted. Yes, as far as I know, my race now includes me. I am afraid there are no more than 10 people. Sun Tian said helplessly. You just said that Shenlong predicted that in the near future, the Earth will be discovered by other aliens in the universe, and will it come straight? Balma continued to ask. It is true, I believe that in the morning, you also discovered that the sky suddenly darkened. In order to convince Balma. It's true, it's just a few years, I didn't think about it. Balma said. Look at that, can you help me with this favor? Sun Tian continued. Yes, but Sun Tian, the spacecraft you came to Earth is still there, let me study it, maybe the Earth will enter space civilization soon. No problem, by the way, do you have any good suggestions? Our group www.readaloud.com is okay in practice, and things like this kind of planning are really bad. Sun Tian also knew that he was a group of people. The shortcomings, I thought that if Buma could be joined, it would be perfect. You have found the right person, this matter is handed over to me, I will help you plan and plan. This is about the future of the Earth, how can you do without this genius? That's a deal, welcome to join. Sun Tian said happily. Okay, it just so happens that my studies are about the same, what should be learned and what should not be learned, the genius has already learned. Take a rest tonight, and start a new life tomorrow. Buma arranged a room for Sun Tian, and the whole night passed. Early the next morning, Boomer prepared a hearty breakfast. After the two of them had breakfast together, Boomer took out the airplane capsule and was ready to set off. Let's put it away, you are too slow, let you feel the feeling of flying in the sky. At this time, Sun Tiandao. This relationship is good, I have never flew. After saying that, I took the capsule. Sun Tian released his breath and wrapped Bauma to form a protective cover. Go! The two flew directly to the sky. Bauma was still a little afraid of heights at first, but it was a legendary genius, and he soon adapted. This is flying. It feels great. By the way, Sun Tian, can I practice? Buma asked. In theory, it is possible, but you are already past the age of practice. Oh, yes, if we can go there by then, maybe. Sun Tian looked at Bauma and thought of the great elder of Namek Star, if it is him, it should be able to directly stimulate the potential of the release. Not long after, Sun and Tian came to Baizai Mountain. It's been a long time, my spaceship. Chapter 52, Sun Tian's spaceship. When fell to the ground, Sun Tian found the place where the remote control of the spacecraft was placed. Looking at the remote control in his hand, he also sighed, unknowingly it has been 18 years. Go, take you to the place where I landed. Soon Sun Tian took Bauma to the huge pit of the year. Looking at this huge pit, Sun Tian thought of himself at the time and spent the night alone at the bottom of this pit. Dug out the soil that buried the spaceship, only to see a round spaceship appeared. Even after so many years, there is still no half-war damage, and I don't know what material it is made of. Took the spaceship out with one hand and placed it in an open area. Sun Tian remotely opened the hatch. Is this the spacecraft you came from that year? It feels so small. Looking at the ball-shaped spacecraft with a height of about 1 person and a diameter of about 2 meters, Buma asked. Yes, don't look at him because he is young. I don't know how much technology is beyond the Earth. When he saw his spacecraft again, Sun Tian still felt like a world away. Back then, together with it, we crossed over many star fields, and finally came to the Earth. As he said, Sun Tian sat in. When he was young, he thought that the spacecraft was spacious, but now it is just right. Looking at the operation button in the memory in front of him, Sun Tian pressed the start button. After a while, a familiar voice came. "Welcome back, Cockroach." There was a sound from the spaceship Guangnao. Just when Sun Tian restarted the spacecraft, on an asteroid not known how far from the Earth, in a very secret base, I saw that the base was all unknowing technological products. An unknown signal was received, and Ning was the kind of fire sent before the destruction. There was no one in the base. At the same time, in the endless space, 3 ball-like spaceships are flying one after the other, and suddenly in the first spaceship, the dormant creature opened its eyes. Well, there is a reaction. I saw a man who looked like Fortitude and his hair was rising up into the sky. "Take pa, late eyes, wake up quickly." After a while, the lives in the other 2 also opened their eyes. "Vegeta, what's wrong? Reset the goal, go to the nearest planet M8474. Earth." Sun Tian restarted the flying ship and checked the status of the flying ship. "The spacecraft is tested, everything is normal, it can fly, please set the destination." After a while, the voice of the light brain sounded. "Fuck." Sun Tian shut down the spacecraft system again. Walked out slowly. "Fortunately, everything is normal," Sun Tian said to Bauma. Speaking, Sun Tian handed the remote control to Bauma and told him the purpose of each button of the remote control. Bauma is like picking up heavy treasures. After studying it carefully, he knew all kinds of functions in a short while. "Sun Tian, I'll sit in and try it." After all, Boomer entered the spacecraft and looked at the unfamiliar operation interface. "Sun Tian, come and take a look, I don't understand all of this." Bauma stretched out her head. "Wait a minute, take the sensor first, I will let optical brain input some information into your mind. After that, Sun Tian has activated some functions again. Language information is being transmitted, please wait." The voice of the optical brain mechanized. Booma closes her eyes and feels, after about 10 minutes, the transmission is complete. After a while, Boomer opened his eyes. Removed the sensor. "It's so advanced. At this moment, the universal language of the universe seems to be born in my mind. Bauma feels that when I look at it again, I am ready to grasp all the operation button functions of the spacecraft." I have to say that Bauma's mechanical talent is really not high. "Sun Tian, I will try the spaceship first, don't you suggest it?" Buletin Ma said. "As you please, don't fly too far. The universe is extremely dangerous. Just be on a nearby planet. Don't get out of the spacecraft, or you will die of oxygen deficiency." Sun Tian was really afraid of this girl coming in disorder. "Hurry up," commanded. "Okay." Bauma made an okay gesture, and saw him press it in the spaceship at will. After a while, the spacecraft door slowly closed. Gradually skyrocketed, and after a while, I saw something similar to a protective cover formed on the outside of the spacecraft, and disappeared into the sky with a scream. Neptune, the planet farthest from the Sun in the solar system, at this moment, a flying object like a ball suddenly appeared in the outer space of Neptune. "It's so fast. It's only been a long time since I almost flew out of the solar system." UU reading www.uugonshu.com is faster than the speed of light. And the spacecraft can automatically avoid obstacles, which is great. Bauma came to outer space for the first time. It can be regarded as the first person to come out of Earth creatures. Although I have always known that there are often foreign visitors on the Earth, the government has never caught them. I did not expect that one day I would be able to be friends with aliens and travel in space by spacecraft. Bauma felt that it was worth coming out this time. Up. It's better to go back soon. Sun Tian said that the universe is full of crises, and it's not good to encounter unfriendly alien spacecraft. Bauma said to herself, seeing Bauma operating the spacecraft. It disappeared in the space of Neptune in a short while. Earth. After Sun Tian left Bauma, he sat cross-legged and practiced. After about 3 hours, I saw the sound of flying in the sky. A ball-like spaceship slowly appeared in Sun Tian's field of vision. After a while, the spacecraft stopped safely not far from Sun Tian, the hatch opened, and Bauma got out of the spacecraft with excitement. How do you feel? Sun Tiandao. Great, really great. Bauma said excitedly. This spaceship can be researched by you, but I hope I won't tear it down. Maybe I will need it in the future. Sun Tian said. That is necessary, I will drive the spaceship back first, and you will fly back by yourself. Now my father must be happy. Bauma finished, restarted the spacecraft, and flew to the west. Sun Tian is helpless. Why did the spacecraft be too small for 2 people? Sun Tianfei is in the sky, and also flies to the west. When I saw Bauma again, it was already an hour later. Haha, Sun Tian, you are too slow. I have been there for an hour. Speechless, although I can fly, how can I compare with a spaceship? Chapter 53, Holy Land. By the way, how are the 3 pilafs now? Sun Tian finally remembered that he had recommended these 3 to Bauma. Ah, the 3 of them are fine now. They have been following my father and have become my father's right-hand man. Bauma said. For these 3 people, Bauma is very valued, and some wonders make the bribes very important, and they are now conducting data testing with the bribes on the spacecraft. Go, take me to see. After a while, the 2 arrived at the docking point of the spacecraft, and they saw that Breve was busy with Pilaf. Pilaf saw Bauma and a man arrive, and felt that the man was a bit familiar, and a memory emerged in a short while. Isn't this the big devil back then? My lord, I didn't expect to see you again. Pilaf knelt and licked, and he couldn't help but not flatter him. Sun Tian had left him too much influence back then. Oh, you guys seem to be doing well. Sun Tian replied. Thanks to the Lord. Pilaf and the others are also very satisfied with their current life. In fact, they also know that they can have today, and Sun Tian is also very helpful to them. Bauma, this is the Sun Tian you often mention, very handsome, very good. Dr. Bref said. Look at this old man, he doesn't feel like the richest man in the world at all, but like an ordinary worker. Dad, what are you talking about? We are just friends, Sun Tian has a fiancé. Buletin Ma said. Haha, I know, ordinary friends. Hello, uncle, meet for the first time, please take care. Sun Tian went forward. Well, this spaceship is yours, don't worry, we only do research and won't move. Dr. Bref said. It's okay, uncle, despite the research, there are still many places to trouble you in the future. Sun Tian still has a good impression of Dr. Bref. Pilaf, do it well, let's go first. By the way, uncle, I have something to do with Bauma, so let's not disturb your work. After said, and Bauma left. After lunch, Sun Tian didn't know how Piccolo and the others were doing, so he decided to go back to Gaixianwu first. Bringing Bauma, Sun and Tian arrived at the Gaixian house not long after, when everyone came back. 2 teachers, are you sure about the address? Sun Tian asked. There are several places that are more suitable, but in the end we decided to put the address of the Holy Land on Baizai Mountain where you live. First, it has not been developed, and secondly, the surrounding area is forest, which can be used by the disciples in the future. Gaixian humane, in fact, there is another reason for choosing Bayazishan because the homes of Sun Yufan and Sun Tian are located. I think it's okay. We'll remodel it then, and catch some dinosaurs all over the world, and put them in it for the disciples to train. Sun Tianyi heard it and thought it would be fine. By the way, this is Bauma. I have already told her that she will be one of us at that time, the main scientific research and financial power. Sun Tian introduced Bauma to everyone. The next step is to discuss some details, but the main thing is that Bauma is talking, everyone is listening, and in front of professionals, everyone can only be the audience. 5 days later, Bauma came forward and bought the entire Baizai mountain and its surroundings, and started the construction and transformation of Moyu Holy Land. And everyone couldn't help much, so they handed everything over to Bauma, and went to practice their own way. Of course, is not completely helpless. For example, if some hills need to be leveled, Bauma will call Sun Tian, a Qigong wave, and complete it directly. Another example is that some big pits need to be filled and the big devil directly uses his superpowers to move a mountain and flatten it directly. Unknowingly, half a year has passed, and Baizai Mountain has completely changed. No, it should not be called Baizai Mountain anymore, but has a new name, Moyu Holy Land. Moyu Holy Land covers an area of nearly 100 square kilometers. It is backed by primitive mountains, which stretch for thousands of miles. It is a natural trial site for the Holy Land and was renamed Moyu Mountain Range. The various facilities in the Holy Land are complete, and now only publicity is needed to open doors and accept disciples. Now everyone gathers in the hall to discuss the future. Everyone, now our Holy Land has been initially completed, and then we have to clarify our respective tasks. Sun Tian said. I think before this, should we implement each person's responsibilities? If there are no rules, it will be difficult to manage then. Buletin Ma said. Yes, Boomer is right. Reasonable. Agree. Everyone also thinks that www.readaloud.com has established a Holy Land, and some things have to be clarified. After all, this is an organization similar to a sect. It is necessary for the suzerain elder to protect the law and so on. Propose, who will be the first lord of the Holy Land? I think Sun Tian is the most qualified. After all, as the initiator of the organization, what do you think? Buletin Ma said. No, I'm too young, I can't do this, Lord of the Holy Land, and if I get distracted, it will affect my practice. Sun Tianyi, he really doesn't want to take up this position. I think Teacher Wu Tian is good, someone suggested. Master Crane Immortal can do too, someone also suggested. Great Demon King, I suggest Big Demon King Piccolo, no one can compare in strength or experience. Everyone is vying to come and go, it's so lively for a while. Vote to decide. Bauma said. Although the great Demon King Piccolo had the intention to be the master of this Holy Land, he immediately put his mind off when he heard Sun Tian said that it would affect his cultivation. For people like them, there is nothing more true than strength. Okay, let's vote for it, everyone said. Soon everyone voted. What is surprising is that Piccolo, Sun Tian, Gaixianren, and Cranexian have only one vote each, but most people voted for Bauma. How can this be done? I don't know how to practice, how can I be the master of your Holy Land? Bauma said helplessly. Because you don't practice, you have more time to manage. We all need to practice. How can we have time to take care of the chores in the Holy Land? Said a large number of people. In this way, the Holy Lord of Moyu Holy Land fell on Bauma. Is really unexpected. Bauma became the Lord of the Holy Land. Chapter 54, Perform their duties. Bauma was directly selected as the master of Moyu Holy Land. Although there was an accident, it was reasonable. After all, those who are there except Bauma, who knows management, are just a group of martial artists who can only solve problems by force. It's good to teach students like Gaixianren and Cranexianren. Let them manage the operation of the entire Holy Land. I am afraid that the Holy Land will not be able to operate for a long time. If it can be managed, it will not be hundreds of years. It will be like now. So a few disciples. Like Monkey King, let him practice without any problems. Like Tao Bibai, if he encounters a difficult problem, let him kill the individual without any problem. If the big devil knew how to manage and operate this thing, he would not have messed up the earth hundreds of years ago. Needless to say, Sun Tian, although he has some memories of his previous life is also a college student who has been born in 2 years. He hasn't even entered society, and finally reborn. He has been growing up in the mountains and forests. The last cultivator, how can he have time to manage these messy things? When this girl came to Bauma, I am afraid he will start to calculate Bauma's abilities. One other Tianjin Fan Mu Qi, and Kling leaping is the same. Dumplings even 3 + 2-5 = 0 may take a long time with both hands. Niu Devil and Kikai don't even need to look at them. As for the 2 subordinates of the Great Devil, they have some experience and can help Bauma do some management work. I have determined everyone's responsibilities, and the next step is to let the head of the Moyu Holy Land spread to the world. In space, after the 3 Vegeta arrived on planet M8474, they abandoned the existing spacecraft, and then through other channels, tossed for a few months, finally came to a secret base of a hidden asteroid. There are no creatures on this planet, and this base was built by the Vegeta trio in secret when they were on the frontline mission. Scions are a relatively sparsely populated race in the universe. In addition, in order to ensure the purity of blood, Scions rarely intermarry with other cosmic humans. On the one hand, it is difficult to find cosmic humans that are genetically integrated with Scions. On the other hand, also because of the arrogance of being a semi-national war. Scion people pay special attention to every newborn baby, so every time a baby is sent to another planet, the sending to the planet will be assessed to ensure that the sent baby can live as safely as possible. And every time a spacecraft is delivered, it can actually get in touch with the headquarters. As long as the spacecraft optical brain is in operation, the headquarters can detect it. But because of the destruction of the home planet, everything has disappeared. As a Scion prince, Vegeta naturally knows how to rebuild. It took the 3 of them nearly 15 years before they could barely build a base that could detect the signals of the sending spacecraft. And just half a year ago, Vegeta received the signal from the base, and the base successfully captured the signal sent back by the Scion baby spacecraft sent back many years ago. Is there any information? Nappa and Leitais looked at the data on the base screen and asked. Yes, it's been 3 years, and finally received a signal from another expatriate Scion spacecraft for the first time. Vegeta sighed. Since the home planet was destroyed, the 3 have been trying to find Scions who may be outside, but there has been no information. The 3 have to work under Frisia. Felisa has always deceived the 3 of them, saying that their home planet was destroyed by the missing impact, but who is Vegeta? Although the semi-intelligence concealed the brilliance of his smart brain, it is undeniable that Vegeta's IQ it's not generally low. From the clues, I found the truth. In the next time, the 3 of them did not fight on the front line frantically to prevent Felisa's humiliation. On the other hand, they also secretly built this base, hoping to find more compatriots, which will be a race. Revenge. It was found that it was transmitted from the edge of the universe, from the galaxy Starfield solar system, from a planet with a low combat power rating. According to records, UU reading www.uugonshu.com is a Scion named Kakarot. Kakarot. Nabar surprised. Yes, that's what the information shows. Vegeta confirmed. A familiar name? Oh, come to think of it, Leitais is your brother's name, I heard you mention it. Nobita said. Yes, when the home planet was destroyed, I remember that he was on the home planet. I didn't expect my father to send him to such a remote planet. I don't know if he is still alive. I remember that my father said that he started the battle. The force is only 10. Leitais replied. Now that's the case, Leitais, after we go back and hand in the mission this time, we will take a planet not far from there to destroy the things. You secretly go to the earth and make sure that if your brother is still alive, bring him back. Vegeta ordered. Okay, I really hope he is still alive in this world, so that there will be more hope of revenge in the future. The completion of the demon martial Holy Land, so that everyone in Sun Tian began to be busy with future plans. In order to promote the demon martial sacred place more quickly, Bauma asked master-level masters such as Kling Leaping Dumplings to continuously participate in various martial arts-related competitions. Unified martial arts uniforms, with a magic character on the front and a martial character on the back. Information about the magic martial Holy Land began to circulate in the martial arts circle. And used the event that the Big Devil eliminated the evil forces of the Red Ribbon not long ago, and used the human network resources of the Universal Capsule in Bauma to occupy the golden advertising time on the TV commercials to promote the power of the magical Holy Land. For a time, some martial arts loving humans, some in the name of apprenticeship, some in the name of challenge, and some in the name of interview, anyway, for various reasons, slowly came to the demon martial Holy Land. Let the demon martial Holy Land slowly gathered popularity. Chapter 55, Mohu Development. With the spread of fame, especially after knowing that the legendary martial arts myth Tortoise Crane Immortal is actually a member of the Mohu Holy Land, the humans who love martial arts all over the world began to gradually set off towards the Mohu Holy Land. In front of the demon martial Holy Land, the crowd was very lively, and there were screams, and roars from time to time. Leaping, come on! Leaping, as a master in the later stage of the master, is handsome again, although he is a little bit worse than Sun Tian, he naturally assumed the role of the ring master. At Bent Beers, the owner of XXX Boxing Gym, please advise. I saw a big man who looked like a bear and was nearly 3 meters tall, standing on the ring. Damn it, it's him, Bent, known as the Violent Bear, who once killed a polar bear with his bare hands. It's worth seeing now. The next time I looked at the stage, I just arrived, and I haven't seen Leaping's strength in the game. Said someone who knows a little bit about Bent's history. Cut, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Another Leaping fan said. On the stage, Leaping gave a fist. I think your magic weapons are no longer there. Such a muscleless guy actually came to guard. After speaking, he rushed towards Leaping, saying that this guy's strength is also good, usually dozens of people besieged and not necessarily the opponent. Of course, when they came here to challenge, the fate had already been decided. Leaping didn't use much force, and when he was about to rush in front of him, he flashed and knocked him to the ground. What did I say? Which one I have challenged these days is not a master, and which is not a famous player in the circle? Don't want it. But how many can persist for 10 rounds? A person in the audience said, it seems to be here it's been a long time. Hey, forget it, according to reliable sources, Leaping in the ring now only ranks 3rd in the Mohu Sacred Land, said a person who seemed to know the inside story. Really? Damn it, this magical sacred place is too awesome. If I can enter, that doesn't mean I can become a master too. This is still false, it is true. Just like that, half a year has passed, and with the fame of Mohu Holy Land, there is no need to promote it through advertisements. Within half a year, Mohu Holy Land also recruited a group of students with good talents. Everything is slowly on the right track. Gaixianren and Hexianren are responsible for cultivating these disciples. Kellen, Leaping, Tianjinfan and others have also become role models for these students. Sun Tian and Big Demon King Piccolo are either discussing, or practicing alone, and don't care much about the Holy Land. And the Bull Demon King actually sold all the property of Huoyan Mountain, and he moved over. In the past 6 months, Sun Tian took the time to lie down in Karen Tat, found the Karan Fairy, and asked about the fairy bean, but found that there was no such thing as cheating. But for the holy place Sun Tian and the others did, Immortal Karan thought it was pretty good. Immortal Karan discovered that the great Demon King had come back long before, but before he had time to bring disaster to the earth, he was crippled by Sun Tian. After listening to some of Sun Tian's ideas, Bauma formed a team and began to focus on research on gravity training rooms, nutrition cabins, combat power detectors, and strength testers. Also began to formulate some detailed rules for the Holy Land, to clarify some things. In order for the Holy Land to present a good discovery, many things need to be formulated. For example, to enter the Moyu Holy Land to practice, you always have to pay. How much is this fee? For another example, you can't always practice in the Moyu Holy Land, right? How far can you be a teacher? Another example is that some cultivation resources can never be used free of charge. How much contribution can you bring to the Holy Land? There are also a series of rules. Anyway, if Sun Tian and the others were to formulate this thing, I am afraid that they would immediately put out the plan. They might just want to say that this is too difficult. Fortunately, there is the existence of Boomer, an IQ of 250. For Boomer, these are nothing more than just spending more time. In 1 year, the Moyu Holy Land has grown from nothing, and it has grown slowly. From the beginning there were only 10 people, and now there are hundreds of people. From the desolate area of Baizai Mountain to the present surroundings, the Moyu Holy Land has risen. Of many satellite cities, the martial art of the earth is being subconsciously guided. Camillo, you have tested it. How many comprehensive data have you reached now? Bellatri asked. Not yet. www.readaloud.com ready to test in a while. Bellatri, how about you? Camillo replied. Neither, let's test it together later. After a while, at a place dedicated to testing member data, many people were already surrounded here. After half a year of research, Bauma and his team finally came out with a set of equipment for testing battle data. In front of a machine for combat strength testing, a student was using brazen force to hit the machine's face. Diddy. I saw the number on the display of the machine beating continuously, and finally displayed as 23. ATEF, Combat Power 23, Advanced Warrior. At this time, the terminal server has collected the students' information. Buma and their system is very complete, because every member who enters the Holy Land practice has registered identity information and uses the most advanced iris to distinguish. The combat strength test machine is directly connected to the terminal server, so when a member stands in front of the test machine, as long as they look at the camera with their eyes, they will automatically recognize their identity information. Of course, the current combat power test can test up to a maximum combat power of 1000. If this number is exceeded, the combat power test machine will be damaged because it cannot withstand the impact of power. Since the machine was built, many high-level officials have tested it. At present, the highest combat power is Big Demon King, 713 combat power, followed by Sun Tian 685, Tortoise Immortal 523, Crane Immortal 517, Sun Gohan 369, Danton 347, Bart 332, Tianjin Rice 287, Cow Devil 197, Peach White 189, Clin 183, Leaping 147, Dumplings 124, Kiki 73. Of course, combat power does not mean actual combat ability. In a real battle, as long as it is not absolute crushing, skills, timing and many other factors are also very important. Chapter 56, MOU Contest. A group of people looked at ATEF, all with enviable eyes. You must know that they have reached a senior martial artist at the age of 12. Many people present are older than ATEF, and they are still intermediate martial artists, with a lot of combat power but only 20. Next, many people came forward to test. The highest combat power reached 27, and the lowest was 17, but none of them could reach 30. Hey, I don't know when it will reach 30 or more. In that case, you can choose a good exercise, said a student A. Yes, those exercises require us to have a combat power test of at least 30, but it's really unimaginable. In only half a year, we are already so strong. If we still stay in Hall XX, I'm afraid we can have 123. The fighting power is the highest, said a student B. Extremely, you see that we currently have no facilities in the Holy Land. Where are the combat strength test machines available elsewhere? And I heard that gravity chambers, nutrition chambers, and the like are being developed on them. Then I will go to the gravity chamber to practice every day. Cool. A student C said. Well, I heard that once the nutrition cabin is built, no matter the multiple injuries, it can be healed. If that's the case, you can practice desperately. Grass, have you heard that after 1 year, the Holy Land will hold the MOU Hegemony tournament and get the top 3, but those with exercise rewards can get nearly 1,000 points of contribution to the Holy Land. What? There is such a thing, let's go, finish the training of the instructors. For a while, news about the Moto contest spread among the students, and the atmosphere of practice in the entire Holy Land became more intense. The contribution value system is also designed by Boomer. After becoming a member of the Holy Land, there will be an initial contribution of 10 points. Usually, if you want to get a contribution, you can only obtain it by completing the Holy Land quest, but the Holy Land has just been completed, and the Holy Land quests are pitiful. And even if there are tasks, students who have just entered for half a year can't complete them. For example, when Sun Tian's mouth is miserable, he once released a mission to hunt the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but for a Tyrannosaurus with a combat power of at least 50, students would not dare to accept it, and even if the Tyrannosaurus was killed, the mission contribution value was only 2 points. Time passed slowly in the practice, and the time of 1 year passed quickly. After adjustment, the enrollment of Moto Holy Land has been changed to once every 6 months, and the enrollment is twice in a row. From the beginning of 100 students to the Holy Land, it has been nearly now. 500 people are a lot of fun. Today, the martial arts hall in the Holy Land is extremely lively, because today the registration for the martial arts competition began. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, the staff came early and looked at the long line. It was also a Sai. It was specially hired by Bauma. Okay, register now. Let's prepare for the first Moto contest. I don't know when, a combat power test machine has been fixed beside the martial arts hall. Okay, let me talk about the registration rules. Although everyone can sign up, it still takes combat power as the standard. If the combat power is less than 20, don't join in the fun. Go back and practice well, and come back next year. Finally the 16 people with the highest combat power will be selected for this year's Moto contest. The staff coughed and continued, then start the test now. As soon as the words fell, I saw some people who had just entered school and stood aside, but they were still watching the excitement seriously. Some students who think they are capable, just line up to test one by one. Xin Jianyu, age 15, 28 combat power. Zainab, age 14, 25 combat power. Carlton, age 16, combat power 23. A group of data is simultaneously announced on the big screen of the competition hall, and there are screams from time to time. Niu Kikai, age 17, combat power 127. I can't let people live. Why did Miss Kikai come to participate in this kind of competition, said a student. Master late master, we can't mix it up. Yes, yes. Lan Chi, age 19, combat power 79. Another high combat power, how can we live? Belmont, age 15, 47 combat power. Although it is also a high-rated combat power, but with pearls and jade in front, it has a little wave of light. Finally, the registration test qualifier is over, and the 16 shortlists are announced. Niu Kikai, combat power 127. Missy Cobb, 91 combat power. Lan Chi, power 79. Audiobook, power 63. Belmont, power 47. Zhao Mingjia, combat power 31. Well, please go to the stands for those who are not selected. Later we will draw a lottery on the computer to draw the dual contestants, said the staff. In a private room of the competition hall, Sun Tian and his party gathered together. Unknowingly, 2 years have passed. www.readaloud.com. I didn't expect that these students have also broken through the master level. Gaixianren exclaimed. You must know that these people who enrolled in school are all free range. The immortal turtles and cranes just made a training plan for them, and occasionally teaches them. They are all busy practicing to deal with future crises. Yes, see if there are any good seedlings, and focus on cultivating them then. Hexian humanity. Watching the competition, we used to participate in the world's #1 Budo Club competition, now it is our turn to watch the competition, I really miss it. Kring Leaping said. Klin, you have broken through to the mythical level, do you still want to play against these people? Tianjin Fan joked. Haha, I mean to talk. Bald Klin replied. Next we will draw the first group of matches, please look at the screen. In the arena, the referee has officially entered the state. Well, the first game was played by our classmate Zhao Mingjia against classmate Adolf. Please 2 classmates to come on stage. We can see that classmate Zhao Mingjia has already reached 31 combat power just 1 year after entering the Holy Land, and Adolf the classmates are the first to enter the Holy Land, with a combat power of 41. I don't know which classmate can defeat the opponent and advance to the competition, please start. As soon as the referee's words fell, the battle between you and me started on the ring. The 2 people's fighting power was not much different. After fighting for nearly 50 rounds, Zhao Mingjia was knocked out of the ring by Adolf and won the promotion. The students watching under the stage screamed one by one, and Sun Tian and his party also watched with gusto. Congratulations to Adolf for qualifying to the quarterfinals, please step down and rest, let's draw the 2 sides of the game. There is no need for referees to explain the battle process. Basically, they are all martial artists, so they can naturally see the scene of the game. Chapter 57, 3 years later. There was no accident in the first Moto hegemony, and Kikai won the championship with absolute advantage. Sun Tian let the pushy Klin come to the stage to show his true strength, and encouraged all the students on behalf of the Holy Land. In the fiery eyes of the students, the first Moto Sacred Land competition was ended. 1 year later, Moto Holy Land Pikelin led a team and brought 8 of the best students to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference. As a contract to the top 8 positions, Moto Holy Land once again declared out. After 2 years of development, the various systems of Moto Holy Land have also been basically perfected, such as contribution system, consumption system, promotion system, task system, etc. In addition to the original members in Moto Holy Land, the new members have gradually developed a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. The most important currency of the Holy Land nowadays is no longer money, but contribution. For example, the use of the gravity room, in addition to the level of cultivation, still need enough contribution. Another example is the use of the nutritional therapy cabin, which also requires contributions. And with the spread of the fame of the Moto Holy Land, the world began to rely on the Moto mission system, publishing missions, making the mission system more and more tasks, and students who have the strength have the possibility to earn contribution points. At the same time, relying on the Moto mission system, Buma got inspiration from Sun Tian's mercenary theory and created the Moto mercenary system. The establishment of the Moto mercenary system, on the one hand, some mission students need to team up to complete, on the other hand, it is also to attract outside martial artists to join. For a time, the Holy Land is very lively. Some members are practicing while completing tasks to gain contribution points. The outside martial artists are also slowly attracted by the Demon Martial Holy Land and come to the Demon Martial Holy Land to register a mercenary group in order to exchange for the unique Demon Martial Holy Land items, and even listen to the Holy Land. There is no years of practice, and 3 years have passed in a flash. Today's Earth, the Mohu Holy Land, has become a detached existence outside of the regime. At the beginning, the government issued some theory on the threat of magic weapon. As a result, Piccolo was overwhelmed by anger. One move was to destroy the capital where the government of the country was located, and the politicians who wanted to say something shut their mouths obediently. Within 3 years, members who graduated from Mohu went deep into all corners of the world and opened branches to better attract geniuses. Moreover, Mohu's sacred land has been involved in all aspects. So far, basically no one who does not know Mohu's sacred land. Combat strength testing machines have also begun to spread to various regions. Except for a few places on the Earth today, basically seldom use the previous standards. Generally speaking, how much combat power you meet. As young people such as Kling Leaping Dumplings broke through to the myth, that is, the combat power of more than 200, the two immortals of Gaihe and Crane also focused on cultivating talents, and felt that the future battles might be the world of young people. Of course, in 3 years, Sun Tian has officially married Kikai. And Tianjin Fankalin and Leaping have also married people, so that everyone has more goals in cultivation. If they were to protect the earth before, then there will be more now. A relative who protects himself. Among the young people, Bulletin Ma is still single. It's not that no one is chasing him. Leaping chased him and was beaten out by Sun Tian. The reason was not many. But Bulletin Ma knew that it was not Sun Tian that liked her, but Sunday. Tian once told her that a man who truly belongs to Bauma will appear in a few years. Of course these Leaping didn't know. In 3 years, everyone's strength has become even stronger. Today's Big's combat power has already broken 1,000, with a combat power of 1,374, and Sun Tian is stronger. With the introduction of the Teiku Yuan Demon Ju's practice, Yuan Demon's true energy, the condensed, combat power is as high as 2,784, which is much stronger than Big. It can be considered to have completely stabilized the initial cultivation base of Qi training. Next is Sun Wufan, with a combat power of 1,147, and Tianjin Fan, with a combat power of 873, Kellen 817, Leaping 735, Dumpling 510, Kikai 437, Tortoise Crane Immortal, although he has been busy teaching, has gone further. It was 787, 743, and the Bull Demon also broke through the myth and reached 374, 630. The overall level has been significantly improved, and those who entered the Holy Land practice, the highest actually reached 147, and they have already graduated and went outside. According to the regulations of the Holy Land, UU reading www.uuganshu.com can graduate when their combat power reaches 80. If you choose to stay in the Holy Land as a teacher, you can also go out to practice on your own. In space, a ball-shaped spaceship is flying. Inside is a man with long hair and a strong face. If you look closely, you will find a tail like Sun Tian tied around his waist. The Vegeta trio last time after completing the mission, he took over a powerful planet that was dozens of light years away from the Earth. The reason for choosing this planet was to provide Leitais with a good excuse to travel. The three of them indeed fell into a hard fight when they attacked the planet. But it is not that Vegeta, with a combat power of 18,000, really needs to find foreign aid. The highest combat power on the planet is only about 1W2. Even if there is any means, it is impossible to be Vegeta's opponent. However, the war was caught in the borders. Of course, Vegeta deliberately did it. During the period, Vegeta reported that Leitais had been killed in the battle. In fact, he robbed a spacecraft and let Leitais escape to explore the Earth. See if Kakarot is still alive. If so, let the two settle down first, and find a way to rendezvous with him and Nappa later. If he is dead, let the Earth accompany Kakarot to Tibet. The three believe that there will be no problems with Leitais, who is from a fighting nation. You must know that although Latize is the weakest of the three, it is also nearly 2000 combat power, coupled with the origin of the fighting nation. Needless to say, the fighting talent is not as good as his Vegeta, but it is much higher than Nappa. If it weren't for Pabelades at the age of 10, it's hard to say which of the two is higher and lower. I can see you in 1 year, my brother. I hope you don't have trouble, otherwise, although I don't have the ability to destroy planets. There is still no problem with the ability to destroy the low-level planet indigenous people in the marginal zone. Zi set up the automatic route, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a state of sleep. Chapter 58, Sudden Advancement. Demon Martial Holy Land. In front of a residence, everyone surrounded the residence, and Sun Tian was constantly turning around, looking very anxious. Don't turn, don't worry, it's okay. How can Kiki say that she is also a practitioner with a combat power of nearly 500, and it will be fine? Bauma looked at Sun Tian in anxious state, and felt that Sun Tianke at this moment was a bit like a human. Yet, you are also a master, why are you inferior to me? Isn't that just giving birth to a child? The big devil is speechless. Human beings are really troublesome. What is there to worry about having a child? Just like he just chants spells, just spit an egg, although such children cannot be counted as their true blood. Haha. The others laughed too. Wow! Wow! Suddenly there was a baby crying in the house, and Sun Tianhuo entered the house anxiously. Congratulations, it's a boy. The delivery staff saw Sun Tian coming in and knew that Sun Tian was the child's father. Sun Tian stepped to the bed, held Kikai's hand, and asked with concern, Kiki, are you okay? What can happen? I'm also a master of mythology, don't worry, you can be anxious. Kikai leaked a sweet smile on her face. To be honest, at first Kikai thought that Sun Tian would not want him to be with Bauma. But finally married her. But it's no wonder that when the Holy Land was first built, Sun Tian often discussed future plans with Bauma. At that time, Kikai was really scared, as if everything went on the right track. Sun Tian returned to her. Haha, I am a father, take it over and let me have a look. Sun Tian said happily to the midwife while holding Kiki's hand. At this time, the midwife has already cleaned up, and as for the baby with a tail, it is no surprise to the Moya Holy Land. Sun Tian took the baby, looked at his bright eyes, felt the call from the blood, and sighed, not knowing that it has been 21 years since he came to this world. Give the child a name, husband. Kiki's face is maternally brilliant. Okay, let's call Kishan, do you think it's okay? Sun Tiandeo. In fact, since Kikai became pregnant, Sun Tian began to think about the child's name. It is impossible to be called Sun Wufan. Brother Wufan is still there. Call him Sun Wukong. It feels weird. After thinking about it, I think of Qi Tian in the past life. Great Sage Monkey King, just call Qi Tian, Sun Kishan. Sun Kishan, Kishan and Tian Kai, okay, just call it this name. Kikai tasted this name and said. Kikai, take a good rest, I will take Qi Tian out to meet everyone, everyone is outside. Sun Tian said at this time. Okay, our children are not delicate, I can feel Qi Tian has a strong power in him. Kikai is also a mythical master, I know it is naturally terrible. Sun Tian walked out with Qi Tian, and a crowd of people gathered around and said joy. Let me see what Xiao Kishan's combat power is. I don't know when, Bauma has an instrument that looks like glasses. Hey, power detection glasses. When did the research come out? Sun Tianjing said. You know, Sun Tian also mentioned this idea with Bauma, but he did not expect Bauma to actually make it. I'll talk about it later, let's see how much combat power the little guy has. Buletin Ma Deo. I saw Bauma put it on, pressed a few times on the side of the glasses, and aimed at the little guy. Di. There are constantly beating numbers on the lens, and finally freeze. How much? Everyone asked. Also a little curious. Oh my god, guess what? Bauma said in surprise. 50, 80, 30, 100. Everyone reported what they thought. In the eyes of everyone, a little baby can have 30 days. If it can reach 100, that's pretty good. Is not right, you are too underestimated by Sun Tian's children. The combat power shows 183, which is unimaginable. Buletin Ma said. What? It's impossible, I was born with the power of the pinnacle of the master, I feel that my years have been in vain. Clin Deo. Is your instrument accurate? The hostage said. If you test yours again, you will know that you are not sure. Bauma rolls his eyes and feels suspicious of my invention. See if my future husband will come and take care of you. Ever since Sun Tian told her about Vegeta, the Bauma people have never seen it, so they call themselves Vegeta's wife. Hey, woman! Talking, Boomer pointed at Clin and pressed the button. Beep beep beep. What is the result? Clin asked www.readaloud.com. I remember that the combat power came from 817 in the last test, I don't know if I have become stronger again. 843, Clin has become stronger again. Boomer Deo. It's true, it's hard to say that this kid really has 183 combat power, it's too exaggerated. Clin felt that he had received 1000 critical strikes. Look at mine again, said Dumplings with a dark eye. Beep beep beep. Dumplings are 515, Bauma said after the test. Well, it seems to be accurate, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Big Demon Piccolo said, staring at the stars. Sun Tian, make a discussion, I will teach you this by myself. Finally revealed his true colors, everyone knew it would be this way. But I really didn't dare to fight the big devil. By the way, is this kid named? This is Bauma asked. Here, Qi Tian, Sun Kishan. Sun Tian replied. Wow, that's a good name, it's in line with the sky. I didn't expect you to be so good at naming it. I can't see it. I thought you could only practice cultivation. Bauma laughed. Bick, let's talk about it in a year, Qi Tian is still young, the key is that Kikai still has to do some work. Sun Tian said to Bick. I don't know if it's fate. Pikak has a kind of intimacy when he sees Qi Tian. This feeling is unclear, as if this child is a born disciple for him. Okay, that's it. Anyway, you guys are very good at training, but you will definitely not be able to teach disciples. You won't be able to do it. Piccolo opened the master mode and said with a sharp glance. Although everyone was jealous that Piccolo was about to receive such a good disciple, no one dared to compete with Piccolo. Chapter 59, Brother is Coming. A year later, Bick and others gathered at the Demon Martial Holy Land, Sun Tian's home, early, because today is Qi Tian's first birthday, and it is also the day when Bick officially accepts Qi Tian as a disciple. Hello uncles, Aunt Bauma, Grandpa Wu Tian, Grandpa Hexianren. Qi Tian, who is already 1 year old, looked at everyone, and beckoned one by one. Qi Tian has been able to talk less than half a year old, and now he can communicate with people normally. Qi Tian is so good, here is a gift from my uncle. Clin laughed. The others also took out the prepared gifts, and Qi Tian was blushing with joy, and he kept selling well. After a while, the maid at home prepared lunch. Everyone was talking and laughing. They practiced harder than usual. Today is a rare day to rest. Come and see how powerful our 1-year-old Qi Tian is now. Bauma took out the power detection glasses from his hand like a trick. Originally, Bauma prepared this thing for everyone, but who they are, they know this thing is a reference at a glance. They don't think about what will happen because of this value, so they never rely on this thing. No need. On the contrary, this thing is deeply acquainted by the students of Mohu Holy Land and other martial arts experts. Now this kind of combat power detection glasses is also the most redeemed equipment in the MOO exchange system, although a contribution value is as high as 5,000. Bauma adjusts the angle to aim at Kishan. Beep beep beep. Oh my god, combat power is 289. Boomer exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it is true that I am the disciple of my great devil, yes, really good. When Piccolo heard it, he seemed to be more happy than his own combat power broke through 1,500. Not bad practice for 1 year, Piccolo made another breakthrough, and now the combat power value has reached 1,593. Master Piccolo, when I will go to practice with you, I will also become stronger, and I will sling Tianjin rice and press Klin with one hand. Xiao Kishan said excitedly, seeing the future will definitely be a natural battle. Mad. Yes, yes, you will be able to achieve your goals in less than 5 years. When Piccolo heard it, it seemed to suit his taste. Tianjin Fan and Kellen had no reason. Didn't they come to Sun Tian 6 months ago to discuss? They were beaten by Sun Tian with less than 10% of their strength. At that time, Xiao Kishan was watching by the side and heard Sun Tian saying that you have to come on with such strength. Seeing that I can sling you when I am strong, I can crush you with one hand. Xiao Kishan felt so sensible, and just said it directly. After lunch, everyone suggested to go to the beach. It just happened that the island of the Turtle Ferry was still there, so everyone set off for a day trip to the Turtle Ferry house. In Gaixian Island, everyone relaxes and chats with each other. In the solar system, a ball-like spacecraft is flying. The destination is about to arrive. Wake up, Master Latais. There was a sound from the spaceship. Latizi opened her eyes and returned to her senses. Is this almost reaching the destination? Cockroach, I am coming. Latais said to herself. The spacecraft rode through space and came straight to the Earth. After a while, he entered the atmosphere, with a long tail made up of air currents. In a farm, a middle-aged man was working. He suddenly raised his head and watched the sky, a flying object falling at a rapid speed. After a while, there was a violent impact sound from a distance. The middle-aged farmer didn't know what it was, so he drove to explore it, and saw a spherical object with a diameter of 3 meters lying in a deep hole nearly 20 meters. Mumble. As the hatch opened, a figure appeared inside. The figure moved, and slowly stood up, but what is incomprehensible is that this person is floating in the air. Latizi looked around and felt the gravity of the earth. Slowly flew out of the pit. You, what are you? What do you want to do? The middle-aged peasant was dominated by fear, as if standing in front of him was not a person, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the desert. The shotgun held by both hands can't bring him any sense of security. Latizi looked at the human being in front of him, and he actually had the same image as a scion, but without a tail. Click the power detector. Combat 5, Garbage Race. Latai smiled disdainfully. Don't come here, or I will shoot. The middle-aged farmer looked panicked and aimed at Latai's shotgun. Because of trembling, he pulled the trigger. Boom! A bullet shot straight towards Lottie. Latais grabbed it casually. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. A bullet was pinched between 2 fingers. Hey! With a cold snort, the scum of combat power 5 even dared to shoot at me. With a light flick, the bullet returned, passing through the head of the middle-aged farmer, leading the family to fly upside down and hit the car behind. Boom! The car exploded and the middle-aged farmer fell to the ground and died. Glanced disdainfully, Laddie rose into the air. Let's take a look at the highest combat power of this planet first, but I can't imagine that this planet has not been destroyed. Latai said to herself. Well, there are many on this planet with a combat power of more than 100. What's the matter? Looking at the detected data, Latai became a little worried about Cockroach. After all, Cockroach can be dealt with in his infancy. No way these people. Well, what's going on in this direction? fighting 1593, fighting power 843, fighting power 587, fighting power. Looking at this set of data, Latize fell into contemplation. It shouldn't be. How could this be a low-level planet? Developed in the past 100 years? Scions tend to classify planets, and the data is generally updated once every 100 years. This is why sometimes the scion children sent out will also die. The high-end combat power of this planet is all concentrated together. The combat power of 1593 is also a certain threat to me. Kakarot will never grow so fast. According to his father, Kakarot was born. At that time, the combat power was only 10, even if he was 22 years old, he could have 800 sky. Is there something wrong with Kakarot? No matter what, let's go and take a look. Ask yourself. Latize said to himself. After speaking, he turned around and flew to Gaixian Island. Chapter 60, Latize vs the Devil. Just when Latize descended on the earth, the warriors who had the power detection glasses exchanged for the magic martial Holy Land all discovered this power. Oh my god, the combat power in 1983. It is higher than the big devil Bic in our Holy Land, second only to Lord Sun Tian. Discussions have begun on the Moha forum. Some people say they are aliens, while others say they are powerful men in the hidden world. Leave it alone. Sun Tian and others are playing happily on Gaixian Island. They didn't know that because of Sun Tian, the Vegeta and the three people discovered the existence of the Earth in advance and arranged for Latize to come. You must know that according to the original work, Qi Tian may not have been born yet at this time, and the arrival of Latize may be 5 years later. The development of the story is always surprisingly similar, although it has changed. In front of the Gaixian Wu, Sun Tian and Piccolo were powerful, and soon they found a powerful and violent anger rushing towards them. After a while, others also discovered. But for everyone, although this aura is strong, it is not enough to make everyone afraid. Let alone Sun Tian's bottomless strength, even if Piccolo really breaks out, it will not necessarily lose to the comer. Just watch it. About a quarter of an hour later, the figure of Latize slowly appeared in the sky, and a strong hatred and aura erupted from him. Since Sun Tianzheng and Qi Tian are playing in the house, besides this kind of Qi less than 2000, it is not worthy of Sun Tian's attention. Bic is enough. Sun Tian didn't expect Latize to arrive early, because according to the memory of previous lives, they still have to give them nearly 4 to 5 years of development time. Latize discovered that the intensity of 1593 was not a scion, and none of the other people matched the image of Kakarot in his memory. Latize subconsciously thought that Kakarot might be killed by the local strong, but he knew that the scion turned into a full moon, and even if there is such a strong on this planet, even if it is transformed, it is not an opponent. Latize suppressed his anger and fell to the ground. Who are you? I remember that there is no you among the strong on earth. Piccolo finally believed Sun Tian's words at this moment. Someday in the future, the earth will be invaded by aliens. Ha 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 ha, who am I? You ask who am I? When Latize thought that it was possible that the strong in front of him had killed his brother, an anger was ignited again. If I didn't know if my brother was still alive before, it's nothing, but now I finally find out, but I find that my brother might have been killed. You are all going to die, I want the entire planet to be buried for my brother. Latize Xiao unreservedly let out his anger. What is your brother? Who are you? What do you want to do when you come to Earth? Piccolo was also angry, and finally cultivated a calm heart with Sun Tian and was broken. A breath of unbeaten Latize erupted from Piccolo, and the rest of the people all retreated. This kind of battle is no longer something they can participate in. Even the strongest Tianjin fan among the people has just exceeded 1000. Latize saw Piccolo all over the sky. After the burst of power, he almost caught up with his normal state. the more and more sure it was the person in front of him who killed his brother. Sun Tian had discovered the others when Leitais appeared. But he didn't expect them to arrive so many years in advance. It was also an accident. However, Sun Tian is usually used to a stringent aura, otherwise Leitais will find that there is one other place besides Piccolo. A stronger chi, strong enough to make him lose confidence in confrontation. But Sun Tian also wanted to meet this legendary elder brother, and after listening to his conversation, he also knew that his elder brother was actually here for him, and most of them thought that he had died in Piccolo's hands and was so angry. Sigh for no reason, think about the memory of previous lives, Monkey King is really not a human. You need to know how effective Monkey King and Piccolo were at that time, and although Leitais didn't say it, at least it was about 1500 to 2000. If it weren't for no killing intent, how could Piccolo and Monkey King jointly kill? It can be seen from the battle at that time that, except for Bic, Leitais had to bear with Monkey King. Piccolo and Monkey King had the same combat power at the time. If it hadn't been for Leitais to release the water, why Piccolo was cut off by one move, and Monkey King actually fought Leitais back and forth. In the end, because Monkey King grabbed the tail and lost most of his power, he was severely injured by Xiaogohan. www.readaloud.com. Finally, Piccolo picked up the head and had a double kill. It looks like it's you, and now that's the case, I will kill you first. Then bloodbath the entire planet and avenge my brother. Leitais has calmed down an angry heart at this time. As a battle, once the nation enters the war, it must be calm enough, and it can be extremely angry on the surface, but it must be calm inside. The two opened their positions, and the battle was about to start. Without any words, Leitais dived and attacked the Demon King Piccolo directly. The first shot is shocking, Sihao is not procrastinated. Pic sees Leitais attacking head-on, without any tricks, so he carries it. In an instant, the two fought for nearly 100 rounds. When they separated again, Piccolo had already suffered serious injuries. And Leitais is not good, but Piccolo has the upper hand, and the two looked at each other and found that they underestimated each other. Leitais's judgment depends entirely on the power detector, while Piccolo depends on the sense of breath. Although Piccolo's instant explosive power has already surpassed Leitais a lot, for Leitais, who has been on the front line for a long time, such a slight gap cannot help Piccolo win. Although Bic is also experienced in fighting, he is still a lot worse than Leitais. Normally fighting against Sun Tian is not a real hard fight. Now he encounters Leitais, who is not much different, but fell into a disadvantage. You are very strong, but you are not my opponent yet. 300 rounds, you must be beaten down. Leitais started a verbal offensive. Leitais, who often fights, naturally knows the importance of confidence. If he could break the confidence of the opponent, he would have won half of the battle. Chapter 61, The Great Devil Defeated. Who is the Great Demon King Piccolo? Hundreds of previous lives have crossed the earth. Even if he was born again this time, if it weren't for the dragon, he would have to fight Sun Tian and the others. In spite of this, besides Sun Tian, a perverted figure, who is the opponent of the Great Demon King Piccolo. Even if he is a clone, he has long been left behind. How could it be because of Leitais? And lose faith? Humph, stop talking, don't talk about 300 rounds, even if you have another 1000 rounds, you will not be my opponent. Big Demon Piccolo responded. The duel between the masters will not give you the opportunity to enlarge the move at all. Both of them are real, head-to-head, even if they use gas bombs, they are only used as interference assistants. The two fought for nearly 200 rounds, looking at each other suspiciously. Leitais also had to be amazed by the strength of the opponent. If it is someone else, even if it is the same combat power, Leitais can win the battle, but Bic can only suppress the opponent, not decisive. Damage. Since Piccolo's comeback, except for fighting with Sun Tian, everyone else has been crushed, but Sun Tian is too strong. Sun Tian often suppresses the combat power to about 2/3 of Piccolo. But even so, Piccolo is also very strong. Hard to win. Unexpectedly, for the first time against aliens today, the two are clearly in the same position, and they can't help each other for a while, and they feel even more suppressed. The battle between the two people just started, and the anger has been soaring to the sky. Until now, I feel that if I am not an opponent, I will definitely become a friend. Leitais had to adjust his state, and Piccolo had to re-recognize the battle. Soon, 300 rounds passed. Both Leitais and Big felt a little short of breath, but they had to take it seriously. Ha ha ha, didn't it mean that you beat me down in 300 rounds? It's almost 500 rounds. Piccolo said ironically. Psychological tactics, 10 disturbing language. Humph, I didn't expect a powerful person like you to appear on a planet so far away. It's really out of my expectation. If it wasn't for you to kill my brother, I wouldn't use this trick. But it is. Strong, you are qualified to let me use this trick. Are you ready to die? Leitais said. In order to get revenge, Leitais decided not to care about reason. I saw Leitais and Piccolo each back out a few hundred meters after having a punch. This is, a ball of light appeared on Leitais' hand, and Piccolo clearly felt that after Leitais used the ball of light, the chi in his body dropped significantly. Suddenly, Leitais threw the ball of light into the sky and shouted, "Appear, artificial moon!" To be honest, Leitais really didn't want to use this trick if it wasn't necessary. In the past, Vegeta and the others would help even if they encountered strong enemies, but this time he came to Earth, he could only rely on him. Although this trick of the artificial moon will consume nearly 1/3 of his energy, if he can take revenge for his younger brother, even if he loses his sanity for a while, this is probably the only thing he can do for his younger brother, although this younger brother has never have met. And this trick was specially taught to him by Vegeta before he left, in order to prevent accidents. Although Leitais is not strong enough and the moon created can only last for 15 minutes, he believes that as long as 15 minutes are enough, everyone in front of him will definitely be able to solve it within 15 minutes. The ball of light shot into the air, mixed with the oxygen of the earth, and exploded with a bang, only to see a bright and brilliant moon in the original place. Big had a bad premonition in his heart, always feeling that something would happen, but when he thought of Sun Tian's strength, he didn't interrupt it. Artificial moon, lie to you. The rest of the people looked like I had seen a ghost. Sun Tian walked out with Qi Tian at some point, took a look at the moon in the sky, and immediately cut off the reaction of his own tail. This was only controlled by Sun Tian after he entered the Qi training period. Then he patted Kishan lightly, and the latter fell asleep directly. Sun Tian doesn't want Qi Tian to become a great ape. Latizi looked at the sky, his tail that had been tied down was lowered, and his heart beat violently. Hey, the tail is the same as Sun Tian, is he a scion? The so-called younger brother is Sun Tian. Big saw Leitai's tail and guessed. But it's too late. Roar. A roar interrupted Piccolo's thinking. www.readaloud.com. I saw where the original Leitais stood, a great ape nearly 50 meters high appeared there, and Leitais had already nowhere. Well, this great ape's battlesuit. The clever Piccolo knew what was going on, but then, Leitais, who had already weakened, exploded exponentially. An aura far surpassing Leitais just now came oncoming. This aura was even more violent than just now. Big almost didn't catch his breath. No way, so strong. The great demon king Piccolo felt the breath from the giant ape and looked at the giant ape with red eyes. Back quickly. It's just that the great ape brute doesn't care about Piccolo, and he beats his chest by himself. Dare to despise me? Piccolo felt his pride had been hit. A gas bullet was shaped in his hand and threw it at the giant ape, but it hit the giant ape without any scars. The giant ape may have been attacked by Piccolo, and his eyes looked at Piccolo, making Piccolo's heart tighten, and suddenly he felt as if he was being stared at by the wild beast. I saw the giant ape open his mouth, and a qigong bomb that was 10 times bigger than just bike took shape quickly. "Hurry up, or you will be dead," Sun Tian reminded him as soon as he saw that Piccolo was lost there. Ah! Piccolo recovered and saw the qigong bombs coming straight at him. Moved his body hard, barely avoiding the attack of the qigong bomb. But the left arm has disappeared, and a beating is bleeding. Sun Tian quickly brought Piccolo to the ground, watching Piccolo's injury. "Let Tianjin Fan and others take care of it." Then flew into the middle of the sky to face the great ape that Leitais had transformed, feeling the breath of the opponent's body. This breath is almost 8,000. It seems that the so-called transformation is 10 times stronger, and it is not absolute. Chapter 62, Sun Tian vs Great Ape. But think about it, if the transformation is really increased by 10 times, then this is too mysterious. Think about the confrontation between Vegeta and Monkey King when he arrived on Earth in the previous life plot. Although the Baidian turned into a giant ape can easily he abused Sun Wukong, but he obviously felt that his combat power was only 2-3W at most. In Namek, he didn't see Baidian transforming into a giant ape to solve the battle when he met the Kainui team, although some people would say that Shi Baidian had no tail, but looking at the fear that Baidian had when he faced the members of Jinnu, it was obvious that he had not had contact with it before. If the transformation into a great ape could do it, it would definitely not have a shadow in his heart. Looking at the giant ape in front of him, Sun Tian also sighed with emotion. He did not expect that this unmasked elder brother, Ning Yuan, turned into a loss of reason for him, but the top priority is to solve the problem. Sun Tian exudes a strong fighting spirit, and the usual convergent aura slowly radiates from his body. If Bauma takes out the battle detection eye to observe at this time, he will find that Sun Tian's current battle value has exceeded 5,000. The giant ape Leitais felt the breath of Sun Tian, and put Piccolo and others aside. Out of instinct, the giant ape knew that the owner of this aura could already threaten his life. A gas bomb condensed in Sun Tian's hand, threw it at the giant ape, and then flew into the distance. Prepare to move the battlefield so that the battle will not reach everyone. The giant ape was attacked by a gas bomb, and his body tightened. Although it was not hurt, it also made the giant ape feel pain. Seeing Sun Tian flying, he also chased after him. Although the giant ape has nearly 8,000 body aura and half strength, after all, the body is too big and its speed is greatly restricted. Sun Tian is using his own advantages to constantly attack with gas bombs around him. The irrational giant ape can still use force against Piccolo and others, but it can't do it against Sun Tian. Fortunately, Sun Tian did not intend to really harm the great ape, otherwise even the great ape with a combat power of nearly 8,000, Leitais, would not be Sun Tian's opponent. Everyone in Piccolo felt the battle from afar, and found that they seemed to be getting farther and farther away from Sun Tian. Fighting like this can't help at all, and everyone feels heavy. Fortunately, the artificial moon can only last for 15 minutes. With Sun Tian releasing the water, even though the great ape wants to kill Sun Tian, no matter the speed or combat power, it can't have the advantage of crushing, and it can only end in a hasty. Leitais regained his body again, and his sanity also recovered, looking at the opponent who was replaced without knowing when, and then looking at the opponent's appearance. You are Kakarot. Leitais couldn't believe it. In his heart, especially when he saw the Demon King Piccolo before, he had already assumed that Kakarot was dead. After thinking about becoming a giant ape and recovering, he found that the opponent in front of him was the younger brother he was looking for. And you don't need to be whining at all, Sun Tian and Badak are all carved out of the same mold, look at the tail tied around Sun Tian's waist. Oh, brother, have you recovered? Sun Tian smiled. Well, you know me. Leitais heard Sun Tian calling him eldest brother, and finally recovered. But he didn't expect Kakarot to know his eldest brother, so he asked with some confusion. Of course, I knew it when you arrived on our island, but I don't know what your purpose is. I didn't come out to meet you. Sun Tian said. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be dead, you are really cockroach, I just made me worried to death. Lei Tai said. When I first arrived on this planet, I found out that this planet has been a powerful player with a combat power of 500 for a long time, and there are actually more than 1,500 combat powers. At that time, I had no hope, continued. Thank you for your concern, Big Brother. I didn't expect that Big Brother is so strong, and he can compete with Piccolo without his body. You know, besides me, Piccolo is the strongest existence on our planet. Sun Tian said. I thought in my heart, fortunately, you are 45 years ahead of schedule, otherwise you really can't do Piccolo. However, this Big Brother's combat power is really strong, and his fighting skills are also good, otherwise, with the strength of the guy Bic, a person with the same combat power is not an opponent at all. Pic, is that the green-skinned human who claimed to be the devil just now? Doesn't he look like a human on this planet? Lei Tai's also reacted at this time, and just wanted to give Kokoro when he first arrived. Special revenge, not thinking about it. No, it can be regarded as it, like me, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. When I was very young, my home planet encountered big weather changes and came to the Earth. Sun Tian said. But that guy came to the Earth more than 400 years ago, and was sealed for 400 years in the middle. It was only recently that the seal was broken, otherwise I might not be his opponent, continued. I have never seen such a shameless person. I have a big brother and started to expose other people's old bottoms. If Piccolo knew that even if he couldn't beat him, he would have to fight Sun Tianji. Oh, no wonder. By the way, what kind of strength you are now, you can stand with me for so long after being transformed, it seems that you don't seem to use much effort. Lei Tai's finally reacted, and can transform himself. The great ape persisted for 15 minutes, it seems that his brother is terrible. Not much stronger, but it should be better than Big Brother. Sun Tian couldn't say, I can kill you in seconds, and said vaguely. A little stronger? The great ape transforms that can easily fight me, without 4,500 combat power, don't even think about it. I see through you. Combat power? What is it? Sun Tian pretended not to know. Forget it, this is not easy to explain. In short, it is the digitization of strength. Lei Tai's doesn't know how to explain this. Oh, how powerful are you, Big Brother? Let me assess myself. Sun Tian said. In 1983 in normal state, if you enter a combat state, it should be around 2300-2500. Lei Tai said. Oh, then I should be around 6500. Sun Tian pretended to estimate. So strong, better than Nappa. Did you really only have 10 combat power when you were born? Lei Tai's was knocked down by Sun Tian. Can you still fly? Go back, my friend should worry about me in a while. Sun Tian bypassed this topic. The two flew back to Gaixian Island. Chapter 63, Lei Tai's Shock. The two quickly returned to Gaixian Island. When they saw Sun Tian came back safely, they were relieved. Only Piccolo looked unconvinced. It seemed that Piccolo's defeat just now was not small. Sun Tian told everyone about the origins of Lei Tai's, and everyone was not surprised. They were all their own people. Of course, they knew about the aliens, but he didn't expect that it was Sun Tian's eldest brother. After the injury has recovered, we will fight again. Piccolo said to Lei Tai's. You are not my opponent. You lost an arm. Although you were an enemy at the time, I still say sorry to you. Seeing that these people are all friends of Sun Tian, Lei Tai's was naturally a little polite. It's not a problem. Piccolo finished with a face of eating poop, showing a terrifying expression. Suddenly, where Piccolo lost his arm, he saw the granulation cracking. In a while, a brand new arm grew out. Except Sun Tian, everyone looked at Piccolo with shocked faces. It was the first time they knew that Piccolo had such an ability. Even Leitais was very surprised. Even if he was fighting around this year, he was so knowledgeable, he had never seen any race with such ability. Don't be surprised, this is the gift of our race, you can't envy it. Piccolo said with some pride. Seeing Piccolo's smug smile on his face, everyone wanted to throw the soles of their shoes over. If it weren't for consideration, they couldn't do it. Because of the previous battle, Gaixian Island was almost ruined. Under the proposal of everyone, it was decided to return to the Mohu Holy Land in advance. Earth, because of the battle just now, many governments have already felt that if it weren't for communicating with the local station in Mohu's sacred land in time, knowing that it was just a few pioneers of Mohu's sacred land who were discussing it, I'm afraid it has caused panic, but even so, the status of the governments of the Mohu Holy Land is once again elevated. The members who came out of the Demon Martial Holy Land once again knew the tip of the iceberg at the top of the Holy Land, and they felt that the choice of the Demon Martial Holy Land was correct. More than 8,000 combat power, think about yourself still within 200, a group of members feel that Alexander, a frenzy of practice is coming again. Leitais, who came to the Demon Martial Holy Land, was shocked again. Looking at the members back and forth here, although his combat power detection Iterbium had been destroyed in the previous battle, it did not affect his vision. Although the strength of these students is not comparable to him, they are basically much stronger than the ordinary soldiers under Frisia. Don't think that there are countless strong men in the universe. In fact, the strength of the universe can be over 1,000. It is already an extraordinary strong man. Tens of thousands of combat power are even more powerful. This is also the reason why Scions were called cosmic combat races. 1. Like some other ethnic groups, with the exception of a few mutations and tens of thousands of combat power, most of them are less than 1,000, but the Scions are basically more than 1,000 when they are adults. Not a single case, but a common one. There are more than tens of thousands in the clan. Of course, for this reason, it was conquered by the Frozen Demon clan and existed as a tool, and because of the legend of the Super Scion, he was dreaded and was directly exterminated by Felisa, leaving only 2 or 3 cats such as Vegeta. And in the Demon Martial Holy Land, from the eyes of Leitais, the general combat power should be above 30, and there are dozens of combat power above 100. In addition to Sun Tian's high-end combat power, it is really not a small force. Even if Frisia knew, I'm afraid he would send someone to invite to be part of his army. Along the way, and then look at the facilities and conditions of the Holy Land, Leitais feels that they have been in vain these years. Since Piccolo and Latizzi were somewhat injured in the duel, Piccolo took Latizzi directly to the nutrition therapy cabin. The two of them did not know each other. For Piccolo, there was someone who was almost the same as himself. It's a good thing to have a discussion with Sun Tian from time to time. In recent years, the effect of the discussion with Sun Tian has become worse and worse. Sun Tian has completely thrown off Piccolo. This makes the once great devil very sad, Leitais. Piccolo is probably the happiest one besides Sun Tian. Looking at the advanced equipment, Leitais was shocked again. You must know that even if these things are in the Frisia army, Vegeta is eligible to use them. If he and Nappa are injured, they can only recover slowly. As the alarm clock in the nutrition cabin sounded, www.readaloud.com Bic and Leitais went out one after another. Sun Tian, everyone is preparing dinner, the two just caught up. Piccolo doesn't say anything, this food is just a taster, but Leitais is different. Scion's stomachs are so lawless. In the eyes of a crowd, Sun Tian and Leitais told them with their strength, what is a brother? Nearly 90% of the food was eaten into the stomach by the two. You must know that Bauma specially ordered the preparation of nearly 300 people. Of course, in addition to these two people, there is another person who is also extraordinarily cruel. Although Qi Tian is also a scion, a 1-year-old child does not know what embarrassment is. Nearly 5% of the food was swallowed by Xiao Qishan. Go down. Everyone finally knows why Xiao Qishan's combat power is as high as 289 when he is 1 year old. This can be eaten. Fortunately, there are many industries in the Demon Martial Holy Land that can earn enough money, otherwise they will have to be poor by eating. At this time, Leitais discovered the situation of Qi Tian. Because of the artificial moon, Qi Tian was directly fainted by Sun Tian. He has not been introduced to Leitais. After returning to the Demon Martial Holy Land, Pekin again pulled Leitais to heal. Kakarot, this kid will not be your child. Leitais asked in shock as he watched Qi Tian's tail dangling. We must know that the Vegeta trio has also been to many planets, but none of the human genes of a planet can be combined with their scion genes, so that the Vegeta trio, in their 30s and 40s, are still single. There is no way to pass on the descendants of scions. Unexpectedly, the Earth and his party would find that his brother actually has a son. This does not mean that their scions can continue their blood, so that after a few people die, the entire race is gone. Chapter 64, Robber with Piccolo. It's a pity that my combat power detection glasses have been destroyed, otherwise we can see how much the little guy's combat power is. Leitais regretted why she just started fighting without asking. Although I played too invisibly, I only posted it now. Without the power detection glasses, it seems that some things are still very troublesome. Bauma took out a combat power detection glasses and shook it. Is it this? Leitais was speechless again, but Sun Tian told him that he didn't know the combat effectiveness, and suddenly felt that the brother who was hard to find seemed a bit unkind. The friendship boat between the brothers had tilted 45 degrees, and it might sink at any time. Leitais took over, prepared for Qi Tian, and started testing. There are a lot of data displayed on the mirror, but it is a pity that Raditz can't understand it at all. Can anyone tell me where I am and how I made this mistake? How could the text here be universal text? The embarrassing person handed it back to Bauma, saying that he could not understand. Mr. Leitais, Qi Tian's combat power is 289. Perhaps seeing the other's embarrassment, Boomer said. How much, do you say it again? Leitais asked. Big brother, 289, we just helped Qi Tian test it in the morning. Sun Tian said. Impossible, only 1 year old, and his combat power reached 289, genius, absolutely genius. Leitais said excitedly. Even Prince Vegeta, his combat effectiveness was not so high when he was 1 year old. Kakarot, give me my nephew, how about I help you train him? You must know that Vegeta is known as a genius. He was born with a combat power of only 100, and when he was 1 year old, his combat power was just over 200. As for Qi Tian, the 1-year-old Qi Tian is nearly 90 points more than Vegeta. Before Sun Tian had time to answer, Piccolo on the side panicked. When he heard that someone was going to grab his apprentice, it was fine. No, Qi Tian is my default disciple, you can't fight with me. Big blocked Qi Tian like a calf guard. Why not? Qi Tian is my nephew, why are you an outsider robbing me, don't you think you are better than me? Leitais will not do it anymore, familiar with familiar, now I am unfamiliar. That doesn't work either. When Qi Tian was born, we decided on the mentorship and apprenticeship. You are a cross. Pick does my part, refuses to refute. Hey, it's because I'm not on the earth, now I'm here, anyway, my nephew, I will teach. Leitais refused to quit. You and I have opened the mouth cannon mode between them. The rest of the people were stunned, completely speechless. Sun Tian saw the two people arguing for nearly half an hour, but he did not expect that Big would have such a side. As for Leitais, I only met for the first time today, and I don't know much about his character, but it seems that he is not as arrogant as the legend, and it feels very humane. Well, big brother, Bic, you should listen to what Qi Tian said." Sun Tian had to separate the two. The two people who were still blushing just now finished their face changes quickly. "Kishan, I hit the big with your father, and practiced with Uncle Bic, okay?" Bic started Kishan's work. "Xiao Tian, your father and I are brothers. Together with the uncle will definitely teach you to be the strongest warrior." Leitais did not let go. The two quickly switched from the confrontation mode to the no-billion mode. Facing the 1-year-old Qi Tian, all kinds of shameless talk. Sun Tian can't stand it anymore. Although Qi Tian is young, the Sion people are sensible early. Qi Tian, who is already 1 year old, has already understood a lot. "Dad, can I let Uncle Bic and Uncle teach me together?" Qi Tian said to Sun Tian with a cute face. "Ah, it depends on your Uncle Bic and Uncle's disagreement. If it doesn't work, just follow Dad to practice." Sun Tian smiled. "How about that, Sun Tian, we've said it." Piccolo said. "Kakarot, although you have amazing combat power, but you don't know much about Sion training, let me come." Leitais said. The ghostly Qi Tian said directly, "Then I should practice with Dad." "No, I and Pic, Leitais, will teach you together." When the two heard Kishan express their opinions, they said in unison. "Well, since you agree, I will teach Qi Tian to both of you. Don't let Qi Tian come back and spend time with his mother on Sunday." www.readaloud.com. Sun Tian looked at it and immediately Clapper wrote. In this way, Qi Tian was directly taught by Leitais and Bic. Leitais took the time to take the spaceship to the Moyu Holy Land, and through the spaceship's special channel, told Vegeta about the situation here. Vegeta was shocked and very happy when she learned about the information here. However, she had already reported to the headquarters that Leitais had died in battle. Vegeta asked Leitais to stay on the Earth. Be prepared to find a chance to escape from Frisia's control, and come back to Earth to meet Leitais. In this way, Sun Tian and others had to stay on the ground before they developed. The slow development on the Earth and the addition of Leitais made the Demon Martial Holy Land even stronger. Because of having an opponent of the same strength as Leitais, Piccolo's strength has also progressed rapidly, and the two will cultivate Kishan together, and they will learn from each other if nothing happens. And Sun Tian occasionally went to meet the two of them, of course, under the condition of suppressing the combat power, 1 to 2, but even so, Piccolo and Leitais are barely able to deal with it. Moyu Holy Land is thus divided into several small groups. The management with Bauma as the main responsibility is mainly responsible for the research of new types of facilities and the management of the Holy Land. The education level, mainly composed of the two immortals, is responsible for the training of students who have joined the Holy Land. With Tianjin Fankalan Sun Wufan and others as the second echelon fighting force, several people learn from each other and share the same progress. And Piccolo and Leitais are the first echelon combat power. On the one hand, they cultivate Qi Tian, and on the other hand, they always think that one day they will be able to connect and overcome the Sun. In the end, Sun Tian is the top combat power. Apart from practicing, there is nothing to abuse Kratas. In a blink of an eye, another 3 years have passed. Chapter 65, Strong Like Clouds. In 3 years, although there are still many governments on the whole Earth, with the massive output of students from Moyu Holy Land, the whole Earth is actually under the control of Moyu Holy Land. Moyu Holy Land has the strongest force and the most. The wealth and the best benefits have attracted the world's top talents to gather together. The Moyu Holy Land also expanded several times during this period. The previous area was completely insufficient. With the original Moyu Holy Land as the core, many satellite cities were built around, and the Universal Capsule Group of Bauma was directly incorporated. Moyu Holy Land has become a part of Moyu Holy Land. The world's #1 martial arts conference is no longer active, and the Moyu contest has replaced the original world's #1 martial arts conference, becoming the highest honor in the world of martial arts. The earth has truly entered the stage where a master is inferior to a dog, and myths are everywhere. In 3 years, in addition to the original Sun Tian and his party, there have been no martial arts powerhouses. Among the second-generation members, there have been more than 400 combat powers. In the past, what humans might consider to be monsters based on their own flight can now be easily accepted. With Sun Tian's spacecraft data being completely cracked, the Earth already has the ability to explore the secrets of the universe, but Sun Tian and others stopped it. The Earth is not enough to occupy a position in the universe. If it is discovered by someone who is interested, the Earth may not escape the possibility of being conquered by slaves. However, although I am not in a hurry to explore, the necessary protection is in preparation. Some high-tech anti-exploration instruments have been deployed to all corners of the solar system. If aliens enter the solar system, the Moyu Holy Land will be the first time. Catch. After 3 years of practice, Sun Tian's combat power has been further improved. Today's Sun Tian has already achieved a great level of Qi training a year ago, and his combat power has exceeded 10,000 points. Now he has entered the 3rd stage of the primordial ape magic Ju realm. And Piccolo and Leitais are also advancing side by side. The two are almost the same before. With opponents, their combat power has also advanced by leaps and bounds, and their combat power has exceeded 5,000, Big 5,317, Leitais 5,983. Tian Jinfan, Kellen, and others were also stimulated by these people. In addition, their talents are good and their combat power is also extraordinary. Tian Jinfan 2,368, Monkey King 2,198, Kellen 1937, Leaping 1,455, Dumpling 987. Others such as the Turtle Fairy, the Crane Fairy, the Cow Demon King Tao Bibai, etc. have also made great progress. The older generation of strong people such as the Turtle and the Crane have exceeded 1,000 combat strength, and Tao Bibai is not much worse than Leaping. 1,385's combat power, if coupled with his murderous means, I am afraid Leaping may not necessarily be an opponent. Neon Devil is slightly weaker, and is also a 689 combat power. Of course, to say that the most progressed, I am afraid that Qi Tian is still counted. Now 4 years old, Qi Tian, under the training of Bic and Leitais, not only has high fighting skills, but also has reached a terrible number of 2,893. Better than Tian Jinfan. Putting everyone under a lot of direct pressure, it's fine to call Sun Tian to be abnormal. It is also abnormal to have a baby. If this continues, I am afraid that it will not take a few years and Piccolo and Leitais are no longer opponents. Without the financial burden, Kikai Kishin doesn't have any requirements, and she also practices cultivation every day. Although she is not as good as everyone else, she is still a little master, with the strength of 687, but although she is practicing, she does not as crazy as everyone. Today's Mohu's sacred land is as strictly as a sophisticated national machine, with each division of labor. I am afraid that it will not be long before the governments of the earth can only merge into it and become a service department. But what can we do? It's more powerful than high-level combat power, incomparable to technological level, incomparable to wealth. If it weren't for Moyu Holy Land that these governments are still useful, I'm afraid that in a word, the governments of the earth will disappear. Of course, for these governments, the earth has such a holy place, and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Some evil forces don't need the government to control at all. As soon as they are discovered, they will send a voucher in the Moyu Holy Land. After the Holy Land is approved, many people will rush to eliminate them. The members who came out of Moyu Holy Land did not dare to do evil outside. Once they were found out, the law enforcement team formed by Moyu could easily be wiped out without high-level action. Brother, what's wrong with you? It feels like you have something on your mind. Sun Tian looked at Leitais with a sad face. Cockroach, honestly, how much combat power do you have now? Leitais asked. Although Leitais has nearly 6,000 combat power, he still has a sad face. Now I ask Sun Tian to confirm that it seems that something difficult has happened. There was a breakthrough in the cultivation base a year ago. At that time, it had reached 1W. I haven't specifically tested it. I think I should have nearly 2W now. Although Sun Tian has not tested it, you reading www.youcanshu. However, it is still possible to estimate how strong he is. A year's time, in the middle of the Tongqiao period, is conservatively estimated to be at least 5-8W, but if you really say this, Leitais will not believe it, and directly said a 2W numbers you can imagine. 2W, are you sure? Although Sun Tian was already conservative, he still frightened Leitais. Okay, what's the matter? Sun Tian asked. It's like this. 1 year ago, Vegeta and the others contacted me and said they were ready to take over a tricky task and were ready to deceive themselves from Frisia's control. Just now, I received their message and it was already successful. But on the way to the Earth, Champo and Dodria who were on the mission discovered that they were being hunted down now. Leitais explained. Well, the Big Brother has mentioned this before, but the Earth is not yet exposed. How powerful is Vegeta, can he handle it? Sun Tian asked. Yes, although Vegeta usually claims that his combat power is only 1W8, I know that Vegeta doesn't want to attract Frisia's attention. The actual combat power is close to 3W. But even with 3W combat power, facing Dodria it's okay, but it's difficult to add a Shambo. Leitais explained. How powerful are these two people? Sun Tian asked. Dodria 2W4, Shambo 2W8. Fortunately, during the chase, Vegeta and the others led the two to a low-level planet. They destroyed the other's spaceship and communicator before they landed. But because they were afraid that the other party would their own communicator and spacecraft, after sending a message to me, they also destroyed their spacecraft and communication. Leitais explained. Can you know the exact location of the planet? Sun Tian asked. I don't know this very well, I only know the approximate area. Leitais said worriedly. Chapter 66, Magic Moon Sky. It's man-made, don't worry, Vegeta won't die so easily. Sun Tian said. Sun Tian asked everyone to assemble and prepare to go to rescue Vegeta. After everyone arrived, Sun Tian told the whole story. Who are you going to go this time? Bauma asked. Let's leave it to me and elder brother. We can't stay behind without high-end combat power on Earth. We can rest assured that Bic is there. Sun Tian said. Let me go too. Although Tianjin Fan's combat power is not up, there are still more than 2,000. They are enough to cope with the change. When Piccolo heard that there was a battle to fight, it was hard to get results in his practice, how could he not go? Join in the fun. Indeed, planets with 1,000 combat power can already be regarded as advanced planets, and ordinary spaceships will have combat power detection devices and will not invade at will. At this time, Leitais said. Although they also want to go to Tianjin Fan, their combat power is really not very helpful now, and they have heard that the opponent's combat power is above 2W, and now I am afraid it is slightly better than K and Leitais Ning. To a little effect, it mainly depends on Sun Tian. This time I am mainly going to rescue. I don't need too many people to go. I feel more at ease if Bic stays behind. Sun Tian said. He always felt that there might be problems with the Earth during this period. Although the cultivation level has improved, Sun Tian can already feel some future things in advance. Sun Tian told Piccolo of his premonition and told Piccolo to stay. After Piccolo heard it, there was a feeling in it. Finally the discussion is over. Sun Tian and Leitais will go there, along with Bauma. According to Bauma, the Earth is now on the right track, and in some respects, Bauma can play a decisive role. 3 days later, Sun Tian and the 3 people were bidding farewell to the newly developed spaceship and embarked on a rescue journey. According to the approximate area obtained by Leitais, Bauma set the destination of the spacecraft and put the spacecraft into the automatic flight state. It is estimated that it will take nearly 8 months to travel. Sun Tian and Leitais went on their own practice. Nothing special happened when the group arrived on the road. Even if they encountered a group of meteorites once, they would be shocked and unsafe under Bauma's high training. 3 months later, in the solar system, a black planet appeared, pulled in by the Sun's gravity, and finally captured by the Earth's gravity, and entered the outer space of the Earth. Like the Moon, it became a part of the Earth. Satellites. At the same time, the great demon king Piccolo, who is cultivating, feels a heart season, and the devil's heart that has long been destroyed in his heart has a sign of recovery. Fortunately, after these years of getting along with Sun Tian and others, it has faded. A few days later, when the magic moon was in the sky, a whirlpool appeared out of thin air in the Antarctic sky, just like a black hole. In the whirlpool black hole, 3 figures struggled to resist the low suction force. Suddenly one figure grew to nearly 20. Me, grabbing a figure with one hand, landed on the ground, the vortex in the sky slowly diminished, and finally disappeared. Ha 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 ha, I finally escaped from that ghost place. Shinsu, Jiaj, quickly find out where we are now. The figure nearly 20 meters tall gradually became smaller. And finally a little ghost of only about 1 meter appeared in the original ground. The 2 demon-like men behind him were kneeling respectfully. Yes, Majesty, my subordinates will check it out immediately. After the 2 said, they flew to the sky, and soon disappeared into the distance. Demon Marshal Holy Land, when these 3 people descended, Piccolo felt it, a strong demon aura, one was about 5,800, and the other 2 were slightly weaker, but they were almost 4,000. Devil? Isn't the gate of the demon world sealed? How could it be? Piccolo thought to himself. Although they can easily break the seal of the demon gate with their current strength, they know through Danton that the demon world is also at most 400 to 500 combat power, there is no need at all. However, Piccolo didn't know that when the demon moon was in the sky, the demon realm was also affected, but the demon realm also had its rules of heaven and earth. The explosive strength of the demon clan made many demon races above the mid-term demon generals rejected by the rules of heaven and earth. Entered the real demon world, so much so that now there are only a few cats and fishes in the demon world. And the seal of the gate of the demon world has also been extremely strengthened, even if the combat power of tens of thousands is probably not broken. After a while, Tianjin Fankalin and others gathered at www.readaloud.com. They also felt this evil demon atmosphere. It looks like an incredible thing is coming to our earth. Sun Tian's defense is right. Seeing everyone coming, Piccolo said. Do you need to investigate? Gaixianren asked. No, although it is very strong, but if they dare to mess around, I will let them come back and forth. Piccolo said domineeringly. But Piccolo does have this kind of strength. Don't think that Piccolo's aura may be weaker than this aura, but everyone knows that even if the aura is stronger by 20% or 30%, reaching 7 to 8,000, it may not necessarily be Big's opponent. Antarctic land, about half an hour after Shinsu and Jiaj left, they returned again. My lord, it has been determined that we are now in the world of the earth, that is, the world of the past, said Shansu, who was kneeling. Ha 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 ha, the world, I am finally back. God, is Sun Tian ready? This time I must let you disappear forever. Thinking of the sufferings in these years, it's dark, Kalak too. The world's hatred for Sun Tian has grown deeper. Yes, these 3 are the 3 of Kalak too who escaped from hell. Because of the influence of the magic moon, the combat power of the 3 magics increased by 10 times, found a weak space contact, and broke free from the shackles of in one fell swoop. And compared to the hatred of the gods, the hatred of Cailleach II towards Sun Tian is now 100 times stronger. Because of Sun Tian, the demons were trapped in for decades, and the demons of the general level have already died, and only 3 of them barely survived with the strength of the demons. If it were not for the coming of the magic moon, the strength of the 3 would explode. I am afraid that in a few years, the 3 would not hold on. It's really time and fate, everything is fixed. Chapter 67, Celestial Crisis. Shinsu, Jiaj, go to the heavens first, and control the gods. Cailleach II said to the 2 subordinates. Why didn't Cailleach II find out Sun Tian first? That's because the earth is so big. If Sun Tian wants to hide, he can't find it. But if you control the gods and control the temple, you can use it. The function of the temple, directly monitor the human world, directly find the person you want to find. The 3 quickly left and flew towards the temple of heaven. At this time, Piccolo, who closely followed the movements of the 3 people, felt the movement of the 3 people. For a while, he didn't know what the other party was planning to do until the 3 of them passed through the atmosphere and entered the 10,000 meter altitude. No, they want to go to the temple. Piccolo was shocked, knowing that their gods are one. If the gods are caught, then Piccolo will also be threatened. Tianjin Fan, Clin, let's go to heaven. Piccolo said to the 2. Although their combat power figures are only nearly 3,000, they can also help Piccolo share the other 2 groups of 4,000 or so guys, and Piccolo believes that these 2 people are definitely not the same as the combat power shown. When they reach this point, their combat power is generally only for reference, and it is absolutely not right to underestimate the opponent's combat power numbers. If that were the case, Sun Tian often showed a few hundred combat power, and it was not Sun Tian that was weak. The 3 quickly prepared. At this moment, Qi Tian also came over. Although Qi Tian was only 4 years old, he was equally powerful under the guidance of Piccolo and Latais. It was just that Piccin was too anxious. Forget Kishin's existence, coupled with Kishin's love, do not want him to join. Uncle Pic, are you going to the heavens to deal with the people who just appeared? Qi Tian asked. Yes, go, talk while walking. After Piccolo finished speaking, he flew directly towards the sky. The other 3 followed closely. Qi Tian was the fastest, and soon caught up with Bic. Tianjin Fan and Kellen were a little slower, and followed slowly. Kishin, this time may be the real enemy, follow me then, said Bic Kishin. Okay, but I feel that besides the strongest breath, I can beat them with the other 2 breaths. Sun Kishin said. Okay, do everything carefully. Piccolo said, and then accelerated. The 4 quickly passed through the atmosphere and flew directly to the temple. Asterisk. Celestial Temple. Celestial Piccolo is watching the changes in the world through the function of the temple. Since a few days ago, after a round of magic moon was pulled into orbit by the Earth's gravity, Celestial Piccolo had a sense of crisis. At first, Celestial Piccolo thought it came from Big Devil Bic, but after observing it, there is nothing wrong with it. And just now, the Piccolo suddenly felt a familiar breath in the south pole of the Earth, but when he wanted to check it, he found that something was hidden. A feeling from the heart, let the Piccolo know that something big may happen. Bobo, how do I feel that something big is about to happen on the Earth? The said his feelings. God, you should be too tired, now Piccolo is getting better, what else do you have to worry about? Bobo said. Suddenly, a dangerous breath came from behind, and the Piccolo felt as if something was staring at him. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that God is nothing but this. Too weak, you should give me the seat of God. There was a burst of crazy laughter behind him. Cailleach II and his 2 subordinates appeared. You are, who are you? Bobo asked nervously. Don't even look at Bobo, he has nearly 600 combat power, but it is not enough to face Cailleach, who has a combat power of nearly 6,000. God servant, Mr. Bobo. He glanced at Bobo. Although the servant in front of him was so powerful in the past, he now feels that he can solve it with a finger. Kalak, it's not right. Kalak was vying with me for the position of the gods. The Hau'er-Hwama was destroyed by the former god. Who do you mean? Asked the Piccolo. Because he was in the priesthood, the Piccolo had almost no time to practice. Now the combat power is only 800 points. In order to become a god, Piccolo abandons the negative heart, but the price of becoming a is also very high. Although he enjoys the rights and benefits brought by the priesthood after becoming a god, he also loses his indomitable martial arts. I think at the beginning, what a celestial wizard Piccolo was before he became a god, but now, Piccolo, who became a god, is tired of the priesthood, so that until now, his strength has been restored. Ha 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 www.readaloud.com. God, it seems that time has passed too long, you have forgotten some things. Kalak smiled wildly, looking at the gods. Are you the son of Kalak? Suddenly the Piccolo thought of Kalak's words before being destroyed. At that time, he only thought it was a joke, but he didn't expect it to be true. You finally remembered, in that case, hand over the position of God. Kalak too said. The position of the deity does not mean that you can get it by killing the deity Bik. It must be approved by the predecessor, through a special inheritance. Otherwise, with the current strength of Kalak too, how could he speak so much with the Piccolo? As for Bobo, as a servant of God, he plays an indispensable role in the operation of the entire heaven. And if Kalak too becomes a god, Bobo can only serve Kalak too, so there is nothing to do with Bobo. Humph, don't think about it, if you become a god, the whole world will be over. The Bik said. After saying this, he sent Bobo and asked him to go to the demon martial Holy Land to find the great demon king. Now, only the great demon king can stop Kalak II's ambitions. Let's stay, don't you know that there is a huge difference in strength? Your voice is meaningless in front of us. Kalak Ernest suddenly appeared two magic bottles in his hand, and saw the Piccolo and Bobo, who was turning around and preparing to in the mouth of the bottle, involuntarily flew towards the magic bottle. During the flight, they became smaller and smaller. Was loaded in. After the two entered, they tried to attack the bottle, but it didn't work, and there was a desperate expression on their faces. Shansu, go, enter the temple, find out the whereabouts of Sun Tian. Kalak II said to the two subordinates after receiving the gods Piccolo and Popo. Chapter 68, Domineering Devil. In the depths of the temple, Kalak II and Shansu Jiaj are using the functions of the temple to find out where Sun Tian is. I saw Kalak II silently reciting Sun Tian's name in his heart, and at the same time thinking of Sun Tian's appearance, but there was no picture coming from the water in front of him. Well, isn't Sun Tian still in the demon realm? It's impossible, he is a human, how could he always live in the demon realm? Kalak II said strangely, he could not even dream of it. Sun Tian is not on the earth at this moment. Ghost. Kalak II is not conceited at all. It is a problem with the function of the temple, because he has tried to check other places he wants to see before, and there will be corresponding pictures coming. Shansu, Jiaj, you two go to the world, take the mist of Yakia, and demonize all human beings. Seeing that he could not find Sun Tian, Kalak II had to give up temporarily. Yes, sir, we will do it right away, the two said. Bik, who was heading to the heavens, felt tight in his heart, feeling that something had happened. No, Qi Tian, I have to go one step ahead, there will be a change. Bik turned to Qi Tian and said, speeding up his flight. God, don't have an accident. Piccolo thought, and once again increased his speed. He already felt that the three Qi had reached the heaven, but just now, the two Qi from the heaven suddenly disappeared. Obviously it was cut off by something, not killed, otherwise Piccolo would have disappeared too. After a while, the heavens appeared in front of him, Piccolo condensed his breath and landed on the heavens square. At this time, two weaker breaths are walking out of the temple, towards the lower realm. Before Big found out the truth, he didn't want to stun the snake. Instead, he hid his breath and sneaked into the depths of the temple. Shinsuo and Jiage did not know that someone had entered the heaven realm and flew directly to the lower realm. Qi Tian found that Piccolo's breath suddenly disappeared shortly after Piccolo entered the heavens, and at the same time the other two breaths went to the lower bound. Little Qi Tian felt that the two of them must have done bad things, quietly reduced their breath, and followed. Shansu Jiage and two of them had just received the influence of the magic moon, their power exploded, they had not yet adapted to this power, and they had no idea that a kid had quietly followed behind them. Tianjin Fan and Kellen came from behind. After feeling the situation, Tianjin Fan quietly followed Kishan, lest Xiao Kishan lacked experience, and Kellen went to heaven. The words were divided into two parts, and Piccolo cautiously touched into the depths of the temple and found that Kalek too was sitting there. Although Piccolo had not seen Kalek too, he knew this through Danton and Sun Tian. A character. In addition to the battle with Kalek before being separated from the Piccolo, and the demon moon that appeared in the sky, the devil Piccolo didn't know what was going on. But Kalek too's aura is stronger than his own now. Although it is with the power of Moyu, before finding out the Piccolo, the great demon king does not intend to act rashly, but hides his breath and waits for the opportunity. Klin didn't know the situation in the heavens. About 10 minutes after Piccolo entered the heavens, Klin finally came to the heaven square. But at this time Piccolo had already hidden his aura. Klin didn't know if Piccolo was in the heavens, he only felt a powerful aura deep in the temple. But when Klin arrived without hiding, Kalek too felt it. Although this power is much worse than his current self, it is not comparable to the current gods and Bobo. When did such a strong person appear on the earth? Is it Sun Tian? Although Kalek too felt that the aura of the coming person was not the somewhat evil aura of Sun Tian before, it might be. Klin felt this powerful aura, but Piccolo was not there, and when he was about to converge and lurch, Kalek too in the depths of the temple suddenly burst into stronger aura and headed straight to the heaven square. Not good, I was found. Klin was surprised. Was about to evacuate, suddenly a child about 1 meter appeared in front of Klin, but the child was not a good person at first sight. It's not Sun Tian, who are you? Kalek too was disappointed. Who are you? Where are the gods? Seeing that he could not leave, Klin could only bite the bullet and asked. Oh, I know the gods, it seems that they are not ordinary people. Kalek too said. Suddenly, Kalek too showed a bad expression on his face, and turned and flew to the temple at high speed. Boom! As soon as Kalek too entered the temple www.readaloud.com, he was knocked out by a powerful force. Who are you? Kalek too angered. It turned out that after Kalek too was attracted to leave by Klin, Piccolo finally seized the opportunity and rescued the Piccolo and Popo. This is also how Kalek too was so confident that he didn't take the 2 bottles with him, and gave the big devil a chance to take advantage of it. In the smoke, the big devil walked out slowly, and his aura rose rapidly. Without the interference of the Piccolo, the devil's devilish energy is overwhelming. Therefore, I never thought that one day, he would be threatened because of the gods. This time the great demon king could be said to be between life and death. If it weren't for the Kalek too in front of him who wanted to be a god, I'm afraid his great demon king I would wisely follow the death of the gods. Up! You are a god, how could it be possible? No, you are not a god, thee is not so young. Kalek too saw the great demon queen, from shock to affirmation. Of course I am not a god, how could I be that incompetent god, humph! The great demon snorted coldly. Who are you then? What do you want to do in the heavens? Feeling the aura radiating from the great demon king, although Kalek too is fearless, he does not want to make enemies. What the devil wants to do you still have to report it to you? Who do you think you are? If you are not speculative, the big devil opens the baseman mode. I'm looking for death, don't think I'm afraid of you. Kalek too can see that this guy who looks like a on the opposite side is definitely not a god, and this thing can't be good at all. Klin was speechless by the side. When Kalek too rushed out, he was really taken aback, but Piccolo also appeared afterwards. Quietly stepped aside, leaving a battlefield for the two. Chapter 69, Not Challenging. It should have been this way. Piccolo shouted. As soon as the words were finished, Piccolo directly launched an offensive against Kalek too. Kalek too was pressed back by the powerful demon, and he attacked less and defended more. There are deep pits in the Tianjia square from time to time, making Klin feel like a baby in front of the two, insignificant. I saw Kalek, who was originally only about 1 meter, and his body continued to grow. After a while, he grew to a height of nearly 20 meters, and his aura increased by nearly 30%. Kalek too, who has suffered a lot of injuries, has completely recovered from his previous injuries, and can no longer see any injuries. Ha ha ha. The sound like Hong Zhong came from Kalek's second-hand mouth. Asshole, it hurts me just now, it really hurts. Kalek too laughed. Hey, do you think you have become stronger when you get bigger? The big devil snorted coldly. Piccolo broke out a stronger aura again, facing Kalek too, who was nearly 20 meters away, without any fear. The two demons fought together again. Although the enlarged Kalek too had a significant increase in strength and speed, his agility was much worse. Faced with the genius Piccolo, who was mainly fighting, he couldn't take an overwhelming advantage for a while. After 500 rounds of battle between the two sides, even with the help of the power of the magic moon, Kalek too could hardly maintain the transformation. His body gradually became smaller, and in a while, he changed back to the appearance of a 1 meter tall child. How is it possible? Why is this? Kalek too was unwilling, and finally escaped from with the power of the magic moon, and finally obtained such a powerful force, but he did not expect that he would still dominate the earth asymmetrically in the end. The borrowed power is never as good as your own. Do you think that you can defeat me with the help of the magic moon in the sky? You think too much. Although the big devil had consumed a lot in the battle just now, he couldn't fully control it. The powerful Kalek too is enough. Are you ready? Piccolo continued. I don't know when. Piccolo has already gathered enough chi between his fingers. The strength of this chi makes Kalek too already feel the threat of life. Impossible, it shouldn't be like this. I haven't sought revenge on Sun Tian, I can't fail. Kalek too frantically absorbed the power of the magic moon and tried to transform again. But everything is at a loss. Magic light kills the cannon. Only a loud shout from the great demon king, the terrifying energy gathered between his fingers rushed towards Kalek too in a special way. No, no, I won't fail, I'm not reconciled. Kalek too's heart was directly penetrated, making an unwilling voice. Looking at Kalek too, who fell on the ground, the demon king Piccolo once again issued a powerful energy bomb, turning Kalek too's body into ashes. Kalek too, who finally escaped from hell, was completely wiped out before seeing Sun Tian's face. Bick, what should I do now? Qi Tian seems to be chasing the other two breaths, asked Klin, who had recovered. Hey, it's okay, the kind of waste that has power and can't use it, just for Qi Tian to practice hands. The devil replied. After a long time, the gods Piccolo and Bobo, who were hiding in the depths of the temple, came to the square and sighed as they looked at the imperfect surroundings. God, you are too weak now, when can you get rid of the position of God and practice hard? The great demon said directly. This time he was almost harmed by the gods, and he didn't give the slightest face. Yes, we are too weak now. The said helplessly. Humph, don't hurt me again next time. After the big devil finished speaking, leaving behind a speechless god, he took Klin and went to the lower realm. It is said that Qi Tian secretly followed behind Shansua and Jiaj. Not long after they arrived on the ground, the battle broke out in the heavens. The two people wanted to quickly return to the heavens to support them, but they were intercepted by Qi Tian, who had killed them halfway. "You two, you are all devilish, you are not a good person at first sight." Qi Tian's words directly angered the two of them. When did their demons need a little devil to manage? But this little devil is no ordinary person at first glance, especially after seeing Qi Tian's face. "Boy, who are you? Who is Sun Tian?" Shan Sui asked. "Do these two uncles know my father?" Qi Tian asked in an innocent face, though he was small but not stupid. "It's Sun Tian's son. No wonder he looks so nasty. Jiaj, catch him, Master Kalik will be very happy after a while." Shan Su heard it, thinking of his former companion being killed by Sun Tian. "Big. I know, you are not good people at first sight." Qi Tian laughed, but his hands were unambiguous. Directly facing Jiaj is a magic flash, scared Jiaj quickly dodge. At this moment, Tianjin Fan also caught up. Without a word, he directly confronted the stronger Shan Su. "I'm afraid Xiao Kishan will have a problem. 2 shots against a child, it's a bit unreasonable." Tianjin Fan shouted. "Says like this, but have you ever seen a child whose combat power is not much worse than them? Is it good to speak with conscience? Uncle Tianjin Fan, he is no longer a child, you can't beat me now." Qi Tian said with a serious face. "The previous sentence is okay, what is it that you can't beat me now? Although it is true, is there anyone who speaks like this? You guys, you are enough." Shansu and Jiaj couldn't stand it anymore. When they thought that Celestial Kalik might need their help, they became angry at the big and small in front of them. "Kill!" The two demons didn't want to listen, so they started. The two sides quickly fought together, Tianjin Fan vs Shansu, Qi Tian vs Jiaj. Shansu and Jiaj barely managed to have 4,000 combat power with the help of Moyu. This skyrocketing combat power could not be fully utilized at all, and 3,000 combat power could already be used. In the face of such an opponent with an artificially high combat power, Qi Tian does not have to use all his strength. After less than 200 rounds of fighting, he climbed Shan Sugan directly. "Uncle Tianjin Fan, come on!" Qi Tianyi sat on the already badly injured Shan Su. Tianjin Fan is speechless. This speed is really not a little bit worse. Look at others. Kishan has already solved the opponent. While I am still holding each other's borders, I feel that my old face can no longer hang on. Although Jiaj can only display a combat power of about 3,000, Tianjin Fan is still almost 2,500 combat power after all. Even if he is angry, he can only fight with Jia grappling. But Shan Su's rapid defeat caused Jiaj's mind to suffer 10,000 points of damage. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity and was directly seriously injured. "Uncle Tianjin Fan is amazing," Qi Tian boasted earnestly. Not long after waiting, the Demon King and Klin finally came back. "Qi Tian, why do you keep these two guys?" the big devil asked. "I haven't killed anyone, I'm afraid," Qi Tian replied. Shansu and Jiaj are completely desperate. Unfortunately, facing Piccolo, he didn't have the ability to resist, and was directly destroyed by an energy bomb into ashes. Chapter 70, Vegeta. In the boundless universe, a spaceship marked with the mark of Magic Wu quickly passed by, adding a landscape to the icy space. It has been 8 months since the departure time. Thinking of the premonition in my heart before departure, I hope that there will be no accident on the earth, but Sun Tian believes that there is a big demon. So long as there is no guy with a combat power exceeding 1W, he should be able to handle it. In the past 2 days, Sun Tian and Leitais have stopped practicing. According to the information provided by Vegeta, they should be in this area. The 3 of them gathered together. "Bauma, turn on the spacecraft's combat power test, and find a planet with high-intensity combat power, it should be it," Sun Tian said. Don't look at the Dragon Ball plot in the memory of the past life, the later stage of the battle power is tens of millions, after all, it is a small number, the universe with tens of thousands of combat power is already high-end combat power. Often 1 or 2 of a star field is already amazing. The planet of Hadar, since the evil demon from outside 2 years ago, has been in peace. In order to force the 2 of Vegeta out, Dodoria and Shangbo, without the spacecraft and the force detection Ioturbium, will suppress the natives with blood victory every time he goes there. In 2 years, the number of people on the planet declined rapidly. The existing humans often hid in the forest, the city was reduced to ruins, and the country was severely destroyed. The highest combat power of Hadar planet is only about 1,500. Facing the 2W and combat power of Dodoria, they are not enough to see, they have been killed in the revenge. Asshole, Vegeta, actually ruined our spaceship and power detection eye. Dodalia and Shangbo stood on a hill, looking at the city full of ruins. This planet is too backward, and technology has basically not developed, otherwise the headquarters would have been contacted long ago. Shangbo said. The 2 were also unlucky. They were originally going to return to their lives, but they detected 2 powerful forces during the flight and chased them all the way. At that time, I never thought that it would be the 2 Vegeta who had been declared dead, and the spacecraft used by the other party was obviously not Frisia's army, and there was no record in their database. In order to help Frisia recruit the strong, they tracked it all the way. Planet Hadar. Vegeta and the 2 also found their tracking. They saw that it was Frisia's army, and believed that their deeds were revealed. They did not dare to lead the 2 toward the Earth, so they had to find a planet at will. Based on the combat strength test, it was deduced that it might be Dodoria and Shangbo. They notified Latize as soon as they landed on the planet, and told Latize not to come to the rescue, so that Latize and Kakarot were relieved. Grow and preserve blood for science. After that, destroy his spaceship and combat power detection glasses immediately, and let Nappa quickly stay away, so as not to affect him. Then, after the arrival of Monk Dodoria, Shangbo destroyed the opponent's spacecraft and communication equipment for the first time, and quickly escaped from the 2 of them. As for the planet that will be destroyed by 2 people, Vegeta, who is a scion, will not consider this. As for whether the 2 will destroy the planet directly, there is no need to consider it. If the planet is blown up, neither of them can survive in space. But because I can't perceive chi, I have encountered 10 times in 2 years, and Nappa was seriously injured because of this. However, in the life and death battle, Vegeta broke through several times, otherwise I am afraid that I can't continue. The guy Vegeta is getting stronger and stronger, and we must find out as soon as possible, otherwise we will be dragged to death sooner or later. Dodalia thought about the horror, and remembered that when it just came, even if it was suddenly discovered that it was declared the dead Vegeta missed the opportunity outside. In the following encounters, I found myself evenly matched from the beginning to gradually being suppressed, but now, Dodalia dare not act alone. Yes, this dead monkey, now I am no longer his opponent. Shangbo is also depressed, relying on combat strength to detect the Ioturbium for a long time, but can't perceive chi, so it depends on the eyes to find someone. The 2 complained for a while and had to start again. In a cave, Vegeta looks not far away. He has been on this planet for 2 years. In the past 2 years, he can feel that his strength is constantly getting stronger. I am afraid that in 2 or 3 years, he will not be afraid of that guy. Nappa, how is your injury? Vegeta asked. It's almost done. I don't know if we can get out of here alive. Nappa is not as confident as Vegeta. Get well soon, at least you must help me hold that fellow Dodalia first. Vegeta said. 2 years of life and death test www.readaloud.com. Not only Vegeta's strength has been significantly improved, Nappa's strength has also become a lot stronger when he has been between life and death several times. If you have a combat power detector, you will find that Vegeta's combat power has exceeded 3W, and Nappa has also broken the 1W mark. If this combat power is placed before the ancestor star is destroyed, it will be the top combat power properly. I'm sorry, Vegeta, I'm slowing you down. Although Nappa worked very hard, if I put it in the past, his 1W combat power would definitely be a badass, but now it is really not enough. There is no need to apologize, we Scions do not need to apologize, as long as we become stronger, we must avenge the people at that time. Vegeta said. Yes, Frieza, thinking that we made up a lie that our planet was destroyed by meteorites. Are we really 3-year-olds? At that time, all the people were ordered to return to the ancestral star, and then there was news of the destruction of the ancestral star. Nappa squeezed his fist and said angrily. Practice hard. I will definitely get revenge in the future. Vegeta said. At this moment, there was a roar over the planet. With the ears of Vegeta and others, it was natural to know that a spaceship was coming. No, there is a spaceship coming, we can't let Shangbo and the others rush ahead, or we will be discovered by Frieza. Vegeta didn't expect a spaceship to come on such a remote planet. Nappa, you should be concealed here, I'll go and see. At the same time, Dodalia and Shangbo also discovered that a spaceship is coming. Go, I'm so lucky that a spaceship came to this planet. Dodalia said. Go, hurry up, otherwise it would be bad if Vegeta and the others get ahead. Then we will be trapped here, I don't know how long we will leave. Shangbo thought further. Chapter 71, Hit an Iron Plate. It is very difficult to find a planet without a star in the universe. After 10 days of exploration, Sun Tian and the others finally detected 4 strong fluctuations in combat power from a planet not far away. 10893, 24071, 28853, 31587. Listening to Bauma talking about the detected data, after a little comparison, Sun Tian thinks that the possibility of this planet is 80%. Although several high-power planets were discovered before, but after coming to check it, they found that they were not Vegeta at all. Had to set sail and search again. The spacecraft is about to land. It is undergoing external environmental testing, suitable for human survival. The sound of the light brain came from inside the spacecraft, the flying speed slowly decreased, and it landed in a desert in a hurry. Landing safely, ready to open the hatch. With the opening of the hatch, the 3 Sun Tian finally stepped into a planet of possibility again. I hope there is nothing wrong this time. Leitai said worriedly. Someone is coming, eldest brother protect Bauma. Sun Tian said suddenly. Okay, leave it to me. Leitai also felt 3 powerful auras flying towards them, terribly strong, at least 3 times stronger than him. Well, in addition to these 3 powerful auras, there is also a breath that is not weak, but it did not come over. Leitai said. About 10 minutes later, 2 aliens appeared in the sky, it was the Dodoria monk who had arrived. Hand over the spaceship, otherwise. Dodalia shouted, and a Qigong bomb blasted a hill not far away into the ground. In the distance, Vegeta is coming, feeling the sound here. Well, I didn't expect them to be so close. Vegeta would rather stay on this planet with these 2 lives, and would not like this to happen. Vegeta believes that given him a few more years, Champo is not his opponent. When the 2 people have been resolved by then, they can find a way to leave, but now. Vegeta thought of this, and couldn't help speeding up, thinking that it was still too late. Here, when Dodalia and Shangbo appeared, Leitai was finally confirmed, Vegeta and the others must be hiding on this planet. Kakarot, the opponent is Frieza's subordinate, the short and fat one is called Dodalia, and the other is Shangbo, be careful, both of them are above 2W. Leitai reminded. At this time, Dodoria also spotted Leitai behind Sun Tian. At first Leitai was not wearing a combat uniform. They hadn't recognized it yet, but when Leitai opened her mouth and added that special hair, she immediately recognized her. Out! Aren't you Rades? It's rumored that you died on the front line 6 years ago, but you didn't expect to be alive? It seems that you have been planning for a long time, Scion. Dodria said in surprise. Who are you, Cockroach? This name is also the name of the Scion. Was it the fish that slipped through the net back then? Dodalia said to Sun Qian. The two did not have combat effectiveness testing equipment and did not know the opponent's combat effectiveness at all, but they knew that Leitais was just a small follower by Vegeta's side. At that time, the combat effectiveness was only about 2,000, which is not enough to be afraid. Looking at the group of people, it seems that Sun Qian is the mainstay, so he took a second look. Scions are damned, I didn't expect Vegeta to contact you secretly to come to pick you up, but that's it, I will accept your spaceship. Shang Bo said angrily. Trapped in this planet for the past 2 years, seeing Vegeta's strength is getting stronger and stronger, it is inevitable and a little scared in his heart, but at this time they actually asked them to find Darling to take Vegeta's spacecraft first, and naturally wanted to grab it quickly. But I was afraid that the other party would destroy the spaceship in a fit of anger, so the two sides held each other. Bauma, take the spaceship first, and stand aside with Big Brother. Sun Qian was also afraid that the spaceship would be destroyed by the battle, so he asked Bauma to put the spaceship into the capsule. Bauma heard the words, put the spaceship away, and Leitais naturally blocked Bauma behind her, so that Bauma was hurt. Maybe they felt Sun Qian's chi lock. Shang Bo did not act rashly, but they were shocked to see that the spaceship turned into a small capsule. Space holding skills, I didn't expect you to have mastered such advanced space technology. Projects that even the scientific research team of the king can't conquer, you have actually used it. Shang Bo had an incredible expression. You need to know that space technology has always been something the major forces in the universe want to overcome, but so far, I have not heard of any strength that can be completed. Unexpectedly, on this remote planet, I saw this scene. Hand over the spacecraft, hand over the space technology, I can spare your life. Shang Bo excitedly said. When I think that if I bring this technology back to www.readaloud.com, De Wang will be very happy, and he will definitely be more fancy to himself. You two are dreaming. In broad daylight, wake up. Sun Qian was speechless. Do you really think you are invincible with your less than 3W combat power? Stupid Scion, what are you talking about? You are already angry at me, except for the woman, you two go to death. Shang Bo saw that things were not going well, and was afraid that Vegeta would come to entangle him. Attacked first. It's a pity that I came quickly, and I went back faster. Hadn't even touched Sun Qian's body, he was blasted away by a strong aura. What? Dodalia stared. Impossible, who are you? Champo flew back now. Behind Sun Qian, Leitais also widened her eyes, looking at her brother inconceivably. Say good 2W combat power, why is it so strong? Who am I? Leitais is my big brother, who do you think I should be? Sun Qian said amusedly. What, impossible, absolutely impossible, it is enough for the Scion to appear a Vegeta, how can there be a strong like you? Shang Bo couldn't believe it. Although Scions claim to be a fighting race, their average combat power is only 5,000. Before, even the top masters of Scions had a combat power of less than 2W. What is the situation now? Vegeta has exceeded 3W. The combat power has already made Shamba terrified, but now he meets a Scion casually, even more terrifying than Vegeta. Yes, in Shang Bo's heart, Sun Qian gave him the feeling that he was more terrible than Vegeta. When he met Vegeta, he could be suppressed by transformation. Now, Shang Bo knew that even if he transformed, he had no chance of winning. Chapter 72, Vegeta and Bauma. But facing Sun Qian, Shang Bo is unwilling to catch him. Almost in an instant, Shang Bo transformed himself, and saw his originally handsome face, directly inverted, a long mouth, and his muscles swelled. Dodoria, go together, or we will all die here today. Shangbo completed his transformation and joined forces with Dodalia, attacking Sun Tian from both sides. But the power gap is too big, even the transformed Shangbo's combat power is only about 3W8, plus a 2W4 Dodalia, who wants to face Sun Tian with a combat power of at least 8W+, it's simply a smashing tree. Sun Tian easily blocked the attack of the two of them, and the aura on his body slowly released. A terrifying aura made them almost out of breath. This kind of aura, the two have only seen Jinyu, and even Jinyu is not as strong as Sun Tian's aura, a feeling of facing the top of the food chain, so that the two lives can't resist. How is it possible? Impossible? Why is it like this? The two of them discovered to their horror that now they are cattle and sheep that are slaughtered by others. Please, please let us go. Honor is more precious than life, natural life. Facing the strength of Sun Tian, the two had to choose to beg for mercy. However, Sun Tian, who knew the nature of the two, could not let them go. Let go of you? Ha ha ha, I will let you go. Who will let go of my parents, let go of my people? Sun Tianji locked the two of them with a crazy smile. It's over, it seems that the other party has known the direct aspect of the destruction of the planet Vegeta. Shangbo thought in their hearts, feeling very aggrieved. Originally only saw two powerful cosmic people, and wanted to bring them into the group, but when they arrived on the planet, they found that it was Vegeta. As a result, the spacecraft and communication equipment were completely destroyed. Finally, a spaceship arrived. I thought I could grab it back and forth, but I didn't expect it to usher in a prehistoric giant crocodile. In the distance, when Sun Tian released the breath of his whole body, Vegeta was also in a panic. Although Vegeta could not judge the strength of the opponent by his breath, how could he not feel such a terrifying breath? Who is it? Is it Kainuit? No, I can't move forward anymore. No, if it is really them, my position must have been exposed. It is dead or alive, no matter what. Vegeta struggled violently in his heart. He knew that if it was an enemy, even if he didn't go up now, he would be found out sooner or later. It's better to fight, and judging from the situation just now, it is definitely not Friesia's person, otherwise there will be no fighting. Vegeta speeded up again. Only when they reached the destination did they find that the two of Shangbo were standing there in fright, and they didn't dare to move. On the opposite side, a young man exuded an amazing aura. The arrival of Vegeta, naturally I can't hide it from Sun Tian. Chi-Ji locked the two of Shangbo, so that they did not dare to act rashly, and looked at Vegeta. Familiar hairstyle, height seems to be much taller, almost 1.8 meters tall. The breath is slightly worse than the transformed Shangbo, but Shangbo can't crush it either. No wonder Neng and Shangbo have been dealing with each other for nearly 2 years. Yo, Vegeta! Sun Tian called out Vegeta's name. Who are you, do you know me? Vegeta was surprised, because the focus was on Sun Tian. Vegeta did not notice the two Leitais in the distance. Seeing that Sun Tian actually knew Vegeta, the two of Shangbo had completely lost the possibility of survival, and their hearts were full of regrets. You can call me Sun Tian or Kakarot. Sun Tian replied. What, you are Kakarot, Leitai's younger brother? Vegeta's heart drifted over 100,000. Why, how is it possible, this momentum? I am afraid that Captain Kinho can't match it, it is actually that far away Kakarot of Earth. But now is not the time to talk. There is still a little trouble to solve. It's me, how is it? I was surprised, not moved. Sun Tian was very satisfied with Vegeta's expression and said with a smile. Vegeta looked dumbfounded. What is the situation? You, a super strong man, actually said such things, full of disobedience, is there any? Sun Tian didn't pay attention to them after seeing Vegeta coming. Take up the courage, suddenly raise the power to the extreme, and flee away to the distance. Well, I have the courage, but in front of absolute strength, it's just a needless struggle. Sun Tian saw that the two of them got rid of the shadow of their hearts and escaped. When her figure flashed, Dodoria was intercepted. www.readaloud.com. As soon as he punched out, Dodoria was blocked back. Vegeta, this guy is yours. Sun Tian's voice came from a distance. When it appeared again, Shangbo was held in his hand, one arm had been removed, the air intake was more and the air vent was less. And Vegeta vented his anger on Dodoria for a while. I saw Dodoria being hit like a ball, and there was no room for resistance at all. Maybe it was because he was afraid that Sun Tian would be anxious, so he punched it through the last time, and a Kikong bomb blasted it to ashes. At the same time, Sun Tian also directly solved Shangbo and let him go with Dodoria. At this time, Leitais in the distance also flew over with Balma. Vegeta, you're all right, great. Hey, didn't you say that you are on the earth, don't you come to rescue? Although Vegeta was moved by these people to rescue, she couldn't help but blame it. If the Scions are completely extinct because of him and Nappa, then he, the Scion Prince, might become a sinner of the Scions. But fortunately, there is no danger, otherwise I am afraid that Vegeta will not forgive herself if he goes to hell. Leitais also knows Vegeta's pride. Although she usually looks down on him and Nappa, if it weren't for Vegeta's help, with his and Nappa's strength, I'm afraid he would have already died. Are you Vegeta? Boomer stepped forward and asked. Yes, who are you? Vegeta felt a little confused. The human being in front of him was obviously not a Scion, and his power was very low. My name is Balma. Please advise me more. Balma said, blushing slightly. Explain, your strength, how can I teach? Vegeta feels a little strange. But Sun Tian just smiled. Chapter 73, Return and Journey. A group of 4, under the leadership of Vegeta, will soon rendezvous with Nappa. Nappa, who do you see is here? Leitais, why are you? Nappa saw Vegeta come back with 3 people. Except for Sun Tian and Balma, the other person is not Leitais. Who is it? We came as soon as we received your message. Fortunately, you and Vegeta are fine. Leitais replied. Vegeta recounted what happened before and after, taking a PAR and looking at Sun Tian incredible. Kakarot, thank you, and said very formally. 8 months later, in the magic martial sacred place, Sun Tian and his party finally got together again after nearly a year and a half. The rescue operation of Vegeta 2 has also come to an end. The core layer of the Demon Martial Holy Land once again gathered together, discussing the future plan. According to the current development of the Earth, sooner or later, it will go out sooner or later, and it is impossible to stay on the Earth forever. And according to Vegeta's statement, the disappearance of Champo and Dodoria will definitely attract the attention of Frisia Group's senior leaders. After all, fighters with a combat power of 2W or more will not be too many under Frisia's. Vegeta, you have been fighting in the universe for many years. Can you know the distribution of forces in the universe? Sun Tian asked. Although I have been fighting abroad for many years, I am basically in the area controlled by Frisia, and I am not very clear about the forces in the universe. Vegeta replied. After all, compared to the entire universe, Vegeta's strength is still too weak. Before, it was just a small figure with less than 2W combat power. Therefore, for Vegeta, it is really unclear what powerful forces in the universe are. Even Frisia, known as the King of the Universe, is only active in the southern area of the northern galaxy. Compared to the entire universe, Frisia is not just a relatively powerful force. Sun Tian still remembers that in Dragon Ball, not to mention the entire universe, even in the galaxy, there are several forces that are not weaker than Felisa. One is the same as Piccolo, who calls himself Demon Slag, and the other is K. Vera, is also Frisia's brother, and there is a group that claims to be the king of the galaxy, which belongs to the Orthodox. The power must not be underestimated, otherwise it is impossible to keep offensive against Frisia's character. And this is only in the Milky Way galaxy. How many galaxies there are in the universe, and the strength of other galaxies are simply unknown. At least the king of the devil, Dapla, who appeared in the later period, must not come from the very river system. From a certain point of view, the current Sun Tian and others are really not enough in the universe. The strongest Sun Tian is now around 12W, followed by Vegeta 3W+, and Lattice by the grams is nearly 8,000. Although Nappa is stronger than 1W+, it has no effect at all. After all, the population of the Earth is limited. The strong people that can be produced are affected by blood. For example, Tianjin Fan and others have the ability to reach tens of millions in the later stage. This is still a group of people with excellent talents, ordinary Earth people. Even with the cultivation of Mohu Holy Land, the combat power of tens of thousands is basically the upper limit. Bauma, how many spaceships do we have now? Sun Tian turned around and asked. 9 ships. Of which 3 were when the 3 of you, Lattisbeck, came to the Earth. Later, after exhausting the Earth's resources, only 6 ships were built. In addition, energy is also a big problem. The above is the master of Mohu Holy Land, but in fact, the backbone of a group of people is Sun Tian, but Sun Tian is busy with cultivation, and Buma is basically making arrangements. Well, if the Earth wants to go out, science and technology still have to keep up. In this way, organize personnel and prepare to start space exploration. First try to contact aliens. Release missions and recruit more than 300 combat powers to this operation. Sun Tian said. Bick, I may have to trouble you to sit down with you this time. Vegeta and I should not show up for the time being to avoid being discovered by Frisia's strength. This time I will explore various energy planets on the one hand, and on the other hand, to pave the way for future development. This is no problem, just to test the results of recent practice. Piccolo replied. Klin, Leaping, Tianjin Fan, if you are interested, you can follow along. Don't stay on the Earth all the time, go out and see more, it will be good for your practice. The matter of the Holy Land is left to Teacher Wu Tian and Teacher Hexianren. Next, get ready to retreat. Sun Tian simply arranged everyone's task. 15 days later, Yu reading www.yunsha.com, headed by Piccolo, Klin, Leaping, and the first group of explorers of the Earth, finally opened a new chapter of the Earth. And Sun Tian is preparing for a long retreat, hoping to get through the acupuncture points of the whole body in one fell swoop, and break the primordial ape demon to the 4th level of supernatural power. Vegeta, Nappa, after nearly 30 years of warfare, is also ready to summarize and start a new practice. And Latais brought Chi Tian and Lazart, Latais' son, 3 years old, to start the baby state. Under the care of Bauma, everything is developing steadily. 2 months later, Bick and his party finally discovered a planet of life. According to the exploration, the planet is very suitable for survival, with the strongest force value of nearly 500, and from the perspective of outer space, the planet has not yet developed a space civilization. Master, look, what is in the sky? Somewhere in the palace, a strange-looking, 3-legged, scaly human, pointed to the sky. A meteorite falling from the sky must be a peerless piece of equipment for creating magic weapons, said another person who seemed to be a master. At the same time, all the top powerhouses on the mainland have discovered. For a time, dozens of figures flew towards the place where the meteorite landed. Shenwu continent believes in the strong. If the mainland is strong, those who reach the Shenwu can fly in the air, and can destroy the mountain and destroy the city with a wave of hands. At this time, the land where the meteorite falls from the sky has gathered nearly half of the martial arts of the entire continent, and they will only wait for the landing to compete. Look, "It doesn't seem to be a meteorite," said a man. "But what is it?" the other person asked in confusion. "It's landed, be too careful." Chapter 74, Heavenly Obstruction. 2 months of spaceflight. After continuous exploration, Piccolo and his party finally successfully landed on this life planet, and everyone in the spacecraft was very excited. Detected that the outside air is normal, suitable for survival. 300+ creatures around are detected, please pay attention. The hatch is about to open, please prepare. Non-combatants, stand by where you are. Mohu team, guard the spacecraft around. Piccolo ordered. For this trip, Mohu Holy Land recruited a total of 400 successful members, divided into 4 teams. The captains of the teams are powerhouses with a combat power of more than 400, not combatants. They are also carefully selected in various fields. Top talent. Following the orders of the Great Demon King, the Mohu team, led by Captain Craig, quickly left the spaceship and scattered around. The place where the spacecraft landed, the faster Shenmue has arrived, watching Craig and others coming out of the meteorite. "Who are you? Is it a demon from the outside world?" Samaresh, as the top martial artist in the field, asked on behalf of a group of people. Craig looked at the other person with a frightened expression, but because of language barrier, he couldn't communicate at all. His task is to guard the spacecraft around, so as not to damage the spacecraft. "Alert, if anyone moves, kill," Craig quickly ordered. 100 people quickly locked onto a group of gods and martial arts. Although they didn't understand what the opponent said, they could feel that the strength of the gods and martial arts was not weak. In addition, the humans of Shenmue continent are really weird, and they have to be careful. Samaresh saw these people guarding the surroundings, and each of them could fly in the air. Obviously, they were at least the powerhouse of Shenmue rank. But as the top powerhouse on the Shenmue continent, naturally he will not shrink back. But due to the fact that there are a lot of people on the other side, the people on my side have not yet gathered due to the distribution, and both sides are supporting each other for a while. With the passage of time, nearly 200 people have gathered on the side of Shenmue continent. This force can already destroy any empire on Shenmue continent. Samaresh, who is the opponent, "What should we do now?" asked another person on the mainland who was almost the same in strength as Samaresh. "Walter, I don't know, but the person who came is not good, and everyone on the other side can fly in the air, that is to say, at least have the strength of Shenmue," Samaresh said suspiciously. Big finally confessed everything and walked out with Klin and others. "Although I didn't hear what happened just now, I knew it through the sense of breath." Although there were more than 400 pan-combat power among the people, Piccolo believed that Craig and others could protect it. And with this strength, Big is not a threat at all. Even if the opponent suddenly launches an attack, Big's strength can be improved and resolved. The appearance of Piccolo made Samaresh more sure of one thing. These people are definitely evil demons from the outside world. Piccolo is not a good person at first glance. He is full of devilish energy, although Piccolo has tried to restrain his breath. On the Shenmue continent, Piccolo and his party were not the first aliens to arrive. The last time was about 800 years ago. At that time, Samaresh was still a rookie who had just entered the martial arts. The brutal killing was carried out. Fortunately, although those people had strong ones, the most powerful ones had just reached the peak of Shenmue. In the end, all the Shenmue lost nearly half of their peak combat power, and they killed all the evil demons outside the sky. And today, the foreign demons have come again, which reminds all the martial arts of the history more than 800 years ago. "Go back, you demons!" Although I can't understand what the other person said, from the expression of the other person, Piccolo knows that the other person is definitely not saying anything good. For Big Devil Piccolo, things that can be solved with a fist are never solved with words, especially if the opponent has no strength and dare to pretend to be in front of the Big Devil. A few Kigong shells casually, the brutal and scolding Shenwu just turned into nothingness. The air suddenly became quiet, not only the members of the Mohu team, but also the top Shenwu continent in Shenwu. After about 5 minutes, Piccolo stepped forward slowly, condescendingly looking at a group of martial arts. From now on, this planet will be occupied by my Mohu Holy Land. You can resist, but the result of the resistance is death. Regardless of whether the other party can understand or not, but Piccolo still speaks aggressively. The Mohu team started to train. From now on, it will no longer be on the earth like before. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com must remember that there is only one rule for survival in the universe, the weak eating the strong. Then, Piccolo was right. Craig says. Yes, my lord. Craig. A team of people has long wanted to see how strong the alien races are. They are eager to fist. When on the earth, there is always a feeling of bondage, but now it is different. They are no longer facing their own kind. A strong aura radiated from everyone, letting the Shenwu continent know that history is about to repeat itself. Picked Tianjin Fan and other high-level officials do not intend to participate in the war. The combat power of this planet is just suitable for the members of the magic weapon and can play a role in training soldiers. You must know that there is no such thing as fairness in the universe. If you want to be fair, unless you have absolute strength, advanced civilizations are often a history when faced with low-level civilizations. With the battle between the two sides, disaster once again came to Shenwu continent. Craig took the lead and directly selected the opponent's strongest Walter. This is a live battle. Although they have fought more than once on Earth, it is not the brother or the brother who can fight against them on Earth. It is impossible to exert true strength at all. But this time is different. This is an invasion and resistance. If you neglect, you will face death. As soon as the battle started, the Mohu team was at a disadvantage. The martial arts of the Earth have only slowly developed in the last 10 years, and there is not enough actual combat experience. But fortunately, the teaching of Demon Martial Holy Land has given a crowd of martial arts far beyond the Shenwu continent. Piccolo looked at the battle in front of him, and felt that the Demon Martial Holy Land was too stable before. It was obviously the same in strength, but at a disadvantage. It seems that you have to practice these devil cubs this time. Or you will be confronted with other higher civilizations in the future. Chapter 75, Fighting. Because Piccolo and other high-level combat forces did not participate in the battle, the Mohu team was suppressed for a while, and gradually wounded personnel appeared, and some personnel even nearly lost their lives. Facing Piccolo, the Shenwu continents did not feel it, but when faced with this group of people, they realized that they had no chance. They saw hope, but they didn't know it. All of this was an illusion. Thinking of historical records, the group of alien demons 800 years ago was not like this group of people. They began to slaughter after they arrived. At the beginning they were absolutely weak, but later the mainland powerhouses gathered to wipe out each other step by step. Craig saw that his side was suddenly depressed, and he had to force his opponent away. The adults are watching. What are you afraid of? Or do you only show off on the earth? Craig shouted. Impossible, we are the elites of Mohu Holy Land, said a member. For a while, the members of the Mohu team felt that they couldn't hold back their face, and they obviously felt that the opponent was not much different from them, but they were so unbearable in front of Bic and other high-level leaders, and an anger broke out in their hearts. On the battlefield, Craig can become the captain, and his strength is naturally good. In order to save the situation, Craig exploded with a strong aura and directly forced the enemy out dozens of meters away. I saw Craig crossed his hands and raised it above his head. A strong wave formed between the hands. Piccolo, Magic Flash. This is Craig's reward in the Mohu contest a year ago. After nearly a year of practice, he has mastered the 7 to 8 points. Be dead, monster. Magic Flashlight. A ray of light flashed, and Walter was locked by Craig's air machine. There was no way to escape, he could only resist. But how can it be easy to deal with as Piccolo's unique knowledge? Walter was directly knocked into the air several hundred meters, and a large crater tens of meters deep appeared on the ground. "Walter, how are you?" Samaresh got rid of his opponent and quickly flew to the pit. "Let the big, everyone withdraw, organize the mainland to be strong, the evil, the evil." As soon as the Walter magic word was said, he lost his life before he could say the next sentence. Craig's counterattack greatly increased the confidence of the Mohu team, and for a time it actually suppressed all the martial arts to retreat. The two sides fought for nearly half an hour. After dropping the bodies of nearly 60 people, Shenmue continent had to find a chance to escape the scene. The Mohu team also paid a heavy price. A team of 100 people was hit hard by more than 40 people. If it weren't for the rescue of Clin and others, I'm afraid they would be lost in a foreign land forever. Piccolo and others did not pursue it. The main purpose now is not to slaughter these natives, but to establish a base on this planet and dig out useful value. The wounded of the Mohu team were taken back to the convalescent cabin for treatment. Through this battle, the personnel of the first team have also changed significantly. Bic quickly arranged personnel, with the spacecraft as the core, and began to build a base. After making the arrangements, Piccolo let Clin and others stay behind to prevent a stronger person from sneaking into the Shenmue continent alone. After 10 days, a brand new base is completed. Pic also found out about this planet from the continent. An undeveloped technology, in a world of dynasty hegemony, the humans of this continent do not even know the concept of planets, and they regard Piccolo and others as evil demons. Although the planet's power value is acceptable, it is really nothing to Piccolo, but it is also good to be used as a trial planet for members of the Demon Martial Holy Land. In general, the top combat power of this planet is equivalent to the peak of mythology in the past, and it is just right for today's Mohu Holy Land. With the construction of the base, related information was quickly reported to the Earth. Buma and others immediately started a meeting. Of course, Sun Tian and the others are in retreat. Just leave these things to Buma. A few days later, a message was posted on the Earth. A planet named Shenmue was discovered. The Demon Martial Holy Land issued a mission. Members with a combat power of 80 or more can sign up an expedition to Shenmue. Almost at the same time, the martial arts world on the Earth went crazy. You must know that although there are aliens, this time it really appeared in front of the general public. 10 days later, the spacecraft named Mohu-2 officially set off from the Mohu Holy Land under the seat of Tianjin Fanhe Dumpling. The coming of the martial star, the evil demon outside the sky, has forced a group of gods and martial artists to abandon their past grievances and unite with all the martial arts powerhouses on the mainland to form an alliance called Zhu Xiat. Through this period of exploration www.readaloud.com Bic and his party finally mastered the language of this planet, so that once the two sides meet, they don't know what the other side said. Shenmue Star Mohu Base, 4 teams stayed on duty in turns, while the rest began the expedition in groups of 3 to 5. For a time, the Shenmue continent was full of smoke. High-end combat power such as Piccolo took the base and began to practice. Several times the evil alliance came to offend, and they were all sent off by leaping, but in order to let the members of the Demon Martial Holy Land have a trial object, they did not kill the offender. It's just that from now on, the Jade Alliance never dared to come to the base anymore, and could only show off the battle with the experiential members of the Mohu Holy Land outside. 2 months later, the Mohu-2 spacecraft landed on Shenmue Star. Tianjin Fan Jiaozi led all kinds of talents and nearly 5,000 powerful people to come. With the arrival of various talents, the situation of low-end combat power was finally eliminated. In addition to the necessary guards, Bach divided everyone into 100 groups, each of which was led by a 300-plus combat force. A total of 50 people began to suppress Shenmue planet. 2 years later, the high-end combat power of Shenmue continent was wiped out, and the more than 5,400 people in Mohu Holy Land became famous, and nearly 2,000 people were lost. After nearly 2.5 years of war, all the people who have survived have improved significantly. Looking at the nearly 3,500 fighters in front of them, a slaying aura is coming. Even Klin and others are not of moving. The strongest has a combat power of 1,000 and the lowest has reached more than 300, leaving nearly 500 strong to guard the planet. Piccolo and others started the Earth movement. In the following time, humans on the Earth continued to pass through the Moa Holy Land. The spacecraft enters the Shinjuxing. In the next 100 years, it will slowly evolve into the second ancestor of the Earth, let alone